Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Video where they're caping for this kid on TikTok. And it just came to my attention. I saw there was some conversation about it. So I'm gonna do something I rarely do, but I think it'll be effective today. I'm gonna comment on somebody else's comment. Cause I'm crazy like that. I'm crazy, I'm out of control, baby.
So this dude did a TikTok video criticizing black people. And after that, his whole channel got banned. He must have been speaking a lot of truth in that video.
A lot of things that the Hodgins say here are wrong. They didn't do any research. They didn't look up anything.
We realized that black people are the most annoyingly entitled people you'll ever serve. And I'm not speaking on everyone, just my experience. I've never had a good one with black people. I worked at Waffle House for a full year, okay? I spent the first 6 months giving everybody a chance, treating everyone with the utmost respect. All right. And you know, the only people who didn't reciprocate that respect, black people. You know, the only people who were rude to me and didn't tip, black people. I have nothing against black people outside of my job, outside of serving. Yes, I love y'all. The culture is amazing. But when it comes to serving y'all and having to tend to your needs, you're very needy and you're very disrespectful when it comes to, you know, getting what you need.
When you need a he said that it's amazing, but they don't tip. And they're rude and obnoxious to you. I wouldn't say that culture is amazing. I would say a detriment to our society. That's what I would say. Yeah, well, you know, when he's doing this video, he's like...
I noticed that when the Hodgins are talking about black people, they talk about black people as they. Yeah, when the Hodgins talk about black people, they talk about black people as they. Those people, when these black people, when black people do this. I thought Hodgins was like over 50% black. I wonder what white people would think of white people that talked about white people if they were over 50% white. I think that some of the people that like the Hodge twins really like them because they talk negatively about those people. I never trust black people that use black people in the third person, like as they, them. They don't like using pronouns for trans people, but they like using them when they talk about people that, black people, even black. Like Jason Whitlock, when he talks about black people, he often say the black perspective, right? Whatever, conservative perspective. When Candace Owens talks about black people, he's not talking about herself. She'll never say my people. She'll say black people over there. That thing fell again, didn't it?
I can't come in too hard on him. Yeah, I'm gonna bump him up and then I'm gonna break him down slow. Yeah, but no, you just need to break him down.
Refill, you yell at me. You know what I'm saying? You yell at me and rush me to hurry up and get your food to you. And it's just a fact. You come to Waffle House expecting a home-cooked meal. And I'm not kidding. Everything had to be cooked a specific way. And when I had to deal with a family of 10 people and y'all all want specific meals, yeah, it gets hard. Yeah, it gets annoying, especially when on top of the fact that y'all all want special y'all are also annoying. Y'all also want refills every 10 seconds. And you also leave me no tip. And I'm not kidding. I cried when I had to serve a family of Black people. I did. And what, y'all think I'm gonna serve a whole family and not try to get a tip? Yeah, I tried. When it was a whole family, I tried to treat them the best as possible because I'm hoping, like, yes, I'll get a good tip maybe. But yeah, it just never happened. It never did. It never did. So yeah, I gave up. Yeah, I sure did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like,
hey, kid, when I go out and we go out to these restaurants, and when I come in, and then it's like I had my daughter and then her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is African, right? He's total Black, right? He's pure blood, right? He's a pure blood. Now, I noticed, like, when we go out, like the waitresses, they look at us like, yeah, come over here, sit right here. I was like, why she treat me this way?
Yeah, because you don't get treated that way when you don't have the African with you, do you? Because you're not Black, right? You're Mexicans.
And I always tip them good. And when I give them a tip, they be like, oh my God, thank you. Yeah, stereotypes are not given, they earned. Yeah.
Like,
they delete his TikTok. TikTok does. For that video. You know what's crazy? You could be Black and be the vile, disgusting racist. Nothing will happen to you. Like on all these Black people on TikTok talking about Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, just in general, you can embracing what he did, saying he did the right thing. Yeah, you could be vile, disgusting, just the epitome of racism. Nothing will happen to you. Yeah. You say any little critique about Black folks, your video comes down. Yeah. He responds after he gets banned on TikTok.
Okay, so a little bit later, I'm going to play a video of somebody exposing the reality about this person who put this video out. You know, I'm not so sure that the Hodge twins were fooled. I think the Hodge twins see somebody running a grift that they run themselves, you know, when they cherry pick and make content about a video about a Black person and it gets some 2 million views. You know, basically this kid did the same thing. The waiter or waitress, the waiter, this guy. Yeah. But we'll get to that. So don't leave. Don't, try to stick in there with us.
Don't feel bad. We got banned too. Like 30 times.
My TikTok account with 12,000 followers, 1 million views, and in one day, it just got banned. And it hurts. It hurts really bad, because I had a lot of money waiting for me in that account that I was depending on to pay for things that I need. But you know what? Instead of laying down and crying, because I really do want to cry, because it took me a long time to get 10,000 followers. It took me a long.
Now, we all know if it was a Black person being theatrical like this, that the Hodge twins be making jokes. But I'm noticing they're not making any jokes. See, a lot of times when a racist, and there's a lot of racist Mexicans. We just heard one Latino guy breaking down how his people are very racist.
A lot of people don't understand when I say that Mexicans are culturally racist. They think that I'm calling us openly racist. We are culturally racist, and this is how. Part of our culture is to frown upon dark-skinned people. It's been passed down to us by the Spaniards, by our colonizers, by the people that conquered us, taught us that dark skin is inferior, light skin is superior, and things of that nature. We were taught that. It was passed down to us, meaning it's part of our culture. We are culturally racist in this aspect. That doesn't mean I go out in the streets and want to hurt Black people because they're Black. Right. It means that our teachings, the way we're raised, is that we are raised to subconsciously believe that dark skin is inferior and light skin is superior.
And I'm saying the Hodge twins try to say that they're comedians, though they don't do any jokes. They just act silly. Have any real jokes. They don't have really good timing. No punchlines. They just, I don't know what they're doing. They used to take their shirts off and flex their muscles for views. And then they did some like Laurel Hardy, Three Stooges with only 2 of them. I don't know, it's weird. But the thing is, I always thought they died in a horrible coon accident, a couple of rakes on the stage and they just walk into them, some shit like that. But it would be like a hole instead of a rake. But yeah, they hide behind it to say that they're comedians. But wouldn't comedians roast this guy for crying like this? Like blubbering, like basically, I'm sure he's got a GoFundMe set up at this point. Like these are just jokes. It's like you should be like, well, this is a GoFundMe video. I thought this was a rant. Oh, okay. So this is how you know that the Hodge twins, what they really are about.
And to ban me for some shit that y'all said wasn't against the guidelines. I made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines.
He said, I made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines. He made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines. Listen to what he said. I listened. He kept making the same video about black people over and over. That's what got him banned. The Hodge twins don't listen well. It's like it got tortillas in their ears. Some maize is in their eardrums. They're not listening. He said that he kept doing the same. He didn't just put up a video that was critical and said they on tip, man, and walk off. He kept doing the same. He kept poking the same bear in the ass like this because it gave him views. 1 million views in 24 hours. He did the same video like 10 times. That's what got him flagged, and that's what got him knocked out. It wasn't one video. Anybody with any sense knows you don't do one video and get your channel deleted. Let's keep going.
And you're going to ban me for the same video. And it just doesn't make sense to me, bro.
You're going to ban me for the same video. Look at the Hodge twins. Look at them. Nothing to say. Not stopping. Nothing to express. These are racist scumbags. And not very funny. And worse than that, they're unethical. Yeah, man, there are a lot of people who don't like black people, but they're ethical. I don't think Bill Riley's a big fan of the blacks. Let's keep going, Joss. Why did I say Bill O'Reilly? I don't think Don Lemon likes black people all that much either. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris. I don't think these people like black people that much. Really.
It's like, now I have to make a whole nother account and do this again. Like,
that's what happened when you talk about black people. Yeah, we had a count. It was what? We had 2 million. Yeah. Then we had a second one. It got over 1 million. Gone. Now
because they did the same thing he did. See, shitting on black people will get you a lot of views because America, we're the most hated group in America. It's not Jewish people. They just had the most power that when they're hated, the swiftest backlash comes with teeth. But if you shit on black people, you can be Charleston White. Damn, I didn't mean to say that because I don't want to give it away. But if you criticize black people, if you go in on black people enough, you will develop an audience. Very easy. Come on, guys. The black conservative perspective is not talented. Come on, man. He talks like this. First of all, I mean, come on. He don't even comb his hairline's jacked up. He don't even comb the back of his neck. These are not. There's no quality to his videos. Like these people, they're only big because they go after the lowest comment, the group that's hated the most gets them the most views. It's either that or LGBTQ. But if you go after LGBTQ, you don't have to do 10 videos. You could do 3. Let's keep going, Josh. This is good. You're going to learn today. You're going to learn today.
We had 2 million followers. Gone. Yeah. Then we started another count. I think we got up to 600. Yeah. Gone. Yeah. I got one that is 260. They kept removing up. I just gave up. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, why even bother? They're going to delete it. I put comments down to get deleted on TikTok. I leave a comment. You are such a clown. It gets removed. Okay, you can't call people clowns. That's violence. Well, they call me clowns all the time, and nothing happens to them. Well, people on the left. Well, we're clowns. You didn't know that? We're the clowns.
Now, you two literally are clowns. Literally.
And it's like, I always say,
man, if you are comedians, you're supposed to be roasting this guy up here with the waterworks. You don't really believe this, do you? No jokes at all? None? Nothing? No digs, no roasting, nothing? You like a reverse Carrot Top sitting up in this motherfucker crying. I don't care if he's 20 or 19. Yo, punk ass off the internet, go home. Go cut some lawns. Pool boy, go do something else. Go flip burgers. This life ain't for you. Roast his ass. Nothing. Not comedians. Can't even be comedians. Can't do that.
Minor setbacks, major comebacks. I'm going to come back harder and stronger than ever. It just sucks, you know?
He said the N-word, so he's probably mixed. Yeah, he's definitely biracial. You ain't one of them. Yeah, you're not one of them.
He said you're not one of them, see? You said you're not one of them. I'm only re-emphasizing because I'm tired of people saying the twins is black. They not. These are Mexicans. They're Blexicans. They're Blaxicans. They hate black people too.
You only about half. Yeah. You only about half sub-Saharan. They'll never accept you. Yeah. Even when you said that word, it didn't even come off like it was you. You're trying to put on this facade like that you're black. You're a biracial black guy. Yeah. You're a biracial white guy. The only people that really think you're black is white supremacists. I can see them. Look at his hair. Yeah. Look how curly it is.
Even when they're trying to be funny, it's not about him. It's about something else. See? This is what they do when they protect their own.
Yeah. He's got that sub-Saharan in him. Yeah. I bet his nuts is black. Hey, wait a minute. I was going to say something, man. You cut me off and said something stupid. Look at his hair. Look, black people, when they look at you, they don't see a black man. I'm telling you, I speak from experience. Yeah, and I'm 56 sub-Saharan, and my hair is not as nice as yours.
And they're twins, so they're both 56 sub-Saharan. And guess what? They hate themselves. I bet you in their family, they were considered N-words. It's a reason why they treat black people the way they do and make content. Other than the fact they're greedy bastards with no ethics. It is very lucrative to dog out black people on the internet.
Yeah. I got a little curl going, but you got the curls for the girl. You got the light eyes, got the light skin. Man,
Jesus
you
Christ.
Some white one. People don't see you as black. I don't see you as black. You just biracial. Stop trying to be black. Just be you.
Yeah, I don't see you as black either.
You're biracial. Yeah.
I don't see you as funny either, but you know.
Took me years to get to 10,000, bro. Years. And it's banned. And one day, just like that, just banned. Like, what the f is it, like, banned, like, permanently? It can't be banned for a week or something, like, permanently? And I have to start all the way over?
Yeah, that's right, Sparky. Got to start all the way over. What's that guy was on the Simpsons with the crazy hair? Forget his name, man. Yeah, you got to start all the way over. Cool Hand Luke. That's not his name. Got to start all the way over. Spaghetti head. Yep. Ratatouille, you got to start all the way over.
I really just want to lay down and just cuddle up in my room and just die. Like, I want to die. Because this was the only future I saw
Whose car is that you're in? You're in a car. Whose car is that?
For myself.
He's like late teens. Yeah. He's young. He's young. He thinks the world's going to end. But it's not.
And they just threw my whole account away. I had so much money. What?
No, you didn't. You didn't. Go work for it. You didn't work for it. You just dumped on black people and got racists to follow you. That's it. It's not work. Anybody could do it. A monkey could do it.
For me in that account.
Yeah, that's sub-Saharan coming out of you now. You gotta see that sub-Saharan. You can see that lack of violence. Yeah, that lack of impulse control. Yeah, you need to start a YouTube. You got a chance. TikTok, that is straight communism. You can't post anything critical of black folks. You can't criticize the LGBTQ, black folks, especially the LGBTQ. You get on there and criticize white people all you want. You probably get 1 million followers over there. If you was a black supremacist, you have 10 million followers right now.
Okay, so we understand everything that the Hodgkins had to say. They had to dump, like they couldn't understand that maybe this guy is not telling the truth. But they believed him. Why they believe him? Because he wasn't black. Yeah, they believe you. The Hodgkins, no spotty senses when it comes to people that are light-skinned, the mixologists. No, fellow Mexican. I don't know. I really don't know what he is. But yeah, no situational awareness, no IQ, no EQ, no nothing. Because, well, he wasn't black enough. If that was a black person, they would have been up to the government. Like, I wonder if this guy's telling the truth. Is he out on parole? What's happening? How many baby mamas does he have? Probably got a couple of DUIs. Probably got some PPP loan fraud going on. Like, they would have come up with all types of stuff, but not with this guy. That's because he's racist, and so are the people that like them. But then I ran across this video from this young man, and he's going to do all the things and say all the things.
Actions was a person, Dre Phenom would be the living embodiment of this. So let me tell you about this person. This guy had over 12,000 followers, but he was getting his followers by rage baiting. He was saying all his black customers are ghetto, they are the worst people he serves, and he was doubling down on it because he was getting views and engagement from it. But the issue is when you're baiting for engagement, you may end up being banned. and this is exactly what happened to this person. And now you see he went from 12,000 followers to 88 followers. And ever since then, he's been making video after video, acting like, oh, this shit don't affect me. If I did it once, I'll do it again.
See what I'm saying? Look how many, this is just like there's 5 videos as you can see of this kid who said he was a server, which we don't even know if it's true if he worked at Waffle House. Could just made that up. He made 5 videos, the same thing, complaining about getting his page taken down. He did the same thing before. He did rage bait videos about black people, all 5 videos about black people, and tipping, just like he just did with this. Over and over to feed the algorithm. Same topic. Dumping on one particular group the whole time. So, this guy, like, I'm glad that, so, took me all of 5 minutes to find this video explaining everything in the guy's strategy that the Hodge twins don't have to look up, because why would you care? It's just black people.
And this is exactly what happened to this person. And now you see he went from 12,000 followers to 88 followers. And ever since then, he's been making video after video, acting like, oh, this shit don't affect me. If I did it once, I'll do it again. But then in the next video, he's crying like a and it's because of the consequences of your own action and the fact that you're a mixed person and you're out here making content trying to tear down black people or black customers. You deserve to lose your page, and seeing you cry about it and try and make content to get back to where you were, you showed who the you were, and people ain't with it. Now you got to deal with the consequences of your actions.
Oh yeah, I just want to point out, this is exactly what the Hodge twins do. Look at their video count when they talk about politics, which they know nothing about, and look at their video count when they talk about black people. And every once in a while, they go back talking to black people because that's what keeps the lights on. That's where the money come from. That's the money shot right there. It's called rage bait. And that's why they got so many followers, because the followers can't stand black people. So as long as you just keep doing that, there's an audience. It's just like if you were looking for, if you talked about the Los Angeles Lakers, you dogged out the Los Angeles Lakers. That's a very popular team to hate. A lot of people are fans of the Dallas Cowboys. Very popular team. There are people all over the country who hate those people because they're also liked, but they're also hated. If this kid would have been trashing, I don't know, Indian folks, no, he would have got nothing. He wouldn't have got 1 million views. If the Hodge twins were dumping on, I don't know, Ukrainians, nothing would happen for them. It's all a strategy. What I found funny about it, man, made me want to do this video, is there are people that actually think the Hodge twins are talented. They're not. Anybody who does rage bait against black people will end up with a lot of followers. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. Perfect. You made it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I am way late, but you know what? I was up late and on a panel or two last night, and you know what? I overslept. So it was a good Father's Day, and not that much of a news day. I want to talk about Saturday. Watching the Trump parade. It was actually a good time. A few friends dropped by. we went long on the show, and I think Kimmy Cakes actually said it best. She enjoyed it, and she is always the barometer of if a show is good. It was very enjoyable in spite of Trump. So kudos to the Army. And I was in the Navy, but the Army pulled off a very good parade. They showed their stuff, and even a Navy man appreciates the performance. So this little opinion piece here, let's hear it. Some good words here.
on a drizzly Saturday afternoon with considerable consternation and concern. I knew that President Donald Trump had been agitating for such a spectacle since 2017, but that his first Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis, had refused because he viewed this as something that occurred in dictatorships such as Russia and North Korea. In private, Mattis reportedly said he would rather swallow acid than have troops parading through the Capitol. Now, Trump has a far more accommodating and far less qualified Secretary of Defense in Pete Hegseth, thereby opening the door to the politicization of the U.S. armed forces. That danger has been on display in the past week, with Trump deploying the National Guard and U.S. Marines to Los Angeles over the protests of local leaders and delivering a campaign-style speech at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, that produced disturbing video clips of 82nd Airborne troops cheering while he bashed Democrats in the media. My worry was that Trump would turn the Army parade into just another political pageant. Those concerns only grew when I saw how many of the spectators were wearing MAGA hats or shirts. But my apprehension began to melt away as soon as the music started to play and the soldiers began to march. Dear reader, I hope you do not think I am going soft on Trump if I tell you that I thoroughly enjoyed the entire parade. As a military history nerd, I love to see the soldiers marching by in period uniforms from the American Revolution, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Gulf War. I thrilled to the flybys from historic aircraft, including a C-47 transport, P-51 fighter aircraft, and a Huey helicopter, and the daring skydiving of the Army's Golden Knights parachute team. I thought it was cool to see some soldiers going by on horseback, while others drove historic vehicles such as Jeeps and M4 Sherman tanks. Near the end, the Army even showcased its weapons of the future with a drone flyby and a walkby from drones resembling dogs. One of the more controversial aspects of the parade was the participation of 70-ton M1 Abrams tank, which had the potential to tear up city streets and to recall unpleasant images from other countries of what happens when tanks enter the Capitol. Thanks but no tanks, read a protest sign I glimpsed on my way in. But I enjoyed seeing the smoke-belching monsters rattle down the street, and it was hard to see anything threatening about it when the crew members were smiling and waving at the spectators, and in some cases making heart gestures with their hands. This was not a menacing, goose-stepping parade a la Moscow or Pyongyang. It was America's Army on display, and I appreciated how many of the GIs were women or ethnic minorities. A reminder of the limits of Hegseth's anti-DEI purges in a force that truly represents the entire country. I think it was a good thing for Americans to be reminded of the glorious history of their army, a force for freedom that has defeated some of the most monstrous evils of the past 2 centuries, including the Confederacy, Imperial and Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, and the Soviet Empire. Granted, the Army has also engaged in reprehensible conduct over the centuries, from the American Indian Wars to Abu Ghraib, but it makes sense on a day like this to celebrate rather than criticize the soldiers who put their lives on the line to defend us. My enjoyment of the parade, admittedly, was heightened by the fact that I was sitting at the corner of Constitution Avenue and 14th Street, safely out of sight of the reviewing stand on the ellipse where Trump sat glowering as the troops marched past. I was greatly relieved that Trump, in a rare amount of self-control, kept his remarks short and focused on the Army, not, as is usually the case, on glorifying himself or bashing his political opponents. I even secretly enjoyed the post-parade ceremony where Trump led a group of new soldiers in taking their oath of enlistment. I hope he noted that they swore to support and defend the Constitution, not the MAGA movement, and that while they vowed to obey the president's orders and those of officers appointed over me, there was an important addendum. According to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, those regulations prohibit partisan political activity. Rolling Stone headlined its story about the day, Trump's military birthday was a gross failure. I think that's right, but the flip side is that the Army's military parade was an absolute success. In other words, Trump did not hijack the event. For the Army, this was mission accomplished. With night falling on Washington and the skies clearing up, I'm sure that the generals left the festivities with as much relief as I did.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Not even Trump could ruin it. So let us move on. This is probably going to be a short show. There's actually not that much news. I do have a bunch of boring stuff for Neeli, who wants to be bored, apparently. He's showed up. So Trump vetoed Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. Very interesting. And they didn't do permanent damage to the nuclear program either. After reviewing a proposal from Israel aimed at eliminating Iran's top religious and political figure, President Donald Trump decided against approving the plan. Who knew that President Trump was approving plans? So he did know that Israel was going to strike. Interesting. The veto aimed to prevent escalation following Israel's June 13 airstrikes targeting Iran's nuclear and military facilities, which intensified the ongoing conflict. By June 15th, Israeli and Iranian forces continued exchanging missile strikes, with Iran firing fewer than 100 rockets and Israeli airstrikes reportedly killing over 400 people inside Iran. Excuse me. Trump warned Iran that any attack on U.S. interests would prompt a military response of unprecedented scale and expressed hope that Israel and Iran would soon reach a deal to end hostilities. The veto and diplomatic efforts reflect U.S. attempts to de-escalate the crisis despite ongoing attacks, while observers note that achieving a negotiated settlement will remain very difficult. Well, my takeaway is who knew Trump had that much power? Wow. I wonder if he might annex Israel. You know, if Greenland doesn't want to come along, I bet Israel will. Let's see. Trump says possible U.S. could get involved in Iran-Israel conflict. We're not involved. He's approving plans. We're already involved. On June 15, 2025, Israel intensified airstrikes targeting over 250 locations in Tehran, including nuclear and military sites, amid exchanges of missiles with Iran. The escalation followed Israel's initial attack starting June 12 and coincided with the cancellation of Iran-U.S. nuclear talks scheduled for June 15th in Muscat. Israel retaliated with ballistic missile and drone strikes on Iran retaliated with ballistic missile and drone strikes on Israeli cities, resulting in at least 13 deaths and dozens of injuries, while Iran reported about 75 killed in Israeli attacks. U.S. President Donald Trump stated that the U.S. had no role in the attacks, but warned of a strong military response if Iran attacked U.S. targets, adding that U.S. involvement remains possible. The violence has heightened regional tensions with international calls for de-escalation, but Israeli officials pledged continued military action against Iran's regime until the nuclear threat ends. Well, we'll see how this turns out. And moving back to domestic news, golden share in U.S. Steel gives Trump extraordinary control, which is what he wants. Administration officials secured a deal that will give the president unusual influence over a private company and could serve as a model for other deals. Ugh.
Golden share in U.S. Steel gives Trump extraordinary control.
Well, Trump is famous for bankrupting companies. Let's he wants to be CEO of another company, apparently.
This article is by Anna Swanson and Lauren Hirsch and read by an automated voice. To save its takeover of U.S. Steel, Japan's Nippon Steel agreed to an unusual arrangement, granting the White House a golden share that gives the government an extraordinary amount of influence over a U.S. company. New details of the agreement show that the structure would give President Trump and his successors a permanent stake in U.S. Steel, significant sway over its board, and veto power over a wide array of company actions, an arrangement that could change the nature of foreign investment in the United States. The terms of the arrangement were hammered out in meetings that went late into the night on Wednesday and Thursday, according to two people familiar with the details. Representatives from Nippon Steel, which had been trying to acquire the struggling U.S. Steel since December 2023 but had been blocked by the Biden administration over national security concerns, came around to Mr. Trump's desire to take a stake that would give the U.S. government significant control over the company's actions. Nippon had argued that this influence should expire perhaps after 3 or 4 years, the duration of the Trump administration. But in the meetings, which were held at the Commerce Department, Trump officials led by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick insisted that the golden share should last in perpetuity, the two people said. Under the terms of the National Security Pact, which the companies said they signed Friday, the U.S. government would retain a single share of preferred stock, called Class G as in gold. And U.S. Steel's charter will list nearly a dozen activities the company cannot undertake without the approval of the American president or someone he designates in his stead. Activities requiring the president's permission include the company transferring production or jobs outside the United States, closing or idling plants before agreed-upon timeframes, and making certain changes to how it sources its raw materials. While the companies have called their deal a partnership, U.S. Steel has not issued any security filings to indicate that it has significantly altered.
I have to ask this question. That sounds mighty communistic. Interesting. A president has to, oh wow. Dictatorship? Communist? Interesting.
The terms of its $14.9 billion sale to Nippon, which shareholders approved 14 months ago. In an update on Saturday to members of the United Steelworkers Union, which had strongly opposed a sale to Nippon, its president David McCall expressed displeasure about the deal. "We're disappointed that President Trump reversed course, jeopardizing the future of American steelmaking by allowing the merger, now described as a partnership, despite over a year of the president speaking forcefully against it," he said. Mr. Lutnick wrote on X on Saturday that the deal would revitalize U.S. Steel and help expand steel production in the United States. The golden share held by the United States in U.S. Steel has powerful terms that directly benefit and protect America, Pennsylvania, the great steelworkers of U.S. Steel, and U.S. manufacturers that will have massively expanded access to domestically produced steel, he said. In a statement, Kush Desai, a White House spokesman, said, "Steel is the backbone of a modern economy and military. The Trump administration is committed to ensuring that foreign business decisions do not undermine our national and economic security." A spokesman for Nippon declined to comment. U.S. Steel did not respond to a request for comment. It's not uncommon for the U.S. government to raise national security concerns about foreign investments in American companies. The government generally has wide latitude on the conditions it imposes and reaches dozens of deals each year with companies to address them. But the agreement with the steel companies, the details of which are not public, appears to give the U.S. government unusually expansive power. The U.S. government has historically taken stakes in companies only when they were under financial duress or played a significant role in the economy. During the 2008-9 financial crisis, for example, it acquired a large stake in General Motors as part of a bailout and took control of the mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The U.S. Treasury sold the last of its stake in General Motors in 2013. President Trump has intermittently floated the idea of releasing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac from government control. It was not yet clear if the president might demand a golden share in other negotiations that have stalled over national security concerns, like those involving TikTok, the Chinese social media platform. But the talks with the U.S. steel titan and its Japanese acquirer provide another example of Mr. Trump taking an expansive interpretation of his power as commander-in-chief. Under the terms of the deal with the steel companies, the president could exert significant influence over U.S. Steel's board. the president has the authority to directly appoint one of the board's 3 independent directors and approve or reject appointments for the other 2, the 2 people familiar with the negotiation said. The golden share in U.S. Steel cannot be transferred or sold by a future president, they said. They also described the share as non-economic, meaning that it would not affect the size of other U.S. Steel shareholders' stakes or give the U.S. government the chance to directly profit from U.S. Steel in the form of dividends. For many national security experts, the concept of the golden share itself is perhaps more seismic than the terms of the actual security agreement. Aaron Bartnick, an official in the Biden White House and Treasury Department who worked on national security reviews of foreign investments, said that taking equity in a company as a condition for such an approval was, quote, pretty unprecedented. It's not at all clear to me how the equity stake, as opposed to just the associated governance rights, is necessary for safeguarding national security, he added. Mr. Lutnick, a former New York bond broker, has been particularly interested in injecting out-of-the-box thinking from the investment world into Washington. He has expressed interest in helping to establish a sovereign wealth fund and has been a strong proponent of the golden share, a concept familiar to Wall Street investors who have dealings in countries like Britain, China, and Brazil. While such investment deals are typically led by the Treasury Department, it was Mr. Lutnick who led the negotiations with Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel, partly because of his advocacy for the golden share idea. David E. Shapiro and Michael Grimes, senior officials at the Commerce Department who work on its newly created Investment Accelerator, also played key roles in the discussions last week, shortly after Mr. Lutnick had returned from trade talks with Chinese officials in London. Mr. Trump had ordered a new national security review of NAPI's deal with U.S. Steel soon after taking office. Government agencies offered Mr. Trump suggestions for ways to mitigate any national security concerns arising from Nippon's acquisition, but Mr. Trump had rejected them. The concept of the golden share, however, appealed to Mr. Trump. About a week and a half ago, Mr. Trump asked Mr. Lutnick to finalize the arrangement. While Mr. Lutnick agreed to some concessions, he also demanded that the president be able to veto the company's actions in nearly a dozen areas, including decisions around relocating U.S. Steel's headquarters or factories. While talks were held at the Commerce Department on Thursday night, Israel had attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. The conflagration diverted Mr. Trump's and the White House's attention on Friday. But by late Friday afternoon, Mr. Trump had signed the papers finalizing the deal. We have a golden share, which I control, or the president controls, Mr. Trump told reporters on Thursday. Now I'm a little concerned, whoever the president might be, but that gives you total control. Globally, golden shares have typically been reserved for companies that countries consider national champions. Brazil owns a stake in the plane maker Embraer, China has an indirect stake in TikTok's parent, ByteDance, and the United Kingdom holds a golden share in the defense company BAE Systems. U.S. officials have historically taken issue with these structures, arguing instead for freer markets. European courts have struck down a number of golden shares on grounds that they limit the flow of capital. Security experts said the adoption of a golden share in the United States could permanently alter the way that foreign investors view deal-making in the country. A bigger issue is the messaging that it sends to the market, which is the U.S. government is intervening increasingly in transactions that don't seem to have, by traditional standards, significant national security risks, said Stephen Heifetz, a partner at the law firm Wilson Sonsini Goodrich and Rosati. It is going to cause people to spend more time thinking about the obstacles to investing in the U.S. market, he said.
Very interesting. I don't like it. I'm kind of surprised that this takes place. It's honestly the first time I've ever heard of a golden share, and I think that not making a big deal of this. Trump is doing this for a reason. This is essentially some sort of bailout, and This is actually pretty concerning. The government getting this much into a company. So, Trump's America. So, moving on, kind of a follow up from last week. Suspect in Minnesota shootings in custody after wide manhunt. Surprising how old this guy is. He's 57. Old men don't do crimes that much, but apparently this is a young 57.
You're listening to Suspect in Minnesota Shootings in Custody After Wide Manhunt, a news story written by Patrick Marley and Merrill Cornfield and read by an AI-generated voice. Minneapolis. The man suspected of shooting 2 Democratic lawmakers and their spouses in their homes in what officials describe as politically motivated attacks was arrested and charged Sunday evening after authorities scoured the rural area around where he had a home after a sprawling manhunt involving more than 100 officers. For nearly 2 days, authorities had been searching for 57-year-old Vance Luther Bolter, a resident of Green Isle, Minnesota, a small town in Sibley County about 45 miles southwest of the Twin Cities. The search began after a gunman opened fire on State Senator John Hoffman and his wife in the quiet Minneapolis suburb of Champlin early Saturday, before driving about 10 miles to the neighboring suburb of Brooklyn Park, home of State Representative Melissa Hortman, the former Speaker of the Minnesota House. Hortman and her husband Mark were shot and killed, while Hoffman and his wife Yvette survived and remain hospitalized in serious condition. The suspect in the case posed as a police officer to gain entry to the homes of the 2 lawmakers, authorities have said. The gunman fled after a shootout with police following the second of the 2 pre-dawn attacks, leaving behind a chilling trove of evidence and a sprawling police search. Earlier on Sunday, law enforcement authorities in Green Isle found another car associated with Bolter and seized belongings they believed relevant. At about 9 p.m. local time, law enforcement apprehended Bolter. A grim-faced Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Democrat, said that violence cannot be the way the country deals with its political differences, after announcing the apprehension of Vance Bolter on suspicion of killing a lawmaker and her husband. One man's unthinkable actions have altered the state of Minnesota, Walz said. Bolter was charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder, according to a complaint unsealed in Hennepin County District Court Sunday night. The FBI will review whether federal charges should also be issued, said Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Police said they have not found evidence of Bolter making previous threats to politicians. They have not found a traditional manifesto associated with Bolter laying out a motive for the crimes. Still, authorities believe that the shootings were deliberate and targeted. Officials have said they found in one of Bolter's cars a roster of dozens of names, including Democratic lawmakers, and people who are supportive of abortion rights and other liberal causes. They also found No Kings flyers, sparking worries for law enforcement that the suspect may have wanted to attack one of Saturday's gatherings protesting President Donald Trump. The list included Senator Tina Smith, Democrat Minnesota.
I have to tell you something funny. On Saturday, the news about, all these No Kings flyers in his car got out. And some moron in the chat, who shall remain nameless, is like, oh, he was a Democrat. I'm like, the critical thinking skills of these MAGA folks is stunningly bad.
Minnesota. Prominent abortion rights advocates, and, according to a Democratic lawmaker from Wisconsin, at least 11 Democratic legislators from that state. Other names on the list came from across the Midwest, including Michigan, Illinois, and Iowa, according to Evans. As part of their investigation, officials spoke with Bolter's wife and family members who were cooperative and were not taken into custody, Evans said earlier Sunday. At a Minneapolis home where Bolter rented a room, his housemates also were interviewed by law enforcement. Interviews and a review of Bolter's online presence paint a picture of a man who had a hodgepodge of work experiences, embraced his born-again Christian faith, and split his time between his rural home and a place in Minneapolis. At times, he seems to have played up his security qualifications while paying his bills by working at funeral homes. Bolter reveled in his plans to start a security firm, went to church weekly, offered to help anyone, and sometimes complained about Democratic politicians, said David Carlson, his roommate and lifelong friend. Because of the distance from the Green Isle home Bolter shared with his wife, he had been staying at Carlson's home in Minneapolis a couple of nights a week for the past year or so, when he was working on-call shifts at funeral homes. Bolter quit a few months ago so he could take a 2-week trip to Africa, where he hoped to set up a security business. When he returned, he took a job extracting eyeballs from dead bodies for organ donation, Carlson said. After returning from Africa, he seemed to be struggling a little bit, but he exhibited no signs he would commit violence, Carlson said. He wasn't as cheerful as he used to be, Carlson said. He had a job and everything. He was doing okay. Bolter was trying to set up an armed home security company called Praetorian Guard Security Services, but he struggled to get the business off the ground, Carlson said. On its website, Praetorian touts that the firm uses vehicles that look like police SUVs. That was just Vance, Carlson said. He would just try to get things started. Oh, I bought the 2 cars for security, but he had no clients and he had no business. He had no employees. He wasn't doing security for anybody. It wasn't his job. Carlson said he did not recall ever hearing Bolter talk about Hortman or Hoffman, the 2 state lawmakers who were attacked. But Bolter sometimes disparaged other Democrats, Carlson said. He didn't like Nancy Pelosi, he said, referring to the California Congresswoman and former Speaker of the House. He didn't like Tim Walz. He didn't like former President Joe Biden. Bolter's comments were ordinary complaints about politicians, and he didn't express extreme views, Carlson said. He said Bolter supported Trump and tuned into programming from Alex Jones's conspiracy-filled InfoWars site. Bolter would be offended if anyone called him a Democrat, his roommate said. Bolter became a born-again Christian in high school, Carlson said. He just changed everything in his life, 100%, he said. Everything in his life he just changed. And he was preaching in the park, living in the park in a tent. He remains religious and is a very caring, loving person, Carlson said. According to a 2023 sermon that was streamed online, Bolter told a congregation he met Jesus when he was 17 and printed pamphlets about his experience so he could spread the word of God. He told the congregation to recognize God's plan for them. When I die and go to heaven, I don't want to just listen to the other people tell their stories, he said. I want to have my own story to tell. Carlson said he last spoke with Bolter at about 7 p.m. Friday, when he talked to him through the door to his room. Bolter said he was already in bed, so he would be well rested for his overnight job, Carlson said. The shootings occurred several hours later. Bolter returned to their Minneapolis home at about 6 a.m. Saturday, according to home security footage that Carlson described. He said one of Bolter's car windows had been smashed out, and a hammer was left on the passenger side of the car. That day, Bolter sent a text message to Carlson and another friend telling them he loved them, Carlson said. I made some choices, and you guys don't know anything about this, but I'm going to be gone for a while, Bolter wrote, according to Carlson. Maybe dead shortly, so I just want to let you know I love you guys both, and I wish it hadn't gone this way. Carlson said he called Bolter but couldn't reach him. He then called the police, he said. Saturday afternoon, officers in an armored truck broke down the door to Carlson and Bolter's home and smashed out the windows. At a news conference Saturday, Walz called Hortman's killing a politically motivated assassination. As of Sunday afternoon, Walz had not received a call from Trump about the shootings, a person close to the governor said, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue. Biden and Vice President J.D. Vance called and spoke with the governor on Saturday. Earlier in the day, Trump told an ABC News reporter that he thought Walz was a terrible governor. I think he's a grossly incompetent person. He then was non-committal on whether he would offer support. But I may call him. I may call other people too, Trump said. The White House did not respond to questions about whom the president had called about the shootings and search for a suspect. Trump said Saturday afternoon in a Truth Social post that he had been briefed on the shooting and promised the Justice Department would prosecute anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law. Such horrific violence will not be tolerated in the United States of America, he wrote. The Hoffmans were each shot multiple times and underwent emergency surgery, a relative, Matt Oleg, wrote in a Facebook post and confirmed to the Washington Post. Yvette Hoffman threw herself on her daughter, using her body as a shield to save her life, according to Oleg, the couple's nephew. Yvette Hoffman said she was hit by 8 bullets while her husband took 9. Her husband is having more surgeries, but is closer every hour to being out of the woods. She wrote in a text message that Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat Minnesota, posted online. Klobuchar described Hortman as a friend she grew close to as a fellow mother in politics and a public servant committed to bettering their state. Melissa Hortman is the most incredible person that I wish everyone in the nation knew, Klobuchar said Sunday on CNN's State of the Union. She described the late Democratic leader's work on landmark legislation to provide free school lunches and paid family leave and experiences as a Sunday school teacher and Girl Scout leader. She was extraordinary. Waltz ordered Minnesota flags to fly at half-staff Saturday in honor of Hortman, whom he described as the most consequential speaker in state history. On Sunday morning, 2 FBI agents and a state agent returned to the Minneapolis home where Bolter resided a couple of times a week. They were there for another round of interviews with Carlson and another roommate. Afterward, Carlson spoke to reporters on his doorstep for about 25 minutes. He said he wanted the public to have a fuller picture of the caring person whom he still considers his best friend. I just want you guys to just not say crazy right-winger gone nuts. And that was all he is, he said. It just bothers me that that's his legacy, but I knew him my whole life. He was a good guy. He broke into tears and stepped back into his home. Cornfield reported from Washington. Holly Bailey in Minneapolis, Neha Masi in Seoul, and Dylan Wells, Shannon Osaka, Kyle Rempfer, and Pravina Somasundaram in Washington contributed to this report.
Sometimes it's okay to admit that your best friend is a horrible person. Oh, my Lord. Ugh. So, moving on, and more in Trump news. Trump accelerates push to reward loyalty in federal workforce. I don't know. It is odd that someone who's supposed to be in office for only 3 more years needs this kind of loyalty. In theory, this is his last term.
You're listening to Trump Accelerates Push to Reward Loyalty in Federal Workforce, a news story written by Meryl Cornfield and Hannah Nathanson and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump is accelerating efforts to transform the federal workforce from a nonpartisan, merit-based civil service to a system that values loyalty to the president and to push policies that allow the administration to more easily dismiss career employees, according to federal workers, public service experts, and employment attorneys. The ongoing shift would erase decades of precedent in which federal hiring, retention, and promotion are designed to be based largely on skills and experience, the workers, experts, and attorneys say. The House-passed budget proposal under consideration in the Senate would give new federal workers an ultimatum to accept at-will status, meaning they could be more easily fired or pay a higher retirement contribution. The administration also unveiled a plan to require job applicants to write short essays describing how they plan to advance Trump's priorities. And Trump has revived his previous efforts to reclassify thousands of federal employees and blur the line between political appointees and career professionals. These employees could be replaced with partisan loyalists, people who will obey any order regardless of the Constitution, said Joe Spielberger, senior policy counsel at the Project on Government Oversight. This elevates loyalty to an individual president over the oath of office and the best interests of the public. Many civil servants now fear the changes will further upend a workforce that has historically prized competence and neutrality. In interviews with 13 federal employees across 7 agencies, almost all of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity out of concern for retaliation, workers described the transformation as a direct assault on the foundational principles of public service. They said the administration's moves appear designed to hollow out a government staffed by experts and replace it with one filled by political allies. The Trump administration argues that the government had stopped hiring based on merit, pointing to agencies that released demographic recruitment and workforce data and carried out diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI policies. The Office of Personnel Management issued a federal hiring overhaul May 29th, telling agencies to end DEI programs and to limit disseminating information regarding the composition of the agency's workforce based on race, sex, color, religion, or national origin. The plan also would require the government to recruit people early in their careers, those with expertise in STEM and veterans. How would you help advance the president's executive orders and policy priorities in this role? Identify 1 or 2 relevant executive orders or policy initiatives that are significant to you and explain how you would help implement them if hired. Before this new plan, federal hiring was not merit-focused and relied on subjective self-assessments, academic pedigree, overlong federal resumes, and DEI criteria. OPM spokeswoman McLareen Pinover said in a statement to the Washington Post. With the merit hiring plan, the Trump administration is prioritizing the most capable and patriotic.
This is amazing. We had a talk. Somebody and I were talking about meritocracy. And my argument is America has like a semblance of a meritocracy sometimes. This is literally amazing. What meritocracy? Loyalty? Oh my Lord. That's not meritocracy. That's rewards for loyalty. It's frequent flyer miles. Oh man. I'm not close to I told you so yet, but I'm getting close.
Candidates through objective, skills-based assessments in order to deliver results for the American people. Conservatives have celebrated the shift in hiring and firing practices. Senator Rick Scott, Republican Florida, who had proposed legislation to label federal workers as at will, told the Post that he thought the government should operate like a business. In business, you are expected to have a better
run the government like a business. What a fucking dumb idea. What are these? Oh man, these folks are literally, they belong, oh my Lord. They belong in a Be Brave chat. Run the country like a business. What a fucking stupid idea.
Better product, better services, better prices, Scott said. You should have the exact same expectation for your federal government. But Aisha Coffey, a communications specialist at the Food and Drug Administration who is now on administrative leave after being fired, said she felt ill when she read through the OPM memo outlining how Trump aims to overhaul federal hiring. That memo details this administration's sordid strategy to turn a nonpartisan federal workforce into a merry band of MAGA loyalists, Coffey said. The directive is clear. The civil service is to serve the president first and foremost and the American population last. Staff at other agencies echoed those concerns and fear that no one with other options will want to work for the government. Computer developers who can pick and choose from a plethora of possibilities anywhere will turn up their noses at a government job once attractive for its stability, said one Social Security Administration worker. Same for scientists, said someone formerly with the Environmental Protection Agency. Ditto for lawyers, said a Labor Department attorney. What is the draw anymore if the mission is rooted in who the president is and your job can be taken without warning or process? The labor attorney asked. Who in their right mind will ever take a gamble on a government job again? For decades, the civil service has been protected by laws such as the 1883 Pendleton Act and the 1978 Civil Service Reform Act, which sought to ensure government workers were hired for their skills, not their politics. The Pendleton Act made it illegal to fire or demote government officials for political reasons and required examinations for federal workers based on merit. The Civil Service Reform Act established the Merit Systems Protection Board, a quasi-judicial body that hears workers' complaints about workplace practices. That board is without a quorum after Trump fired its Democratic chair. The Trump administration plan includes new essay questions that require job applicants for any GS5 position or higher to explain how they would implement Trump's policy priorities, which federal workers fear will lead to further politicization of hiring. How would you help advance the president's executive orders and policy priorities in this role? Asks one prompt. Identify 1 or 2 relevant executive orders or policy initiatives that are significant to you and explain how you would help implement them if hired. An OPM official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to speak candidly about the hiring process said that applicants will not be screened out or scored on their answers to the essay questions, and no applicant is required to agree or disagree with the policies. They're just a way for job seekers to introduce themselves to hiring managers and agency leadership, and people will not be screened out based on them, or ranked or scored, the official said. Many of Trump's policies
like
to
a
remake the
meritocracy to
workforce were
me.
crafted during his years out of office by former aides now returned to power, including Russell Vought, director of the Office of Management and Budget, and James Shirk, who serves on the White House Domestic Policy Council. One of Trump's most significant moves is the attempt to reinstate Schedule F, an order originally issued in his first term to reclassify tens of thousands of policy-related civil servants, effectively removing their protections. Former President Joe Biden rescinded the order in 2021 and replaced it with an administrative rule intended to block its return. But Trump's order and subsequent rulemaking aim to override that safeguard. Labor unions and other groups representing federal employees have sued the administration, arguing the move strip workers of statutory and contractual rights. Supporters of Trump's plan argue that a president should have more direct control over the workforce to ensure that policies are carried out. Trump himself has claimed that career civil servants obstructed his first-term agenda and investigated him unfairly. Others have said that protections for federal workers have stymied innovation and led to complacency within government. Vinnie Vernuccio, president of the Institute for the American Worker and member of the transition team for the Labor Department in Trump's first term, said that it is costly and time-consuming to try to fire workers, and a new rule to reclassify policy-related positions would make it easier for the administration to ensure their reforms aren't hindered. These career employees could throw sand in the gears for policies they don't like, Vernuccio said. Vernuccio added that the rule change would affect only career federal employees in policymaking roles, which OPM has estimated is about 50,000 positions, or about 2% of the federal civilian workforce. The sky is not going to fall, Vernuccio said. However, other experts said that efforts to make firing practices conform with the norms in private industry, where employers can more freely hire and fire, could lead to less interest in public jobs when companies can pay more and would have the same protections. Donald Kettle, professor emeritus and former public policy dean at the University of Maryland, said that while a private company's line of business might change on a dime, that sort of environment doesn't exist in the federal workplace, where government employees with in-depth knowledge of their agency's policies and history are highly valuable. It's a bogus argument that doesn't hold water, Kettle said. Max Stier, president and CEO of the Partnership for Public Service, warned that the shift, as well as the essay questions that new hires would be required to answer, will inject unprecedented partisanship into the federal bureaucracy. They're clearing the shelves and restocking with a different flavor of civil servant, he said. Employment attorneys also warned that the essay questions could lead to claims from workers, especially those who do not work on policy, that they were discriminated against in hiring based on their political beliefs. Courtney Mickman, an employment law attorney and former Equal Employment Opportunity Commission administrative judge, said such questions are typically avoided for that reason. It is very atypical to have these types of questions included as part of the hiring process, particularly outside of any policy type of position, Mickman said. Depending on how individuals respond, there's the potential for political affiliation discrimination to occur. One staffer at the EPA said the new hiring process immediately recalled the years he spent as a federal hiring manager. Before Trump, the staffer said, hiring questions were all based around skills and experiences, and were designed to be deliberately non-political. For example, managers were not allowed to ask applicants whether they agreed with climate science or how they felt about state sovereignty under the Clean Air Act. When the staffer read through the details of Trump's new vision for hiring, he came away convinced the program is designed to pick out only applicants who believe the same things Trump does. These questions would only yield candidates who actively seek to undermine or thwart the laws and regulations we have to operate under, the staffer said.
Well, there is that theory that a broken government, can't do anything. In my opinion, it's just break government and, let Elon Musk or, his replacement run it. It's pretty much anti-American in my judgment. So next story, GOP tax bill could hurt the poorest households more than it helps. Yeah, not surprising.
You're listening to GOP tax bill could hurt the poorest households more than it helps them. A news story written by Theodoric Meyer and Jacob Bogage and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump and his Republican allies in Congress have pitched their sweeping tax and spending bill as a way to help the working-class voters who played a crucial role in electing Trump. But funding cuts to Medicaid and other programs included in the legislation would hurt low-income households financially more than the tax cuts would boost their finances, according to nonpartisan analyses of the bill. The biggest benefits would accrue to the highest-earning households, the analyses found. The bill's potential to hurt working-class Americans has complicated its path to passage in the Senate, where several Republicans have raised concerns about the effects of the Medicaid cuts in particular. It also spotlights the tensions in a party that increasingly relies on working-class voters, but has continued to pursue tax policies that would mostly help affluent voters who have trended toward Democrats in the Trump era. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Trump's top legislative priority, would direct $12,000 a year in additional resources on average to the 10% of households with the highest incomes, according to an analysis released last week by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. It would make the 10% of households with the lowest incomes worse off by nearly $1,600 a year. Most households would be better off, the analysis found, but the 30% of households with the lowest incomes would be worse off. Another analysis of the bill conducted by the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton budget model found it would hurt the bottom 60% of households financially when taking into account how much it would force the government to borrow over the next decade. A third analysis conducted by Yale's Budget Lab found the bill, when combined with the effects of Trump's tariffs, would make all but the top 20% of households worse off. The tariffs wipe out any gains that middle-income Americans would see from the bill, according to the analysis. Although it's tough to measure the effect of the on-again, off-again tariffs because Trump has repeatedly changed them and some are under challenge in court, Wharton's model considers economic growth from the tax cuts as part of its analysis. Yale's does not. Republicans reject Democratic attacks that the bill is written to benefit billionaires, pointing to provisions that would help working-class Americans. The bill would deliver on popular Trump campaign promises by eliminating taxes on tips and overtime for workers who are not highly compensated. It would also create a new $4,000 deduction for seniors with incomes below $75,000, $150,000 for couples, inspired by Trump's campaign pledge not to tax Social Security benefits. Representative Jason T. Smith, Republican Missouri, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, said last month that it would help low and middle-income seniors like my aunt, who worked as a Walmart greeter, to supplement her Social Security check. When billionaire Elon Musk derided the bill's impact on the national debt this month, House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, shot back that he was not seeking the erstwhile Trump allies' approval. I didn't go out to craft a piece of legislation to please the richest man in the world, Johnson told ABC News. What we're trying to do is help hardworking Americans who are trying to provide for their families and make ends meet. The bill's text is full of populist language and branding. The subhead for the section phasing out clean energy tax credits reads, "Working families over elites." Stephen Miller, a White House deputy chief of staff, told the Charlie Kirk Show this month that the bill includes populist tax promises to forge that deep alliance with the working class of this country. Even Democrats have praised an initiative in the bill championed by Senator Ted Cruz, Republican Texas, to provide $1,000 investment accounts to babies called Trump accounts. I wish we'd have done it, Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat Illinois,
accounts.
said, though he added there were precious few other policies in the bill that help working families. Still, the benefits of those programs for the poorest households would be more than offset by cuts to Medicaid, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and other safety net initiatives, according to the analyses. Senators Susan Collins, Republican Maine, Lisa Murkowski, Republican Alaska, and Josh Hawley, Republican Missouri, have expressed concern about the Medicaid cuts, and Hawley has tried to convince Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican South Dakota, to rewrite the bill to make it more populist. By far, the most popular parts of this package are what the president ran on. No surprise. And it's what he ran on for working people, Hawley said in an interview. A Quinnipiac University poll conducted this month found 27% of registered voters approved of the bill and 53% opposed it, which Hawley said should be a warning to Senate Republicans as they rework the measure that the House passed last month. Thune and Senator Mike Crapo, Republican Idaho, chair of the Tax Writing Senate Finance Committee, have said they want to make permanent 3 business tax breaks set to expire after several years in the House bill. But that could require more cuts to offset additional lost revenue. Is it so important to make a whole host of these business tax cuts permanent? Hawley said. That costs a gob of money. Could we better direct that towards working people? Hawley has pressed Thune and Crapo to make the child tax credit, which the bill expands to $2,500, more generous. Senator Katie Boyd Britt, Republican Alabama, has pushed to expand 2 other child care tax credits to help families. But those provisions cost money, and Thune is under pressure not to make the bill more expensive. The bill would add $3 trillion to the debt over the next decade, according to the CBO. It barely passed the House last month after deficit hawks rebelled, and it will have to go back through the lower chamber if it passes the Senate. Republicans have not included 2 populist ideas that Trump pitched to help pay for the legislation: closing the carried interest loophole and raising taxes on the wealthiest Americans. The first provision allows private equity partners and hedge fund managers to pay the lower capital gains tax rate on most of their compensation, rather than higher rates on earned income. Democrats tried and failed to close it during the Biden administration when they controlled Congress. The problem with even a tiny tax increase for the rich, which I and all others would graciously accept in order to help the lower and middle income workers, is that the radical left Democrat lunatics would go around screaming, "Read my lips," Trump wrote last month, referring to President George H.W. Bush's 1988 pledge not to raise taxes as president, which he later broke. Senate Republicans have worked to weaken one expensive tax break in the bill that would help affluent Americans: the state and local tax deduction.
Listen to this guy. He's afraid that Democrats would point out the obvious. What is going on with this guy? Let's just move on. I found this rather interesting, and this has been rattling around in my head about demographics in inner cities and whatnot. So I have not listened to this yet, but it sounds interesting.
You're listening to Wait, Is America a Nation of Small Towns? A column written by Andrew Van Dam and read by an AI-generated voice. Earlier this month, discussing an NBA Finals contested by 2 of the league's smallest markets, Commissioner Adam Silver dropped a bizarre yet beguiling statistic. About 300 million Americans, or 88% of the populace, live in cities smaller than Oklahoma City and Indianapolis. Is that true? Do almost 9 in 10 Americans live in small or mid-sized towns? Yes. But more importantly, no. We quickly found that it's technically correct, within a few percentage points, that almost 90% of us live in cities smaller than Oklahoma City or Indianapolis, a stat that Silver got from a social media post by Oklahoma City Mayor David Holt. But a few minutes of additional mapping and measuring show us that number's not what it seems to be. We bet you've already guessed why, but the key word is cities. The mayor based his stat on each city's population. But we doubt NBA fandom ends at the city limits. If it did, the Los Angeles Clippers would have become the smallest market team in the league when they opened their new arena in Inglewood, California. In fact, strict city-level measurements like those aren't usually the best choice. East Carolina University professor Stephen Richter, who has built a career out of crunching numbers on the size and shape of cities, was kind enough to explain why. If you look at a city from space, you just see a giant island of concrete, Richter told us. And the city boundaries have little to do with the size and shape of that island. The outline of any given city ends up being determined by accidents of history and local annexation law as much as by any geographic or demographic imperative. To prove it, Richter dared us to look at almost any population density map and guess where the city limits were drawn. There is often little rhyme or reason to what's in a given city and what isn't, which makes them tough to compare on a big apples to oranges basis. Historian Becky Nicolaides, author of The New Suburbia, pointed out that most of the San Fernando Valley, famously described as America's suburb, is technically part of the city of Los Angeles, while some of our densest urban jungles belong to enclaves or inner ring suburbs. She added that no suburb or city should really be considered on its own. Larger cities have evolved into complex regional economies where, in some cases, you'd even be hard-pressed to define a single hub. There's been a dispersal of jobs and industry and economic activity out into the periphery, she told us. There's so much interconnectedness. That's been the case for a long time. Any serious analysis of this type will account for that, typically by using something like a metropolitan statistical area, a geography defined by the White House Office of Management and Budget. It clumps counties together based on how many of their workers commute across county lines, which gets us a fairly organic, if blunt, measure of interconnected urban regions. To be sure, as Holt reminded us in an email, the city definition U.S. nerds consider too narrow for our purposes is literally the entire work of municipal governance in the United States. In defense of what he called the very nature of governance and the definition of place in America, he took issue with our offhanded dismissal of the administrative structure to which he has dedicated 7 years of his life, and counting. He'll be up for a third four-year term in early 2026, and his brand of anti-Trump republicanism seems to be working for him. The NBA didn't reply to a request for comment. And he and Nicolaides, who made a similarly passionate point, are correct. Cities play a pivotal role in our everyday existence, but so do sewer and mosquito abatement districts, and you don't see anyone suggesting we use those as boundaries for population analyses. Consider that, when you look at how many people live within city limits, Indianapolis and Oklahoma City are surprisingly large, ranking as the 16th and 20th biggest cities in the country. But that's a quirk of measurement. If you include entire metro areas, denser cities with more suburbs jump in the rankings while Indy and OKC plunge to 34th and 43rd largest, respectively. In his comparison, then, Silver just happened to use a metric that disproportionately favors Indy and OKC, two of the most expansionist cities in U.S. history. Oklahoma's land-hungry capital is notorious for having some of the broadest city limits in the world. Its annexation binge began in 1959 at the behest of city godfather Stanley Draper, the Robert Moses of the Plains, as chronicled by Sam Anderson in his mind-altering book Boomtown. The biggest threat to OKC's future, Draper believed, was the suburbs. If the settlements ringing the city were allowed to become legitimate cities themselves, to grow and declare independence, OKC would quickly find itself hemmed in. Draper liked to point to Pittsburgh, a great city squeezed into 55 square miles, wrapped in a straitjacket of suburbs. All of those outsiders flooded in every day to enjoy the benefits of the downtown, draining its resources and tearing up its infrastructure. And then they went home to the suburbs, contributing nothing. Draper saw one sure way to circumvent this problem: to claim as much land as possible for Oklahoma City. Land meant control, and land was one resource that Oklahoma still had in abundance. A few states away and less than a decade later, as white flight emptied Indianapolis, Republicans swept into power across the state and moved to arrest the exodus by simply swallowing the suburbs. Their scheme to merge the city and surrounding Marion County into what is still known as the Unigov, led by rookie mayor Richard Lugar, grew the city's land area by more than 50% overnight. It broadened its tax base and, according to Maxwell Hackman, soon to be the chief librarian at Medgar Evers College, allowed Indianapolis to invest in facilities that would host the Colts and Pacers. So those two cities are exceptional. In the typical large U.S. metro area, about a quarter of the population lives in the largest city. In OKC and Indy, it's closer to half. If you run Silver and Holt's calculation again, using metro areas, you find only 157 million Americans, 47%, live in metro areas smaller than Oklahoma City. In other words, most of us, 53%, live in metros large enough to host this NBA Finals. These definitions aren't perfect, but they give us something to keep in mind when you hear cities contrasted with an ill-defined notion of the real America. All told, about 31% of Americans live in primary cities, 55% live in those cities' suburbs, and just 13% live in rural areas. 1% fell victim to rounding, may they rest in peace. Yo, the Department of Data's quest for queries continues. What are you curious about? Is New York really America's biggest city? How much more rent will you pay if the apartment has a washer and dryer? Is America's deer population at an all-time high? Just ask. If your question appears in a column, we'll send you an official Department of Data button and ID card. This week, we should probably send one to legendary NBA reporter David Aldridge, whom old-school readers might recognize from his time at the Washington Post, and whose social media posts brought Silver's stats to our attention.
Interesting. For all you urban planning fans out there, that story was dedicated to you. So let's see, Canada. Do we want to buy it still? There may be nothing left.
You're listening to Canada's forests may be burning faster than they can grow back. A news story written by Ruby Mellon and read by an AI-generated voice. Hundreds of wildfires are burning in Canada, and they could change the way the country looks. Scientists say the blazes could transform parts of the Canadian landscape, as more intense and more frequent fires push forests to adapt and prevent certain common Canadian trees from regrowing. More than 200 fires burned across Canada as of Saturday, their smoke sweeping across oceans and continents. More than 80 of them are burning out of control, according to the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre. Fire is part of the Canadian landscape. Millions of acres can burn each year, and the country's native plants are hardwired to endure the effects of wildfire, to an extent. But, as is the case with most wildfire-prone areas, drier conditions and warmer weather due to climate change are making these fires more frequent and hotter. You've got too many fires in close succession, said Marc-André Parisien, a wildfire research scientist with the Canadian Forest Service. The trees just kind of can't keep up. It depends on what kind of tree is facing fire. The white spruce, an evergreen that can grow more than 180 feet tall, doesn't fare as well in fire-filled environments, said Ellen Whitman, also a fire research scientist with the Forest Service. Other trees, such as the jack pine and the lodgepole pine, are more resilient to fire, she said, but young trees are often the weakest after a blaze. If you burn that young stand before it has cones or before it has enough cones, the regeneration will be very poor, Whitman said. In 2023, record-breaking fires tore through the country, burning more than 45 million acres in all 13 provinces and territories. The following year brought more conflagrations, including a blaze in Alberta that burned more than 80,000 acres of Jasper National Park, famous for its alpine lakes and thick forests. Months later, the trees were still charred, but new greenery had begun to grow, Landon Shepherd of Parks Canada told CTV last year. It is going to become beautiful in its own way, Shepherd said. What could happen is a shift to grassland or savanna in some parts of the country, instead of the tall forest Canada is known for. This would in some ways be a return to the past, said Parisien, and not necessarily a bad thing. Some of these areas weren't nearly as forested in the past, he said, and that was partially because people burned a lot of the land. A 2020 study Parisien co-wrote in Nature found that decades of fire suppression to protect lives and homes in parts of Canada had increased wildfire risk and the potential severity of blazes. For centuries, people allowed forests to burn, making fires less intense because they happened more frequently. For example, Parisien said, Indigenous people used to start controlled fires in the area now known as Wood Buffalo National Park in the early spring, when the snow made burning less risky. This created patches of land that were kept open, encouraging bison to graze and berries to grow. Now the place is more of a thick coniferous forest that could burn at high intensity. I used to think, oh my God, the trees are gone, it's so bad, Parisien said. But I've changed my mind. Maybe in a lot of cases it's not so bad. In the early 20th century, as people began to settle and build deeper in the forests, fires were more often suppressed. You have to protect the people by putting out the fires, Parisien said. But putting out the fires today may leave issues tomorrow. Still, researchers acknowledge we can't just go back to how things were. We're moving to a place that has no historical analog, said Mike Flanagan, the science director of the Canadian Partnership for Wildland Fire Science at the University of Alberta. We're in new territory, uncharted territory, as climate change has exacerbated wildfires' pace and scale. The fires are burning as Canada will host a Group of 7 summit on Monday in Calgary, Alberta. It will not feature a specific session on climate change. The topic irritated President Donald Trump at the first G7 meeting he attended in Italy. a senior Canadian government official said that the subject would be integrated into other sessions on wildfires and building the critical mineral supply chains needed for the energy transition. Those most affected by the blazes in Canada feel they have the least input in managing and preventing them. Although Indigenous people represent only about 5% of Canada's population, 42% of wildfire evacuations between 1980 and 2021 occurred in Indigenous communities, according to an article published last year in the International Journal of Wildland Fire. Even though Indigenous people are the most impacted, we have very little power to change the situation, said Amy Cardinal Christensen, a senior fire analyst for the Indigenous Leadership Initiative. She expressed frustration over permits needed to do intentional burning and said Indigenous communities aren't involved enough in budget decisions or decisions on fire suppression. She said that some fire managers have tended to dismiss their knowledge of the land as outdated, but they stand to lose the most from these catastrophic burns. For us as Indigenous people, if we don't have culture, we don't have anything, Christensen said. And our culture is connected to the land. Cleavar Wootson Jr., Amanda Coletta, David J. Lynch, and Annabelle Timsit contributed to this report.
Yeah, it's funny. Looking at this picture here, years ago, when I was living on the mountain, there was a house fire that happened down the mountain. And there was a fire, and it got into the woods. And it wasn't particularly dry, but it was spreading fast. And I remember my neighbor and I, pulling out hoses, and it never made it anywhere close, but that is scary. This picture right here, a house, and you can see the flames from the forest. That shit will make your blood run cold. That is truly scary. So, speaking of Donald Trump, Canada, and the G7, there happened to be, I actually subscribe to Pew Research. So every now and again, I get, some interesting polls. And this is how people in the U.S. and other G7 countries view each other. And I'll hit some highlights here. But needless to say, other countries do not view the the U.S. and Donald Trump with fondness. So let's see. It says here, later this week, the Group of Seven, G7, will meet in Canada for their annual summit. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney will host the leaders of the other member countries, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, United Kingdom, and the United States. Very interesting, that group. Bunch of white people talking about, business, and why is the United Kingdom there at all? Americans have more favorable views of the other G7 countries than people in these countries do of the U.S., according to Pew Research Center. Hold on one sec. Sorry about that. Had an alarm go off. Let's see. So, for example, 65% of Americans have a very or somewhat favorable opinion of Germany, but 33% of Germans say the same about the United States. Bottom line, it's probably no surprise that it's good to be the king, I guess. But I don't know. This isn't a surprise, but across G7 countries, favorability towards the U.S. has fallen since last year, and I can't think of what changed in the last year. So if anybody wants this poll, wants to get into the details, I am certainly willing to drop the link into the chat. But I don't think this is, particularly surprising. And I did a story, maybe it was last Friday or maybe it was last Thursday, about other countries kind of turning to each other instead of automatically coming to the United States. And I'm not against that. We should stop being, the policemen of the world, or, it's kind of like y'all need to deal with some of this stuff yourself. We have enough stuff, internally that's going on that needs to be resolved. I'm not against other countries being a little bit more independent and thinking for themselves. And first in line would be Israel. Israel, there's some apron strings that need to be cut. And humble presidents made a comment earlier that made me chuckle. But he's right. Who works for whom? Who is a colony of whom? What's up, Mike? How you doing? Good to see you. Don't forget, I want to, you need to hop up here, and we should chat about your work and the recent interesting cases you got. Do not forget, sir. Oh, by the way, now that I'm thinking of it, I'm going to be out of town Wednesday definitely, Thursday maybe. So I may or may not do shows. I'm going to try to. As far as I know, I should be able to, but they'll be abbreviated because I'm going to be on the road a lot. So we'll see how it works out, but just a warning. Cool, Mike. So let's move on. Don't let an old man ramble. Oh, my buddy Tim Scott. I think Tim Scott is a nice person. He is an interesting person, but he is a bit, let me put it to you this way. He's no Thomas Sowell. Oh, this is Tim Scott's video attacking the CBO, Congressional Budget Office. 9 errors in 60 seconds. You can't be you just shouldn't make these kinds of mistakes. Tim Scott has been a senator for quite some time.
You're listening to Tim Scott's video attacking CBO, 9 errors in 60 seconds. An analysis written by Glenn Kessler and read by an AI-generated voice. CBO? Wrong then, wrong now. Senator Tim Scott, Republican, South Carolina. In a video posted on social media, June 12th. As part of the GOP campaign attacking the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office for the grim fiscal projections for the One Big Beautiful Bill Act of tax and spending cuts pending in the Senate, Scott posted a 1-minute video that was instantly ridiculed for its errors. 9 by our count. That's one mistake every 6.66 seconds. It even received a community note on the X platform. Apparently, the senator who chairs the banking committee is beyond embarrassment. The video has not been removed, and a spokesperson did not respond to repeated queries. But we thought it would be worth going through his commentary line by line, as it makes the sort of lazy arguments one might hear in a bar late at night. While it's common these days for Republicans to attack the CBO, it's headed by a Republican twice appointed by GOP-led Congresses. In 2017, the CBO said the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would increase the deficit and debt by trillions of dollars. What would happen? They were wrong. By any objective measure, the CBO was right, and Scott is wrong. He voted for the 2017 tax cut, but he may have forgotten that lawmakers at first wanted to pass revenue-neutral tax changes, fearing it would increase the budget deficit. But then they switched to deficit-financed tax cuts, arguing any loss would be made up by economic growth. CBO first estimated an increase in the deficit of $1.5 trillion over 10 years, though that score was artificially reduced because lawmakers decided to terminate the tax cut after 9 years. That's why Congress is now scrambling to expand it. Updated CBO projections in 2018 found that the revenue loss would be $1.9 trillion, but that macroeconomic effects of the tax cuts would reduce the deficit impact to $1.4 trillion. In other words, CBO found the tax cuts did not pay for themselves and deficits would increase. Scott suggests that the budget deficit did not increase because of the tax cut. But CBO was right. The deficit had grown by leaps and bounds, exacerbated by pandemic relief spending passed under Presidents Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Now, this is not surprising. They were wrong on the Mellon tax cuts in the 1930s. Two things wrong here. The CBO was created in 1974 and started forecasting in 1975, so the agency would not have scored the tax cuts pushed by Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon, who was Treasury Secretary from 1921 to 1932 under 3 presidents. Scott's staff must not have access to Google, or they relied on an AI fantasy. On top of that, Mellon instituted his tax cuts under Warren G. Harding and Calvin Coolidge in 1921, 1924, and 1926, not the 1930s. Note to Scott, the 1930s were the Great Depression. These tax cuts often are hailed as the first supply-side tax cuts, as Mellon cut tax rates to stimulate growth. There was an initial decline in federal revenue as tax rates were cut, but revenue grew during the subsequent economic expansion. But the story doesn't end there. Mellon was also a big believer in a balanced budget, and when tax revenue fell because of the Depression in 1931, he recommended to Herbert Hoover a hike in taxes, including the estate tax, to balance the budget, according to tax historian Joseph Thorndike. Hoover took that advice, which helped extend the Depression. They were wrong on the Kennedy tax cuts in the 1960s. Again, CBO didn't exist at the time. John F. Kennedy proposed a tax cut, but the Revenue Act of 1964 was not enacted until after his assassination under Lyndon B. Johnson. In addition to corporate tax cuts, the law reduced the top individual tax rate from 91% to 70%. It's now 37%. Before Kennedy was killed, the bill was...
Yeah, this is getting a little long-winded and not trashing Tim Scott enough. We need to these long rambling newspaper articles. Let's go ahead and look at this video that they're complaining about. This is from 2017. Interesting.
In 2017, the CBO said the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would increase the deficit and the debt by trillions of dollars. Well, what happened? They were wrong. Now, this is not surprising. They were wrong on the Mellon tax cuts in the 1930s. They were wrong on the Kennedy tax cuts in the 1960s. They were wrong on the Reagan tax cuts in the 1980s. When have they been right? I don't know either. But what I can tell you, 2017 TCJA produced a 3% increase in revenues in 2018 and another 3% in 2019. Why? Because the Laffer curve is right. If you lower taxes, you increase production, and that means more revenues for the government. It always has worked. I think it always will work. CBO, wrong then, wrong now.
The fuck is
in 2017 the CBO said that
I'm trying to figure out what is the purpose of this. You know what? I'll take a poll. Should Tim Scott be selling cream of wheat, rice, or maybe just put, a dress on him? Should he be selling pancake batter? This dude is a sir, just do your job. Don't be making commercials. You're not good at this, sir. And I was actually gonna go and find like some Uncle Remus thing, but the time has passed. I guess I won't be doing that now. It is better for for senators to not do things like this if you're not photogenic, if you're not good in front of a camera, etc. And I should take my own advice, but I'm not a senator. So let's see, what else do we have here? Many older people embrace vaccines because old people are wise and they know their science. It says here, let's see, Kim Beckham, an insurance agent in Victoria, Texas, has seen friends suffer so badly from shingles that she wanted to receive the first approved shingles vaccine as soon as it became available, even if she had to pay for it out of pocket. Her doctor and several pharmacies turned her down because she was below the recommended age at the time, which was 60. So in 2016, she celebrated her 60th birthday at her local CVS. I was there when they opened, Ms. Beckham recalled. After her Zostavax shot, she said, I felt really relieved. She has since received the newer, more effective shingles vaccine, as well as the pneumonia shot, the RSV vaccine. What is RSV? Annual flu shots and all recommended COVID vaccinations. Some older people are really eager to be vaccinated. Robin Walliner, 71, a retired publisher in Sausalito, California, has been known to badger friends who delay getting recommended shots, sending them relevant medical studies. I'm sort of hectoring, she acknowledged. Deanna Hendrickson, 66, who provides daily care for 3 young grandsons in Los Angeles, sought an additional MMR shot. Wow. Though she was vaccinated as a child, in case her immunity to measles was waning. For older adults who express more confidence in vaccine safety than younger groups, the past few months have brought some welcome research. Studies have found important benefits from a newer vaccine and enhanced versions of older ones, and one vaccine may confer a major bonus that nobody had foreseen. The new studies are coming at a fraught political moment. The nation's health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has long disparaged certain vaccines, calling them unsafe, and saying that the government officials who regulate them are compromised and corrupt. This week, the secretary fired a panel of scientific advisors to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, replacing them with some who have been skeptical of vaccines. But so far, Mr. Kennedy has not tried to curb access to shots for older Americans. The evidence that vaccines are beneficial remains overwhelming. The phrase, vaccines are not just for kids anymore, has become a favorite for Dr. William Schaffner, an infectious disease specialist at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Population over 65, which often suffers the worst impact of respiratory viruses and others, now has the benefit of vaccines that can prevent much of that serious illness, he said. Take influenza, which annually sends from 140,000 to 710,000 older people to hospitals and is fatal in 10% of them. For about 15 years, the CDC has approved several enhanced flu vaccines for people over 65. More effective than the standard formulation, they either contain higher levels of the antigen that builds protection against the virus or incorporate an adjuvant that creates a stronger immune response, or they're recombinant vaccines developed through a different method with higher antigen levels. Recombinant DNA, by the way, in a meta-analysis in the Journal of the American Geriatric Society, oh my Lord, I had no idea that existed. All the enhanced vaccine products were superior to the standard dose for preventing hospitalizations, said Rebecca Morgan, a health research methodologist at Case Western Reserve University and an author of the study. Compared with the standard flu shot, the enhanced vaccines reduce the risk of hospitalization from the flu by 11 to 18% in older adults. CDC advises adults over 65 to receive the enhanced vaccines as many already do. More good news. Vaccines to prevent respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in people over 60 are performing admirably. RSV is the most common cause of hospitalization for infants, and it also poses significant risks to older people. Season in and season out, Dr. Schaffner said it produces outbreaks of serious respiratory illness that rivals influenza. Because the Food and Drug Administration first approved an RSV vaccine in 2023, the 2023-24 season provided the first opportunity to see it in a real-world context, said Dr. Pauline Teraba, an epidemiologist at Case Western Reserve School of Medicine and an author of a recent study in the journal JAMA Network Open. Let's see. We'll read through this. In immunocompromised patients, despite having a somewhat lower level of protection from the vaccine, will also benefit from it. Dr. Teraba said, as for adverse effects, the study found a very low risk for Guillain-Barré syndrome, a rare condition that causes muscle weakness and that typically follows an infection in about 11 cases per 1 million doses of the vaccine. That said, she said, shouldn't dissuade people. So, I don't know. Vaccines, all medicines have side effects. I've never understood this whole, we're afraid of vaccines because they're out to get us syndrome. This is what happens when people don't do well in their chemistry classes. So let's hear this out. This video, we need a moment of truth from Professor Black Truth. Always entertaining on a Monday morning. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Over the weekend, there was a political assassination that took place. In fact, it looks like a couple of them, and all in the state of Minnesota. You had Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who were killed in their own home. And then about 5 miles away, you had State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were also shot in their home, though in their case, they were wounded, not killed. All of this seems to be politically motivated, and the suspect is, well, frankly, I'm shocked. Now, let's go ahead and cut to the chase. This killer has been caught, that's no surprise. He went after 3 white politicians, so it wasn't a question of if he would be caught, it's just a matter of how long would he be allowed to be on the run. Because you have all of these black figures, especially black judges, getting killed under mysterious circumstances, and years later, nobody's been caught or arrested. Interesting how it always works that way. And I do agree with the sheriff's office how they described him. This is the face of evil. There's absolutely no question about that. Now, the interesting thing is they actually had the guy in their clutches before I guess he got away. What happened was when the police responded to the shooting at State Representative Hortman's home, when they arrived, they encountered the suspect, 57-year-old Vance Bolter, and he was dressed like a police officer. As he came out of the house, he exchanged gunfire with the cops before escaping on foot, leaving behind what appeared to be a police SUV with emergency lights at the scene. Apparently, it was a homemade job of his. The police found writings in the vehicle that included a hit list with nearly 70 names on it. And yeah, that does remind you of Anders Breivik, doesn't it? Those names are mostly Democratic politicians or figures with ties to abortion rights, including Minnesota lawmakers like Representative Ilhan Omar and Senator Tina Smith. Bolter also had survival gear in his vehicle, so I guess in his mind he was going to be prepared just in case he had to go roughing it out in the woods. But there was no need for him to actually bring it with him because he never had the chance to use it since the cops actually arrived in a timely manner. But it just goes to show this guy was working his way through a list. This is already being described as politically motivated assassinations, and that being the case is no surprise if the reports are this guy had conservative views, that he had voted for Trump, though any further connection to the Orange Man or the GOP in general seems to stop there, though this case is only just starting to unfold, so that could change in the future. Not that it would matter, though. But here's a little bit of further background on him. He claimed that he was in the security business, but in actuality, he had only worked in the food business. He said that he was the CEO of Red Lion Group, though it's not clear what that was supposed to be, though from a 2022 Facebook video about the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it was just a clumsy front for some would-be opportunism in Africa. This guy was listed as the keynote presenter for an organization called Minnesota Africans United. Yeah, because when you think of Minnesota, the first thing you think about are Africans, right? It already sounds like some sort of dummy front organization, but even if it wasn't, this guy was in the Congo trying to drum up some business for himself, and this during the height of the pandemic, by the way. So apparently this guy wasn't afraid to travel as long as he thought there was some quick cash in it for him. I guess he figured some white folks would go over there to Africa and razzle-dazzle the natives, and truth be told, that's usually how it goes. But of course, whenever it comes to these psychos, there's always some sort of strange, bizarre connection to Black people, either as bigots or someone with some weird interest or even fetish when it comes to Black people. That train is almost never late. So why did he do it? What was his motivation? That's not clear, and rampant speculation abounds. Was it some sort of coincidence that this happened in the home state of Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, or was that the entire point? They couldn't get to Tim Walz, so they went after someone else? White media reports do say that this Bolter character had been put on some sort of bipartisan state committee by Tim Walz, but that seems to be just coincidence. But something I think could stand to be mentioned is whenever people from the dominant society kill, they do it either to uphold their power or for the sake of blocking somebody who they think threatens it. That's what happens when they use violence. When Black people kill, it's usually over respect, or for some amount of chump change, which usually is all about respect in that regard too. But I think the only thing more sickening than how these privileged punks like to use violence is how eagerly the white powers that be cover up for them every time they do it. Because of course, on cue, the white media has been reminding everyone that this Bolter character, he's a human being, regardless of how many human lives he took or attempted to take. Headlines say that there were few signs of extremism from him. They didn't say none, they said few. So the process of minimization is already underway. And of course, you got to have the friends and neighbors who are reported as describing him as mild-mannered. Because so long as the shooter isn't Black, we can't go demonizing him now. Before it's all over, we're going to be hearing about how he was a diligent worker on the job and never had any problems, didn't even come in late. We'll be hearing about how he was devoted to whatever members of whatever family he's supposed to have. That's what we'll be hearing. So they can say, trust me, he's just like us. That's all there is to it. He's just like us. That's why there's no way to predict.
Yeah, his best friend started crying. I'm like, oh man. And by the way, I forgot to mention this video is dedicated to my buddy, Be Brave and Think. White people don't commit crimes. They don't commit crimes like Black people do.
Predict these kind of things, he's just like us. Yeah, you can't predict it because you're not looking for these individuals. Are there going to be any new laws? Since he killed lawmakers, you would think that would be the natural result. We know the profile of the suspect, and that's why it's not going to happen. And this is in a state where Democrats control both houses of the state legislature. See, in Michigan, when you had those hooligans during the pandemic who went to the state legislature, they went there with their guns in tow. And as a result, the Republicans, who at that time had control of the state legislature, they decided to respond by at least tightening up the laws when it comes to bringing guns around the Capitol. That was their response to that, tepid as it was. On the other hand, though, when you look at Democrats, when they're in control of some sort of legislature, they don't even seem able to do that much. See, when the GOP controls these state legislatures, they go ham trying to ramrod through every crackpot piece of right-wing legislation that they can, mostly aiming these laws at Black people. Democrats, on the other hand, get in charge, and what do they do with the power? They don't roll back any of this GOP nonsense. They certainly don't pass laws to reinforce Black people's position and to make sure that conservatives know that the playing field is going to be tilted in favor of justice, and that is in our favor. Democrats don't do that. Instead, when they get in office, they prioritize virtue signaling about transgender bathrooms, sanctuary cities, and abortion. That's their priority, even to the point of death, it would appear. And just in case we don't want to seem neglectful, there was also another mass murder, this time in Austria. You had yet another Scooter the Shooter situation. Reports are this guy killed almost a dozen people and then himself, so the cops aren't going to get a chance to take him to Burger King, is what it looks like. The white media claims to be so befuddled and baffled why this keeps happening. Well, let me go ahead and tell you what it isn't. These shootings are not motivated by politics or bullying. They're motivated by privilege and entitlement, and people who think they have a right to kill the first time things don't go their way. That's the reason why it keeps happening. We all know it, and the white media is going to keep pretending as if they don't know it. And something else that they're not going to mention, this clown pretending to be a security expert, it's like so many of these mass murderers. They all see themselves as being some kind of soldiers of misfortune, be it race soldiers or urban commandos. All of these clowns are living out some sort of would-be macho Hollywood fantasy, which the white media is only too glad to fuel and reinforce. They all have delusions of grandeur. And why not? Give them a gun and a politician to fire at, and they all imagine themselves to be the second coming of George Washington because they got a white media that glorifies and rationalizes their violence, and a society that continually reminds them and everyone else that all of these historical figures under white supremacy, their life stories are more myth than fact, but they all revolve around violence. That's the one thing that all of white history's heroes have in common. The people who they do the most to put on pedestals are the ones who show that they have absolutely no qualms about using violence. Under white supremacy, that's what makes them heroes. That's what makes them worthy of praise. And as a result, what it teaches all these other people is that for certain groups, it's okay for them to act the exact same way. Someone will appreciate what you do. That's basically the unspoken part. Someone's going to appreciate all this, all the bloodshed. Someone's going to give you a pat on the back, even if only posthumously. With politicians being gunned down left and right now, one would hope that common sense would break out and that they would use their positions to punish these guys through policy. But of course they can't because the principle of genetic immunity from law must be preserved. And as they see it, the fact that the political leadership and even their own children can be killed right in front of them and that they don't do anything about it, well, for them that proves how dedicated they are to maintaining their true power. They're not going to be the ones to undermine it. This is how they show how dedicated they are to the cause. Already we're getting the usual empty talk about how people need to tone police themselves and they need to dial down the rhetoric. People need to stop being so bellicose. The left will repeat their usual calls for gun control, and the right will point out that even if those proposals had been law, it wouldn't have stopped this from happening. But what we won't see is any of them seriously planning how to craft laws to go after the class of people who perform political assassinations. The face of evil. No matter how the politicians may act, they are not helpless bystanders in all this. They're choosing inaction. And even though they are clearly the ones in the crosshairs, they still seem content to just sit back and let these killers take another shot at it.
Yeah, I want to make a point. Crime in the hood is bringing America down, but not killing politicians, not political assassinations. Yeah. Political assassinations, not bad. Crime in the hood, tearing America down. Utterly the stupidest. Dude, bottom feeder? How about bottom thinker? Not aware, so fucking racist that there's tunnel vision and not like a big picture. I think America is going to crash because we need better white people and less bottom feeders. So, but that's just me. So let's move on. Two of the detainees from that Newark detention center escape talked about it. I think it was Friday. That immigration center in Newark, New Jersey. 4 people escaped, and it says 2 of 4 detainees who escaped from Newark Immigration Detention Center have been recaptured. Officials are still searching for the other 2 detainees who remain on the run. The detainees escaped by breaking through a wall after protesting over lack of food and poor conditions. Yeah. So if you're gonna deport them, don't lose them. Don't let them escape. This is just you know, and related to that poll, Americans disapprove of Trump's performance as Republicans manage splits over spending plans. A June 2025 NBC News Decision desk poll shows 45% of Americans approve of President Trump's job performance, while 55% disapprove. The poll's approval ratings remain steady from an April survey amid ongoing debates over budget legislation and economic concerns. The survey revealed that 51% of Americans support Trump's approach to immigration and border enforcement, coinciding with his decision to send National Guard troops to Los Angeles and related protests. Nearly 45% of Americans say their finances have remained steady compared to last year, while a slim majority believes the tariffs will negatively impact their economic well being. The poll indicates persistent political division, with 51% favoring current Medicaid spending and Republicans split over priorities in Trump's budget plan. Well, here's the deal. We're only 6 months in. I knew that the honeymoon was going to be over by the time Trump got into office, because he started, being president a day or two after the election. This is only going to get worse. If you are literally, in the hole 6 months in, we got 3.5 years left. So, normally I would say it can only get better from here, but I don't forecast that. There's going to be rainy weather, folks. And, you know what? Something Lupin said earlier, this is going to be Trump for life, one way or the other. So, stay tuned, folks. Now, I don't know, kind of exhausted news stories. Let's see, what else do we have here? Let's see what's in ground news. Credit scores decline for millions as U.S. student loan collections restart. That's going to be the next big mess. Trump Organization unveils self-branded mobile phone network. The fuck? Well, let's have a look at this. Trump Organization unveils self-branded mobile phone network. Trump Organization launched Trump Mobile. Trump Mobile. Launched Trump Mobile on June 16th. Hey, who's gonna go out and get a Trump phone? Let's see. Introduced a 5G wireless service and a custom-made smartphone in the U.S. The launch follows a decade since Donald Trump announced his presidential run, aiming to appeal to conservative consumers with domestic manufacturing. Trump Mobile offers unlimited talk, text, and data plans at $47.45 monthly, with a $499 T1 phone. What's a T? Oh, a T1, like a Trump one, featuring 12 gigs of RAM, 256 gigs of storage, and U.S.-made components. Eric Trump, who will lead the operation, stated the company will build phones and run call centers in the United States to ensure quality and service. The initiative signals the Trump Organization's expansion into telecom and digital services amid multiple ventures potentially influencing conservative consumer markets. Yeah, let's the country should be run like a business, and Donald Trump is literally running this country and spawning new businesses. Interesting. Are they on Verizon towers? You're kidding, right? You want a T1? Let's see. You know what? Let's see if I can't find the website. Let's see. Trump Mobile. Let's see here. Experience the world of Trump. Experience the world of Trump. Trump, the Trump organization, they've got their own newsletter. Who knew? Trump Mobile launches a bold new wireless service for Americans. This is awesome. I had no idea. This is why I find news, like newspapers and stuff like this. Who the fuck knew? I'm incredibly excited to step into this new digital space. Hardworking Americans deserve a wireless service that's affordable, reflects their values. How the fuck can a phone reflect your values? And delivers reliable quality they can count on. We're especially proud to offer free long-distance calling to our military members and their families. People pay for long distance still? Oh, because those serving overseas should always be able to stay connected to the people they love back home. Ugh. Let's see here. Trump Mobile is going to change the game. We're building on the movement. Oh, that was Eric Trump's quote, by the way. Trump Mobile is going to change the game. We're building on the movement to put America first, and we will deliver a phone. We will deliver the highest levels of quality and service. Our company is based right here in the United States because we know it's what our customers want and deserve. That's Donald Trump Jr. He's the executive vice president of the Trump organization. What is Eric? Eric's an EVP too. Interesting. Let's see. Oh wow. This is a whole thing. This is Trump has a magazine. Trump International Hotel 2023, a year of milestones. Wow. So folks, this is Trump.com. Y'all need to check this out. This is awesome. All right. How many people knew that the Trump organization has a lifestyle magazine for the rich and famous, and anyone can access it? I want the first person who gets a T1, a Trump phone, please let me know. I would love to talk to you. It's $45, $45.47. Hint, hint. Oh, that Donald Trump, so clever. So let's see what else we got here. As Richards would say, amazing. Let's see. We did that. I don't know. We did on Saturday watch a bunch of the No Kings demonstrations. Apparently there was a violent incident in Salt Lake City. But that's the only one that I'm aware of. Minnesota lawmaker. Let's see, we did that one. Israeli intel, Iran still holds 2,000 missiles. Well, of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Let's see. And then we'll do a quick look at at MSN. See if there's anything interesting there. Birthday rally for pregnant Georgia. Ooh, let's go back to that. Pregnant birthday rally for pregnant Georgia mother on life support. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that's talked about that. Cotton claps back at U.S. News's Margaret Brennan over riots that terrorized L.A. Oh, my Lord. Coca-Cola bringing back long gone flavor, complete with retro branding. 10 most reliable pistols. I meant to do a story on this guy, but won't be today. All right, well, I don't see anything. I'm not going to beat up on Trump anymore. This headline, Trump wanted a military spectacle. Instead, he got a history lesson. Yeah, whatever. All right. Well, I guess I want to look at this right quick. This is TYT, which I rarely look at, but this looked interesting. Well, the title kind of says it all, but let's just go ahead and watch it anyway.
You want to drastically reduce the already very small federal role in education, and also that you will not cut Title I-A funding. That is still your position, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'd like a yes or no answer. Do you believe your April 3rd attempt to revoke Title I-A funding from states unless they signed a certification of compliance with your political viewpoint was consistent with giving states more control over education?
There's been no reduction in funding for Title I-A.
As of now. There has not been yet. But again.
And it is not going forward in the budget.
So you believe that that's, so you do, okay. Yes or no, is Title I-A funding actually secure for every school district and state that currently receives it? Or is your goal to make Title I-A conditional on states refusing to provide students of color, LGBTQA students?
You know, Dave, I kind of disagree. I don't think it looks good on her at all.
Diverse, inclusive, equitable, and accessible learning environments.
No, that's what I answered. 1A funding is intact.
Okay. So let's talk about so-called illegal DEI, as you all have called it, a phrase you continually bring up that I'm still unclear on, especially after 3 federal judges have preliminarily ruled that your illegal DEI guidance is likely unconstitutional and unenforceable, illegal, as it were. Secretary McMahon, during your confirmation hearing, you were asked by Senator Chris Murphy if an African-American history class violated the administration's position on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You know what? That's a very interesting comment. And I've heard you mention this on several occasions. Mike, what's wrong with being pro-black? Deacon Dave, can someone tell me what's wrong with being pro-black? Hopefully that can be answered in a sentence or two. I don't see anything wrong with being pro-black.
and inclusion. You said you'd like to look into it. You've been on the job for a few months now. Have you been able to look into it?
I do not think that African studies or Middle East studies or Chinese studies are part of DEI if they are taught as part of the total history package.
Your jokes are
So
subtle.
that if you're giving the
She's
facts on both
pro-black.
sides,
She's.
of course they're not DEI.
I'd be
I don't know what both
pro-black.
sides of
I'm
African-American
pro
history would be.
her.
Well,
She's
if
kind of
African
cute.
American history is part of
Certainly,
history,
but what we recognize through
My
our
number
public
one
what we
attraction to a
recognize through
woman is
education
a
is that
wide
course is
mouth
only
like
1
a
year or 1
bass.
semester. It would be impossible to teach African history
Oh,
and say
Deacon Dave, I
European
don't
history at
know.
the same time. Do you not
I don't
agree
think I
that it
can
makes sense
respond to
that there
that.
would be separate courses for these courses of study? It has happened throughout history. We're able to do it not just in history courses. We're able to do it with different types of literature courses or different types of music courses. One wouldn't learn about Baroque music and necessarily have to also learn about African drumming at the same time, right? We can separate those courses.
Yes, we can. And I think just as we teach U.S. history as a separate course.
Certainly. So you do not agree. So you do agree that African American cultures and African history should not be eliminated from courses, particularly AP African history.
Well, I think that African history can certainly be taught and not be considered a DEI course.
Oh, thank you. I have a few other examples that I would like your thoughts on.
Here is my, how about relax, lady? How about, one of the things, and I'm guilty of it too. So, it's not like I don't know that I do it. If you want to do gotcha questioning, relax, let it flow. Be like Andy Griffith. Like when Andy Griffith used to do the show Matlock. Let it, you're gonna get her. Don't be in a rush. Don't seem so eager. Congresswoman Lee, just relax. Sit back in your chair, kind of drape your arm over it and just get her. You don't have to be so eager.
On simple yes or no.
Is she trying to be a very Jasmine Crockett like, maybe? Just relax. You'll get her. She's not bright.
If this is a legal DEI, an example, would you say that it would be an illegal DEI for a lesson
That's
plan
pretty
on
funny.
the Tulsa race massacre?
I'd have to get back to
You
you.
know
on
what?
that.
Starbucks is so passe.
I'd like to look into it more and get back to you on it.
Okay, so I look forward to that. How about the book Through My Eyes by Ruby Bridges, for instance?
I haven't read that.
Have you learned about Ruby Bridges?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it didn't freeze. I was saying Linda McMahon is way comfortable here.
I named a specific book.
This little lady needs to relax and just land her
voluntary
punches.
celebration for Pride Month?
Well, I think that
voluntary.
Well, let's make sure that in our schools,
This is yes or no?
we're looking. No, it's not.
Okay. How about social studies standards
I
that teach
love
President
this.
Biden won the
Linda
2020 election?
McMahon is winning.
I think our studies should all be taught accurately.
Yes or no?
I think our studies should.
No. The question was, do you believe that social studies
Look
standards
at-
that teach that
no,
President Biden
young
won the
lady.
2020 election is an illegal DEI? Yes or no?
I think I have said we should teach accurately. We should.
No,
be
you have
on all
not answered the question.
Oh my God, this is fucking painful. This young lady, you're not doing what you think you're doing. Be patient. What's a song? You gotta, what is it? You gotta take control, slow it down, something like that. It's an old school song. She's not trying to be Crockett. She is just black womanizing. Oh, Deacon Dave, you are so wrong. It's culturally normal to not let others get a word in. Conversational etiquette. Fuck etiquette. See, this is where you often remind me of Tim Scott. Deacon Dave, stop trying to be Tim Scott and be polite. You can be disruptive and fuck etiquette. You know what? She's a sitting congresswoman. The etiquette does not have to be, I think she's just too eager to land punches, and she is the representative. She is the questioner. You just relax. Pro-black puts race before country. Ryan, you know what? Oddly enough, I think that's you were doing good this weekend, making points. This son of be brave rhetoric about pro-black puts race before country, it's bullshit. Do better. I know a good place for her to sit. You know what, Deacon Dave? She's not your type. You don't like black women. So don't you can't fool us, Deacon Dave. So I do have a Wilfred Riley video. Which I guess I will show. Kind of boring, kind of really not that big a news day. Nothing exciting. It's not a manic Monday, apparently. My first potato. Oh, I like this woman. Ashley Sylvester or Silvestri. I'm thinking it's Sylvester. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Fuck it. Let's show this.
Hi, I'm Ashley with the New Day Garden, and I just want to show you how when you start something from the beginning and you plan it out, you'll be successful. Let's go.
Her volume is low.
We will begin with our potato harvest. Started on February the 15th, and today is June 15th, which makes it 120 days. We will be harvesting today. All right? So here's my log. Go back to my garden log, right? And then we already had it planned out on what was happening today. So let's go to the month of June. All right, where are we? We're in June. All right, as you can see, June 15th is harvesting, potato harvest, right? And we have to fertilize. For the supplies today, I have some crates, which I'll take you guys back and you'll see in the storehouse the crates that are in here. All right, so they'll be stored in crates and boxes. I have my wheelbarrow here, and I have my pitchfork and gloves, but it's wet, so let's wipe out the wheelbarrow because we don't want our things to get wet. Okay.
Trying to think. Can't remember if that's a YouTube tune or not, but we'll just watch her work right quick. I actually like her. She's really she's very methodical in her gardening, and I appreciate that. Well, let's skip ahead a bit.
Right now, we're getting ready to count to see the number that
Ooh,
we
fingerling
exactly
potatoes.
have. And then I have some boxes here, and then we're going to go out to the storehouse to place these things. So let us start counting. So we are here at the storehouse. This is where I will be storing a lot of food, especially my tithes, my offerings, and what I'm giving to my youth organization to feed 5,500
Tides.
children for 1 year. So let me take y'all inside. Let's go. All right, so here's the storage unit. Okay.
Look
Some
at that
live
storage
stuff
shed.
as
It's
I begin
really
to,
kind of immaculate. I love
you know,
this.
add things to it.
Well
I will
organized, clean.
more. That would be more clean. Anyway, so here's this side. This is where all the potatoes are gonna go along here. I'll probably store some garlics up here that come through the winter. I'll seed save back here. But nevertheless, what we came here for are the potatoes. So I got this for free. Somebody gave me these. I saw them on the side of the road. So my husband's friend gave them to me. And so let's check on them from last night and let's see how they doing. All right, they're good. I'll continue to just monitor them. I did not water them or wet them. So you see I punch holes in the boxes, as well as we have some air coming through and holes all throughout the side. Similarly, I did the same thing with these right here. All right, we got holes. Okay. In the boxes, I put them on top of the crate.
My only question is, did she wash those
That's pretty much
potatoes?
it. So you guys know I have a lot of potatoes outside. These are russet potatoes, the smaller type. I have some Kennebec that I'm getting ready to plant later today. So we'll talk about that. And yeah, so here we go. Everything starts with the plan. Get started today. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you hit the like. Make sure you hit the share and the notification bell. All of that good stuff, as well as plan with me. All right. So every October, we go from the beginning and we start our plan. All right. So to be a part of my gardening group, you must purchase the garden planner. It's $66.07. You can buy it on Amazon.com. Go to Amazon.com, type in. Well, you know what? I'll show you guys how to do it. Until next time, peace.
She is a very pleasant person. I enjoy her gardening videos. So that is some positivity. K. Michelle, her name came up on a show I was watching over weekend. Oh my Lord. I might have to watch this. Look at this woman. Let's see. It's time to be honest about the manosphere. Gotta watch it. And this is dedicated to Hood Conservative and all those manosphere
it may have gotten
assholes.
a little too spicy. What the fuck is wrong with y'all niggas? Seriously, disengage, touch grass, go to therapy, and you might end up getting some. You might. So now, having calmed down and gotten all the negativity out of my system, I'm hoping to have a meaningful conversation about what misogyny is and what it does to people. So let's go. As I looked at different responses to my last video, one criticism I got was that the
Deacon Dave, that was Tiffany Silver. I've shown her videos a number of times. Yeah, she's Jamaican and she is an outdoors girl. I'm pretty sure you've seen her videos before on here. And Broke Genius, hey, how you doing? I know an eater when I see one. Define eater. You mean someone who likes to eat? Oh no, Deacon Dave. Yes, I have. You just weren't here. Maybe the last time I showed one was really like at 2 or 3 in the morning. But no. Tiffany, I've been watching Tiffany Silver for like 4, 5 years. She's been around. Oh, not that video. We can do that next. Though to me, it tends to get kind of repetitive. The thing I like about her is she knows how to bait a hook. She is not afraid. She dives. She's a real outdoorsy girl. And I like that in a woman. Let's see. Broke Genius, eater, as in that woman has kids and she gardens. So what? She's a little plump, but you know what? I actually think she's cute. So you need to when you get older, your horizons will broaden. I'll just leave it at that. So I think I might this is a video that Old Black Crow showed. I thought this was a new one, but maybe not.
Y'all niggas hate women response is lame and oversimplistic and allegedly false. And that's wrong. And I don't believe that. But I do want to dig deeper into why I came to that conclusion and why some of y'all think that this hatred of women stuff is not true for you. Now, for some of you red pill adjacent types, this may not be true. But for probably more of you, let's just chat for a second and see if anything I say strikes a nerve. I'm gonna try my best. To get it out the way early, for those of you who've been watching Manosphere content since like 2010, this video isn't for you. You can watch it, obviously, but like I'm not about to say anything that is gonna in any way change your mind. I'm not gonna say you're a lost cause because anyone can change and there's always opportunity to change the direction that you're going in if you have breath in your body. But I know that some of y'all are not here to really listen. And I'm not really in a position to have an effect on how you move or understand the world at this point. But for those of you that don't want to be watching Manosphere content for 15 years, like a real comment I saw on someone's video the other day, been watching such and such for 15 years, which is sad. If you don't want to be in the same angry position you are now when you're pushing 40, you may find something useful here. So let's rapport build first. Here's what I think I hear from some folks when they respond negatively to my criticism around misogyny and red pill nonsense. So one is that people are saying they're just calling women out for their toxic behavior. 2, modern women, this and that, modern dating, this and that. 3, oh, but hypergamy and stuff. 4, because I have
Hey,
4
Dave,
fingers
hit
up,
the link
but
if you
I wasn't
want.
on
You
4
can
yet.
come
I
up
don't know
here
what I
and
did
criticize,
there.
and I
4
can just shoot
is
it down.
misandry, of course. And 5,
Misandry.
fair is fair. If I talk to women like some of y'all talk to us, there would be hell to pay. And all of these points I'm hearing can, in some context, under certain circumstances, be taken at face value. I can't imagine what it's like to date right now. It sounds fucking horrible. And I know this, hearing it not just from y'all, but from other men my age who are recently divorced or never married and are still dating. Shit sounds bad. And I know that's not a one-way thing. I know that's not just all men, right? And I know part of the frustration, especially with dating app stuff, is that the way that people are allowed to talk about men who don't have money or who don't have, who aren't providers or whatever.
Dave, maybe you can help me, or J-Dub or somebody. Why do men who are married talk about dating and women and what they do? If you're married, you're kind of out of the game. How do you know so much? Promise me you won't gish gallop me. I'm gonna be myself. I am who I am. I'm still and Dave, when and if you do come up, why do married men care this much about the dating scene? Um, I'm curious. Now, if the answer is, oh, I want to, I want to prepare my son. No, you don't know who, what, or when your son will date, especially once they get off to school. My personal experience raising a son is, you know what? Other than be yourself, and you need to pick a smart woman, like you don't want to slouch in the brain department. Um, I raised him to be who he is. I let him make the decision. I'm not gonna be one of these guys, who lives his, lives through his son. I prepared him to be a responsible young man, hopefully, and to be able to make decisions. Don't pick a slouch. And you know what? If there are only slouches out there, you might have to do without. But do not demean yourself by picking, some Lindy Lou.
Else can feel icky and frustrating and dehumanizing. There's a ton of negative rhetoric
You're
toward
dead.
men who don't exhibit a certain commodifiable masculinity, who aren't high value. There are women who hate.
Okay, you say because we aren't dead yet. My question would be, but are you satisfied? I mean, I was satisfied with my wife. I wasn't particularly looking. So the point isn't that you're dead. The point is, are you satisfied? You made your choice. Maybe just let the world go on and build your own world. Stop worrying about, what's happening in the dating world.
Hate men. There are black women who hate men. There are online communities and YouTube and TikTok channels dedicated for shitting on black men. I am not saying those things don't exist. I've talked about them before. I'm talking about them again a little bit today. And it's very clear that black men who transgress against society in some way get a ton of negative attention, and nobody seems to blink an eye about it. Worse, there are TikTokers and YouTubers who build whole platforms reacting to this stuff, and it feels like you're being purposely torn down. And while most of those divestor adjacent channels are very small and insignificant compared to, say, a DJ Academics or an Andrew Tate, or I don't know, the president of the United States, it doesn't mean that it's not real, or that the rhetoric that some of these entities use doesn't sometimes find its way into the ways that people talk about black men online and offline. I've seen the video where the teachers hyper focus on the young black boy, and I've talked about the ways in which society is against black men in tons of videos at this point. If you actually watch me, like watch my actual content beyond when some manosphere dude is reacting to it, you would know this. And I know this because I spent over 10 years teaching and mentoring and doing social work and working in the court system to keep alleged YNs out of jail, and even ones that have done awful things. I have empathy for all people, period, but especially for men and the type of men that often do not get it. I want you all to know that I've seen these things. I've experienced a lot of these things, and I understand. And in all my work, research, talking to young boys directly, doing mentorship, doing education, and anything you think of about these serious problems. And all my time doing that, I've never seen any reason to come to the conclusion that this is black women's fault, right? This does not mean that there are not bad women or bad black women. Some women are awful. That is not something that should be controversial. But if you've watched my videos on guys like Kanye and Drake and Diddy, etc., you know I never really make content saying X person is awful and here's why. I do not hold people accountable. That's not my thing. I don't think that is a thing on the internet, let alone outside of the internet. And if it was to ever happen, it won't be because someone made a YouTube video. And I think it's pretty silly to think otherwise. And considering how some of you all move, that there are numerous large channels and media entities constantly attacking women, even when it doesn't make any sense. Again, I bring up the example of Academics and Cassie, or a bunch of people in Tory Lanez versus Meg, I will always be hesitant to make content along those lines because I know what that type of content ends up contributing to. Mind you, did y'all even watch my video about Dr. Jackie a while back when she used rhetoric that endangered the lives of Black women and Black children? Or about my critique on Black policing, where I spent 30 minutes breaking down the problems of Kamala Harris, and even took time to criticize Atlanta's Black woman district attorney, who not only fumbled the Trump case, but wasted taxpayer money on the Young Thug trial and has been allegedly stealing money from citizens. You probably didn't see those videos because that's not the type of hold women accountable content y'all are actually interested in, is it? It's not, because accountability to y'all means something else. So let's dig into that, shall we? That rant I cut out of my last video talks about how I just recently, for the first time, heard Doechie's song Anxiety all the way through. I had seen snippets of it online and like TikToks and Instagram reels and whatnot, but overall, I had yet to actually hear the whole song. I had only basically heard the chorus. And it hit me like why that is. And it's because I don't like that song that much. It's not bad. I'm just not head over heels about it. I'm not going out of my way to listen to it. I actually really like Doechii. Alligator Bites was good, but as I've said before, I'm kind of a day one Doechii fan. I found her off TikTok music a while back with Yucky Blucky Fruitcake, and my favorite Doechii song is Crazy that I found off the Madden soundtrack like 3-4 years ago at this point. So as much as I love that she's successful right now, and I'm excited for what comes next with her music, that particular song, which is her biggest hit, is not for me. And it hit me that here I am, a fan of Doechii, but I've never heard this song and I've barely heard it used as a sound or anything on TikTok. But I know that there's tons of you watching right now, or tons of people that I'm describing that aren't watching, that have probably heard this song hundreds or thousands of times. Because these are...
You know, that's funny. I've never heard her name pronounced, but yeah, I know who this woman is. She is actually very talented. Wow. Black Crow had a problem with her, but Black Crow has many problems.
These are people that are constantly consuming content about Doechii, even though they allegedly hate her. Meanwhile, I, as a fan of her music, have barely interacted with any of the conversation around her. Isn't that kind of interesting? Considering how active certain spaces are online, I bet that 50% of all the Doechii content on the internet right now is being consumed by anti-woke, red pill adjacent type dudes,
Solid
because she is such a prominent part, or, you know, maybe her wave is over, but for the last like month, she had been a huge part of that media ecosystem. I've heard people say that the Doechii backlash is her fault because she's overexposed, but that only works as an excuse if you don't understand how algorithms work.
Actually really
Doechii
talented.
is just enjoying the spotlight low key, like many stars have before. And as is often the case when a Black woman has a star turning wave in social media, she has become a recurring character in the misogyny wars. The same thing happened with Meg a few years ago, and Lizzo maybe around the same time. It happened with Nicki Minaj 10, 15 years ago, in an era before modern social media. This is a thing that tends to happen when women, especially Black women, do too much. Like I remember alleged sex tapes with Lil' Kim 30 years ago, and people trying to say Ciara was really a man. There's always these weird rumors that pop up around Black women who have star turns in the public. I almost forget about Beyonce selling her soul to join the Illuminati. Now, a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with red pill adjacent stuff, but these days, that definitely is a big part of any backlash against any Black woman. And again, I have to ask why. Even though you allegedly hate Doechii, you'll spend chunks of your free time paying attention to her. There's anti-Doechii takes all over the place. The comment section for anything related to Doechii is full of sock puppet accounts and weirdos talking about how they don't like her. TikTok.
Deacon Dave, you've got your finger on the pulse of the manosphere, a Black manosphere. What's wrong with Doechii? I think she's gorgeous, actually, and talented. Why don't Black manosphere types like her? Any idea? Brian Nichols, okay. I had no clue.
TikTok and Instagram has a ton of lazy, dochi bad videos. And when she dared to joke about straight men a few months ago, people tried to treat it like she got caught sexually grooming a 13-year-old boy on a live stream.
He's a child, nigga.
I knew folks were losing it when people said her remix on Timeless ruined the song, when you can just listen to the original song. It's right there. You don't have to hear that remix. But that's the thing. A lot of you guys really want to talk
you should
about
look her
how
up.
much
She's
you don't like
actually
Doechii.
talented.
It's low-key your personality at this point. You
I don't
constantly
know. She,
consume
believe
content
it or
about
not,
her,
she's
even
kind of
if
my
it's
type of
content
woman.
defending her. Whether it's me or
Or
Anthony
a
Fantana or
type
anyone
that I
else,
like.
or some shitty video attacking her from some guy playing Fortnite, you're going to watch and comment. And again, this isn't just Doechii. It's Meg Thee Stallion, Angel Reese, Haley Bailey. Like, y'all dislike Haley Bailey so much all of a sudden that you're giving DDG love, right? DDG has gotten more attention for allegedly abusing Haley than when he got her pregnant, and let alone any of the music he allegedly released. Y'all will hate on porn stars and then go watch porn. Make it make sense. Before you get mad and tell me how bad these individual people are, because I'm sure there's some angle you could take to explain how insert woman here is bad, I want you to first ask yourself, why do you care? Is it because you feel like the internet is always attacking you? Are you an abuser? Do you aspire to abuse? Why do you feel such camaraderie with men who are abusers, who are being accused of being abusers? How did you even come to know that insert woman here was bad in the first place? Was it because some red pill creator or streamer or Twitter account that you were watching told you? Probably because they knew how you would react. What were you doing when that information came across your attention? Were you doing anything productive with your life, or staring into your phone looking for something to make you feel alive?
It's solid, Snake.
Again, it may not be you in particular, but if it isn't, understand you probably know exactly who I'm talking about. You know someone that I'm describing right now. And maybe just this once you should send them this video. Because again, look at the comment sections of anything related to these women, because you all constantly consume this type of anti-woman content. These algorithms learn to feed more of it to you until that's all the internet is to you. It's all you end up seeing whenever you log on. And if you're not aware of how algorithms work, and most people aren't, then you think that negative feedback loop of anti-woman content is how the world is. You think that's normal. So now that I'm explaining to you that it's not, consider why these things bother you so much. Why do you feel the way you feel about an artist or singer or whomever else whose art you generally don't enjoy, but you have really passionate feelings about them? What benefit does that have to you personally? What has being in these spaces really done for you other than give you other people with your same disposition to complain about life with? Statistically, not much. So why are you spending your time leaving mean comments about insert visible woman here rather than catching up on sleep or doing work or developing a new skill, exercising, playing video games, or maybe watching something that you actually enjoy? What do you like besides this type of content? Do you even know anymore? Like, are you aware of what you would watch next after this that you actually like? Not that you're trying to argue in the comments around. There's research that indicates that people do pay more attention to things that bother them than things that they like. So this isn't just you necessarily. This is a somewhat universal phenomenon that's maybe somewhat out of your control, but that then begs the question, what about these particular types of videos, these images of these women bother you so much? Why is it so important that someone do something about these women that you think aren't being held accountable? What does that even mean? The most egregious example of this comes from some of you black red pill types who are addicted to engaging with divester content, and you really seem to want me or someone to say or do something about it. So first and foremost, I talked about that group relatively in depth in my Black Manosphere video years ago that I'm assuming a lot of you never watched. It is long, but it's good. It's, you know, all my shit's good, whatever. And the only reason I did that was to get y'all to shut up about it, which was naive of me, because I didn't understand then what I understand now, which is that this is bigger than anything ideological. This is low-key addiction with y'all, but we're not there yet. But I do want to be clear, that community is vile, as I said in the video. But what did that do about them other than make more people aware of their existence? Do you know what the question I usually get whenever I mention divestors in the video is? It's, what is a divestor? You're going to see that in the comment section because I'm not going to explain right now. That's what happens when you address certain toxic groups from a large platform. All you really end up doing is allowing.
Hey, Dave, were you, did you watch Truism's show? I guess it was, when was that? Was it, this weekend's a blur. I guess it was overnight into Saturday. The one that me and Tyrone were on, but specifically the one that you know, he was kind of reviewing this.
Yeah, I did. I was there. Hold on, I got the wrong headset. It's in the. I'm driving them out on delivery, and this truck got my Bluetooth. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that.
Okay, well, you sound fine.
I hate this thing because this van is loud as hell.
I don't hear the van.
Yeah, I'm parked. I'm about to be on the road again. Yeah, I was watching Truism, man. That was a very, very good show. That
Really?
one where he was talking about the difference between well, he laid out that concept that you always had an issue with when he was talking about the hierarchy of women.
Okay, you know what? I think number one, that's overthinking it. That is all. You know, it's so funny that people like Truism and you and Hoodservative will go after critical theory. That hierarchy of women is literally critical theory. You guys really, and I won't say you guys because you don't do that. And I actually like Truism, to be honest. I think he is very smart. You know, not my kind of smart, but he's a good faith guy. He believes what he believes. And you know, he's almost like a SKC. He can tell you why he believes it. And it's not because, you know, someone said it. He has thought it out. So I have to give him that respect. If you think about it, even if I disagree with you, if you can explain why you think this way, you know what? We just disagree, but at least I know why. I don't like that hierarchy of women thing. I honestly think that this misogyny, and I was listening to Freezy's show. I was listening to Drip's show. I think one of the biggest problems in the Black community is this fake war of the sexes. Black men are stupid. Black women are stupid. The people, it's just amazing how stupid people are. You know, I'm hearing people just like, if you make a general point, the first thing they're going to respond is, well, I don't do that. Well, we weren't talking about you. It was a general statement. People just don't know how to argue their points. They don't know how to hear arguments. They don't know how to make arguments. And I think it's all because America's education system is just crashed and burned. And I don't think it can be recovered. So anyway, I know I'm over talking, but
no, you're good.
At least Black Crow, he is grown in my estimation, and I'm sure he wouldn't give a fuck. But you know what? It is what it is. He's not chopped liver.
No, not at all. And that first impression that you guys get off on the wrong foot, or for whatever it is, you guys clashed in ideologies. There's always a road to where people get to where they are, you know, and that's a long bridge.
Well, no, I disagree. I think people like Be Brave. Be Brave's a moron.
We're not talking about Brave. I understand that's like a unique.
Well, I'm making a
situation.
comparison. Black Crow is not a Be Brave level. I don't. The clash of ideologies is gonna happen. Please don't get me wrong. That that you're right wing does not bother me. It's why you believe the right wing is, the way to go. And sometimes I might not agree with your reasoning, but at least you reasoned it. And who knows, I could be wrong. I have biases.
I don't think that you like. I don't think you respect or even like the idea that somebody can come to a conclusion based off of recent events or their own personal experience.
No, I absolutely don't respect that.
Right.
I
you
like
need
history.
A historical context.
I think exactly.
But
recent events, it's knee jerk. You need to put even recent events into a historical context. Look, it's almost like right.
There's an
It's like
that you
direct
have to let that go.
democracy. Look, the reason you would never believe that someone on the left would be a strict constitutionalist. These structures, if there is a genius, it is that America is not a direct democracy. It is not built on whim. It was never constructed to be a populist, reactive country. Populism is basically a step up from direct democracy. A republic is institutions versus direct democracy. And the reason is you don't get out of whack because of recent events or current events.
But that doesn't. Our approach today is definitely going to be different than yesterday's approach.
That's not really my argument. It's the same, and you know why it's the same? Because it goes through an institutional filter. That is actually the genius of a constitution and the way the American government was set up. It's very flexible, but it's also very rigid. Think of it like a Brita water filter. Okay, it does not matter the type of water you run through the filter, it's still going to filter. That's kind of what a republic or the American Republic is. Times can change. The institutions are going to filter, but every now and again, this is a Thomas Jefferson thing. You might have to change the filter because it gets too dirty. I don't know whether we're there yet or not, but honestly, and it could just be my quirk. It frustrates me that people don't understand the United States. They don't understand the culture. They don't understand how government works. So, I'm done fussing, but people, the historical context, and I wasn't like this at 20. I didn't look at everything through a historical context. I've just grown into this. I have just found it useful. You don't react because Trump holds a military parade. Like the protests, I know people were protesting, but you know what? The parades are going to happen. You protested. And I think it had some effect, but the parade still happened.
Yeah.
And you know what? It wound up being a good parade, and Trump actually kind of looked presidential.
Did you live stream that? Because I don't think I've seen you.
Yeah,
on.
I did.
My phone hasn't been getting notifications.
Dude, I did it for like 10 and a half hours. You missed it?
I think I was there, but I might have missed that part.
No, we watched almost the whole parade. I didn't intend to watch the parade, but once it started, it was just fascinating. And I'm not an army guy, but no, it's excellent. And the biggest compliment I got was Ms. Brooklyn Watson. She enjoyed it, and that's like the best compliment a show host can get, because Kimmy Kimmy's very particular. He is very opinionated, and that she took the time to say, "Hey, I enjoyed it. It was a great show." That means something. So
Yeah, respect to Kimmy. She's classy. I love that about her. Since you say I never say nothing nice about a black woman, why don't I give the flowers to those that we at least have in common? You see, I would interact with one, and it's not in a controlled environment. She has my respect.
yeah. And you know what? You're supposed to look. There are normal people and there are Kimmy Cakes. There are normal people and there are Deacon Daves.
No, I'm way.
You are not supposed to be looking for like a crack hoe. You are supposed to be looking for Kimmy Cakes. And you need to raise your kids. And I'm not giving you father advice, but say it was me. I raised my son to look for Kimmy Cakes. Like if she's not Kimmy Cakes, you're wasting your time. And Kimmy, not you personally, but your prototype, your model, a woman of your quality.
Now, if she's the type that explodes and blows up and reacts, I haven't seen that on the channel, but that's a whole different.
She's
thing.
not. The only time she has had harsh words, it's tended to be me. Because
No
me,
surprise.
I piss people off. And even when she gets pissed off at me, she's classy about it. She'll just leave. It's like, I'm not dealing with you, N-word. She is funny. So, Lupin, you know what? To your point, Lupin, I just think people should. This is my problem with when people see. This is the deal, Lupin. People will say, "Well, black culture's fucked up," but you know what I mean. I don't mean all black culture. Well, motherfucker, be specific. If being specific about what you're criticizing will save a lot of arguments and hurt feelings and stuff. And I don't even know that the Hoteps, I think the Hoteps are true believers. Like the Hoteps, no, they aren't grifters. They believe that shit. At least in my opinion. A dirty dude. Protest was a very good counter. Look at the overheads of the parade compared to some of the protest. Well, that's true, but look, you know what, dirty dude, I'm a Navy guy. I appreciate the equipment. I appreciate the people. I know they didn't want to do it, but they look like, those soldiers look like they were kind of having a good time. I'm a military geek. So, maybe Trump was looking for suckers like me, but I know how hard the shit those guys did. They had to paint those vehicles. They had to make sure that they were running those old Sherman tanks. They had to dig those damn things out of mothballs and get them in shape to run up the street without breaking down. I've been in charge of equipment. And you don't get a new tank every year. you don't buy a new tank off the showroom floor that often. You have to maintain these damn things for decades sometimes. And seeing that Sherman tank or those Sherman tanks rolling down, looking all shiny and new, those motherfucking soldiers put in some time. Believe me, there were top sergeants chewing ass. They were those E5s caught some hell getting those tanks rolling the way they did. So that's why I appreciated it. Trump even, came off presidential, but the awe of those young people in those tanks marching down. I think the military is the best America has to offer. Not the smartest, not nuclear scientists, though there are nuclear scientists in the Navy. What we can do, march down that street. Those young people marching down Constitution Avenue. America can be awesome when we do the right things. I wouldn't do the military parade, but since it had to happen, it turned out the best way possible. So, sorry, I'm old man reminiscing. She is thickums.
Yeah, Madonna was thick back in the day.
I'm just not. I never found Madonna that attractive.
It's the gap in the tooth and that wide mouth. I told you I like a wide mouth.
Yeah, well, we all like to fish, and some of us want to keep trophies. Yep.
Wide mouth like a bass. Yeah, and I do have a question.
Well, hold on. Let me my buddy Dirty Dude. Dirty Dude, I'm not a Trump, but it's not so much. Look, it turned out the
it's
best
Dairy
way
Dude, not
it could
Dirty
be.
Dude.
I'm sorry, what?
Dairy Dude, not Dirty Dude.
No, it's Dirty Dude. Put on your
okay,
glasses.
Dirty Dude.
I've known Dirty Dude for quite some time. He's not new. He's not new to the chat. I know I'm going against type Dirty Dude, but you know what? The parade turned out in spite of Trump. I loved seeing those young people. I loved seeing the equipment maintained. It was for a bad cause, but there were good people performing their orders. You gotta love them. I would almost hey Woody, what's up, man? I would almost allow my son to join the army, but we're not there yet. Sorry, Dave.
All good.
I just don't seem. She is not unattractive. She's just not my type. I would literally walk on past her if I met her in a bar. First off, I don't like women who color their hair. I always thought she looked better with her natural hair, and every now and again there's a picture of her back in the day.
Hey, maybe you could answer this question, or I would love if FD would ever just break it down, but maybe he has. I don't know. I don't watch his shit. But what is the problem? What is problematic about Red Pill to society that gets him going?
Well, you only have to watch some of these shows that I watch. When you get someone, I watched a debate between a very smart young black woman and a black man who was just this whole I need to be a leader and you need to follow. I find that just that basic premise formulaic to the point that it's artificial. Basing your relationship on the Bible, both the man and the woman need to be very Christian. If you're not, men, the responsibility of a man is to choose a woman that's right for him. Not every woman is going to be right. And one of the more interesting arguments I heard was, what if a woman who's overweight and not that attractive could be a good wife for you? And it was back and forth, like this man and young man complaining about, well, black women want this, that, and the other. They want millionaires and they want all this. And instead of, some woman, it was the girl that I was just looking at. Is she here? There was like this video of a woman who was on, I think it was Shannon Sharp's show. She she turned down like 5 marriage proposals, and they found a problem with that. Now, black women, if you're turning down 5 men who wanted to marry you, well, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe they weren't the right men. And then, the reverse of that is, don't be, if a woman, what if men, and Hood Servative, by the way, was on this on Freezy's show for hours with his stupid shit. Hood Servative is a fucking moron. And you know what?
Oh my
He's
God.
also, his arguments are greasy. As soon as you pin him down, and one of the reasons this show is called Wiggles and Dimes, that's exactly what the Hood Servative types do. They wiggle and dime. They literally, as soon as you shit on their argument, they will literally say, I didn't say that. Disingenuous, they wiggle and they dime. Fuck you if you disagree, Solid Snake. I didn't ask for your agreement. I'm stating my opinion. That you disagree is inconsequential. Wiggle and dime. That's what these black manosphere people do. They wiggle and dime. They will wiggle.
Manosphere does not necessarily mean red pill.
You know what? It's all the same to me. I'm not an aficionado. I leave it to you.
But then now you also threw out the idea.
Tell me the difference between red pill and black manosphere.
Because red pill isn't necessarily only about relationships; it's about everything.
Okay,
manosphere is not even about just relationships; it's about everything.
You know what? Well, you'll have to make me more aware of the shows like BGS does nothing but BGS is a good example. He talks about other shit, but it always comes back to bashing black women.
That's one aspect of it. There are black manosphere programs that don't talk about black women at all. But see, that's why distinctions are necessary. And there wouldn't be no question if you was very, if you were speaking exactly about what the problem is. That's why I asked, why is that problematic?
I can be
why
very
is red
specific.
Pill problematic?
I can be very specific because they don't know shit. They make shit up. They don't read books. They hear what other people have to say. And if it sounds funny or good or makes them, gets their jollies off, it's gospel. They do not know shit. They are not book readers. They don't know American history. They don't know economics. They don't know shit. That is what the problem is.
Even when they talk about cars, I mean,
motherfucker, I'm not talking about talking. I'm talking about reading and knowing what you're talking about. Flapping your gums talking does not make you an expert. Even if you sound good, sound expert, there are people who can parse your arguments apart. And the other problem is they literally think they know everything. Have you ever heard BGS talk?
No, I don't listen to him.
Well, I have, as long as I can stomach. I can rarely go more than 10 or 15 minutes. This motherfucker talks about the Black Brain Trust. Like he has a corner on the knowledge market. The dude is not smart. Hood-servative, not smart. He's read a couple comic books and went through a bad experience apparently with some woman, and all of a sudden he's an expert. It's my opinion. There are hundreds of people who disagree with me, but I think I know the truth. As bad as conservative that way.
We all do this, but we lean into our own understanding. You could always
no.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what? That's why
yeah.
you read. That's why you listen to the opposite side. That's why you read conservative books. If you are only reading people or listening to people who agree, see, this is what pisses. I was on Orthodox's show yesterday, and I went after Mayo Monkey, and I went after fucking Denizen. I just fucking showed out because I think they are morons. One is more moronic than the other, and Orthodox has potential. And you know what? Denizen said, hey, Orthodox, you're going to have to make a choice. Either you drop Stanley from the panel or I go. Well, of course, I got dropped from the panel. And that was even better for me because I just trolled from the chat. I came up to dispute a specific point. I literally came up there to address a point Orthodox made, and Denizen, who is a fucking it's like a teenage girl on his first menstrual cycle. He's all achy and discombobulated. Wanted to go after me, and Mayo Monkey's just a fucking fool. So you know what? I wound up, of course, going after the two of them and making a whole show of it because I think Denizen is a sissy, and I think Mayo Monkey's a goddamn monkey for real.
Oh my God.
Oh, you know what? I don't think this isn't something I said on the panel to them personally.
Oh no, I know you don't pull no punches, so.
Oh yeah. No, you know what? I thought it was funny. Half the time I do shit like that is just to see what the reaction's gonna be. I love doing shit like that. But honestly, I think Mayo Monkey has no use. And Denizen, that motherfucker, I chase that. Look, Denizen does not like conflict. He gets all fucking like bothered if you disturb his chi.
Hey, how do I
And
sound, by the way? Do I have a bunch of background noise? Because it's loud as hell in this
no,
damn.
actually, you sound fine. And you know what? I'll stop. But I had a good weekend. I shit on some people I've been wanting to shit on for quite some time, and I had them cornered.
Yeah, I had to cut off the YouTube over the weekend and go 0 dark 30 so I can get some homework done.
Oh, really? What you studying?
I was learning some Python algorithms.
Good for you.
Yeah, but from one day to the next, you forget everything you learned because there's always a new concept.
Oh, don't worry about it. You'll get it.
Yeah, I went through that part of the course like 3 times already. Still
Well, let me
couldn't tell
put
you
it to you
about it.
this way. What you need to do is take your youngest son and ask him to help you because he probably understands computers better. It's like this weird thing that kids can't pick that shit up.
Yeah, I got my he's the oldest son actually. He turned 13 on Saturday. I got him immersed in Spanish, so I've been trying to pick that up. So that's what he's on.
Hey, Portia, shout out those 2 idiots all you want. I said what I said. Mayo Monkey is literally a monkey. In his specific, to be specific, he's a chimpanzee covered in mayonnaise. And Denizen is a girl on his first period. He is literally in pain, discombobulated, and he needs his mommy's help.
Oh God.
So I hope this gets clipped because God damn it. Oh look, I was up on a panel and those 2 little pussies got all discombobulated, and you want to know why? And I'm dead serious when I say this. They don't like a black man who knows more words than they do and is free enough to fucking shit on them in front of their little racist audience. I love fucking with those Nazis.
Wait a minute. All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, Jack?
Don't worry about it.
Happy belated Father's Day, Stanley. Happy belated Father's Day,
what up,
Deacon,
man?
man.
What up?
I had a beautiful Father's Day.
Don't give a fuck. You better step correct, son. This is not run-on sentence day.
Stanley, why you up here with all this? Why?
Well, because you know what? I wasn't even thinking about this until it's almost like I relish the dessert that little pie-faced Denizen and little sugar topping mayo provided. I cut the pie.
First of all,
cut the
we
pie,
can all do it.
and it was a coconut cream pie, very white and fluffy. I cut the pie and I served it to their audience.
No, Stanley, you say you the king of vocabulary, right?
No, I never said I'm the king of vocabulary.
Well, you make it like that. You making it sound like that.
I don't make shit. That is those are your words. Don't say I think that.
Hey, I like that. King of vocabulary.
Yeah, like you the king of vocabulary.
Why not wear the crown, Sam?
The minute I get crowned, there's gonna be someone who knows more words. Solid Snake, what you need to do is don't crown me king because it's a crown of thorns. Don't do that.
First of all, I don't believe you the king of shit. I think that's exactly what the king do.
Well,
no
you're right. I'm not the king of.
I always want to shit on somebody. How you gonna hate on little conservative?
Wait, hold it.
And Denizen
Wait, hold it. Okay. You asked me why I shit on people because they deserve it mostly. I like shitting on people that I want to eat shit.
That's sad, Stanley. That is very sad.
Hey, I'm old. I sometimes have an empty nest. It's the only amusement I get sometimes.
Well, I
Shitting on stupidity. Shitting on stupidity is very satisfying.
That's why, because you know what? That's why I do it to you every day.
I'm sure you do, Solid Snake. I bet you think you do.
I'm pretty sure I do, Stanley. I can sit back and listen to how it plays
I
over
bet
and
you
over and
go
over.
panel to. I bet you go panel to panel. Going, I shit on Stanley.
Oh hell, I go to everybody panel and shit on them sometime.
Yeah, okay.
I do it. I do, Stanley. You ain't the only panel I be on. Shit. I do it all over these YouTube streets. I just be randomly shitting on niggas. Just be like, the hell? There's certain ones I won't fuck with them, you know.
Solid
But, you know,
Snake, I wish I could
just
be
a
in your
liberal.
world. I wish I could be on your world on whatever it is you're on.
Oh, Stanley. I'm glad
Hey,
I'm not yours.
it's a happy drug.
I still can't believe you sitting on Hood Conservative, though, man. We got to call that out, bro. You
Oh,
can't be
fuck
doing
Hood.
that, man.
You know what? Hood Conservative. You know what? I was in the chat shitting on Hood Conservative in Freezy's chat, and that motherfucker, people were laughing at his ass. And Hood Conservative is literally, he really is not good at arguments. If you pin him down on a bad point, he will literally say, I didn't say that. Or
Maybe he's trying to avoid high blood pressure.
No,
You ever thought of that, Stanley?
he is literally wiggles and dimes.
Oh, no, Stanley.
He wiggles in his arguments and he asks for dimes.
Okay, give me an example of him wiggling in his
No, I
argument.
don't have to give you shit. I want Hood Conservative to bring his dumb ass up here so I can give him examples. Ask him to come over. I bet
Wow,
you're on his
Stanley.
show a lot.
Stanley.
You're over
Stanley.
on his show a lot. Next time, Hood Conservative knows what's good for him, and what's good for him is to avoid me.
Yeah, I would too. All this negative ass energy you try to put out here in the atmosphere.
I only reserve it for the stupidest black man I know. Now, which is it, you or Hood Conservative?
Well, I know it ain't me. It might not be the same. It might be the guy. It might be the observer. You ever thought it might be the observer, though, Stanley? It could be the observer. Those who observe their reality, you know what I'm saying, tend to be in it.
Yeah, that's what Stanley says all the time. A priori.
You know what? Sometimes you have to make your reality. And quite frankly, Hood Conservative is good at making his reality. That's why he's a
I don't see
content
where he
creator.
wrong at. I want to know where he wrong at. Where he wrong at, Stanley? I can't agree with him 90% of the time, be honest with you.
Okay, Solid Snake, you are not God's gift to intellect.
Who is you?
Yep.
What have you invented?
At least in our interactions, I would vote for me.
You sound more classy, but you sound like no.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I can take a punch.
No, Stanley, I ain't in the mood to shoot on you today, man. I don't had a good Father's Day, and that's what I want to talk about. Father's Day shit. That's what I
Well,
want to talk
guess
about. How we
what?
celebrated our Father's Day.
That's not the name of the show. It's Wiggles and Dimes.
Yeah, you wiggling and diming.
Did you
don't wanna
wiggle?
talk about
Did you
how
wiggle on
black
Father's
men
Day?
make great fathers. That's what I want to talk about because that's all I experienced.
You know what? This would be the first time that a person of your type would ever make that assertion. I literally, and I don't know if you ever go over to No Cap Freezy or No Captivity. You know what? I like his show. I think he's a great moderator. I wish one of these days I want to grow up to be No Cap Freezy. I just can't fucking seem to be that disciplined. Hood Conservative.
I want to know how many black men.
Hood
Hey, you know what?
Conservative came up, motherfucker. Do not interrupt when I'm talking. Hoodservative came on that show and got his ass tamed by black women. Hoodservative literally got his ass tamed. No, Freezy put him in a position of literally Freezy. See, Hoodservative is too he's so enamored with himself that he can never take. He isn't aware enough outside of his own sense of superiority to understand what happened to him. Freezy put him in his place. Couple black women put him in his place, and he still wanted to. He wouldn't stay down.
See, I wouldn't either. I wish I was there.
Yeah, well, you are in your own bubble, just like Hoodservative.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, Stanley. It's the truth. I bet you $20, 90% of them women.
The truth is,
were pro-feminist.
Hoodservative is
and
good
don't
on
respect
his.
black men.
Hoodservative is good on his show. He has a core audience that adores him and hangs on every word, and that's good. I wish I could do it, but I just can't be that stupid.
Well,
Yeah, you can catch more flies with honey than shit.
Wait, Stanley. You can't be that masculine. Say it right. It's not about being stupid. Ban that word stupid out your vocabulary.
I honestly think
ain't no such thing as being stupid. Say you ain't masculine, Stanley. Say I'm not masculine enough to do it.
Do not fucking tell me what to say, young man. Young man,
women have
I know what I said. I know what I said. I know what I said. I meant what I said.
Yeah, I know what you said too, but I'm just saying, Stanley, come on,
well,
man.
Now you need to realize that I meant what I said. It wasn't an accident that I said it.
That's sad, Stanley. How can you go back and listen to these replays and say, I'm Stanley,
I don't listen.
Man,
well, see, that's where you
saying that, Stanley.
Okay, I don't listen to replays. I literally never go back and listen to my shows. They're one and done.
I don't do that. I show it out to the people.
Who gives a fuck what you do?
I do. I show it out to the people.
I'm telling you what I
play
do.
Every replay I do when we over here getting drunk and they want to come over here and jam out. Nope, I listen to the Stanley Cross Show.
Well,
you know why? Because I'm always over here schooling your ass. And you know what?
Is that what
it's
you
quiet.
think you're doing?
It's quiet, Stanley. It's quiet in my house. I promise
you're right.
I don't have no
You're
problems.
absolutely
I don't
right.
have problems
You know what you're schooling me on? That I'm right. Every
But
time
Stanley,
you come up
even
here,
the people
every
I hang
time you
around
come
know I'm
up
right
here,
than you.
every time you come up here and you do a run
Stanley,
on
don't nobody
sentence,
live in a bigger bubble than
every
you.
time I don't care. See, I don't give a fuck.
At least we do know reality.
Dude,
Stanley,
my life,
the reality you
when
living in died in 1965. The reality you want to support died in 1965. Okay? We trying to get that back.
Who is we?
The Black Manosphere.
You have no fucking clue what the
Black American Black Manosphere, Stanley.
You are literally failure.
You literally try to
fail.
Try to distract the public.
You fail to get women. That's why you're complaining. You
Stanley,
fail to marry women, motherfucker. Do not interrupt when I'm on a rant. Do not do that. The Black Manosphere reeks of failure.
Okay.
Failure to launch. Most of y'all are baby daddies. Very few of you have marriages at all. So don't fucking tell me that you're the future of black men. Motherfucker, y'all are failed. Motherfucker, you need to no. I need you to address you're all failures. Are you a baby daddy?
Of course I am.
Well, then, of course you are. should be
because
the
I love
motto
a
of
woman get
motherfucker. Do
satisfied,
not
all of a sudden
interrupt,
I'm listening.
motherfucker. Of course, I'm a baby daddy ought to be the manosphere the Black Manosphere mantra. Motherfucker, Kevin Samuels fucking died alone.
But wait a minute. What does that got to do
No.
with?
Don't tell me to wait a minute. Did he die alone or not? He had some Mexican whore. He did not die.
He wasn't alone. But that's not why I was saying, wait a minute.
His kids were not surrounding his bed at 85 going, Daddy, we love you. The manosphere, the Black Manosphere in particular, full of incels who fail to launch with the opposite sex.
How can you be an incel and a baby daddy?
You know what? Are you married?
And why she gotta be a Mexican slut, Stanley?
It was a joke, asshole.
I mean, but damn, you just threw the whole Mexican women
It
under
was
the whole
a
damn
joke,
bus, man.
asshole. Oh, see, you are all in your feelings because you are all in your feelings because I said I made a joke about Kevin Samuels.
I wonder if that lady got deported or not.
What lady?
That's a good question. Did she get deported? Hey, I bet you she was the first one on.
Now look at the two manosphere guys moving the goalpost. I'm talking about the manosphere I'm talking about the manosphere. I'm talking manifest failure in the manosphere.
I'm not defending it. I'm trying to get the definition of what
Stick to the topic,
what you're saying.
I'm sticking to the topic, and you not on topic.
No, you're not.
What is the topic, Stanley? Stanley, what opinion do you have on the manosphere?
The topic is the manosphere is full of failures.
Says the woman in the room.
Yeah. What woman, bitch?
I want to know why are we saying this? Why is the manosphere?
Look. So the first thing you want to do is attack me when I say, dude, you're a baby daddy. And your response is, of course I'm a baby daddy. Really? Is that
means he's not incel, though?
You know what a woman got that a man can't have?
You know what?
A whole bunch.
You know what? An incel is alone after impregnating some woman who turns out he can't maintain the relationship.
That's not the definition of incel.
An incel can be a baby daddy. Involuntary celibate. It doesn't mean infertile celibate. It means involuntary. Come on, Dave, use your brain.
No, come on, Stanley. Incel means that you can't get a woman. How do you have a kid?
Incel means you are an involuntary celibate. That doesn't mean you never had sex before. It means it means you got lucky and created a child to become a baby daddy, and now the child or your baby mama or both can't stand your ass. And you come on, you come on Freezy's show on Father's Day because you're going to be alone because your baby mama and your kids aren't coming over to see you. That's why Hood Conservative has time to be on a fucking YouTube show on Father's Day. Nobody's going to be knocking on his door.
Ain't that the way you supposed to celebrate Father's Day after you don't did the whole goddamn year work and support for the family?
Do you know
just to have a day of fucking rest? What's wrong with that, Stanley? What's wrong with that?
You know what? There is no honey for you today, because it's gonna be all vinegar apparently.
Yeah, Stanley, you wilding in your own shit.
Hey, motherfucker!
Man, come on, man, stop it.
Who was it that I asked?
I want to know who you like that. That's ridiculous.
You was it?
And
You
that's
know,
actually
I was
pretty
on
low, Stanley.
I was
That's
on
actually
T
pretty
show.
low.
The reason I was late for this
But we
show
have failed
is
relationships with black
okay.
women, Stanley. But you hate white people.
You don't
but you
have a
mad at white
relationship. You don't have. See, look where he's going. I married a white woman. What the fuck? Why is that relevant? Why is who I married a relevant topic of discussion? Tell us, Solid Snake.
That don't make
To
no
some
sense.
people, that means
It don't
black
make no
hate. You
sense,
hate
dude.
yourself. Self-hate.
Okay. Okay.
Stanley,
You
it
know
don't
what?
make sense at all, dude. It don't make sense what you're talking about.
Motherfucker,
I know you're trying to.
the black manosphere is full of failures. And I was on T's show rather late. That's why I was late to this show. I had to get some sleep and overslept. I think it was Tough Guy. I literally pissed Tough Guy off because I'm like, motherfucker, the reason why do you even have time to be on a show on Father's Day? Well, that's a good question, Stanley. Why do you have time? Well, my son is here in the same house. I know where he is. He has no choice but be here on Father's Day. And he did say Happy Father's Day. You know what? Your ass is waiting on your kids to come and they're not going to come. They're going to make an excuse not to come over and see you. It's like, we're busy. Sorry. Our phones started ringing. The manosphere, the black manosphere. Oh no, I went, motherfucker, you know how mean I can be. Stop fucking with me. Stop fucking with me, and I'll pull out the honey. But if you come after me, I don't always win. I don't always win, but I'm gonna hurt your fucking feelings. That is my goal if you fuck with me.
Stanley, motherfucker.
Stanley, man, I swear, man, it's almost like you were raised by one of these modern day single black women.
You know what?
I swear, because the hypocrisy in your language, the hypocrisy in your tone.
Motherfucker, but you know I wasn't. You know I was not. I was raised by a couple who were married for fucking 59 years. But you know what? I can devolve. I can, dude, I will hit you below the belt and laugh when I do it. Motherfucker, if you are in the military, you win. I'm not going to mince words. If you piss me off, you get what you get. I don't think you're a fucking man, Solid Snake, to be honest. Jeez. I think a lot of these motherfuckers in this chat mistake the soft voice and the big words for someone who I'll fucking slit your throat. Seriously. I like to be calm and peaceful. I like using honey, but don't mistake a real man.
Don't mistake yourself for being a real man, Stanley. Because ain't no real man gonna put another man in the
I don't make that kind of mistake.
You with a man on a woman's platform. That's what you're using, a woman's platform.
It's a woman's platform? How
yeah,
so?
The platform you using is a woman's way of thinking. Because don't no man think like that, Stanley.
Dude, you know what? You literally
said my son has nowhere else to go, and you brag about that. My son, 30 years old. You know what my son doing, Stanley? With his damn family, going to a damn restaurant.
Motherfucker, who gives a shit? Is your son a doctor? What does your son do for a living, Solid Snake?
He fucking do his damn job. Something your ass can't do. Something your ass done went through 50 years of your life.
Okay, dumbass, I will keep putting you into the back until you can form a non-run-on sentence and answer my question. What did you raise your son to be? What is his profession now, son? He went to a restaurant to cook someone else's dinner? What the fuck?
I said he went to the restaurant to feed
cook?
his family, meaning he got a motherfucking reservation, Stanley. You and your bigotry of low expectation is the biggest.
I have a bigotry of low expectations because you present me no options. Oh, there goes Solid Snake. He left. Good. Silliness. I still want to know what your son does for a living. How did he afford? How did he afford the restaurant? Did you give him the money, Dad? So let's see. Let's see. Of John and Tough Guy had a how many ways to use the N-word? Renato, you know who would win? Be Brave. That's who would win that competition. So, Dave, I know I've kind of gone on a rant. And
nah, it's all man. I don't think anything is much more entertaining than you versus Snake. I got a front row seat, man. I appreciate it. You gotta let him cut the promo though. You gotta say hit the like button. He didn't do that.
You know what? He can do it from the chat, or he can come back in. He left. I didn't drop him. He left of his own little female will. He probably. You know what? I'm guessing his Arab boss said, "Get off the phone."
You at the parting shot.
He's in the chat. He's free to come back up, but he will take a breath between sentences. That's my only requirement. And Solid Snake gives as good as he gets, so I have to give him that credit. So let's finish. Black Crow. You know, Black Crow actually made a couple good points, and I can't remember what they were, but I do appreciate whatever points he made.
He was saying that you have to be distinct in what you're talking about. You talking about women, or you talking about business?
I can't figure out why husbands talk about women. And I know, you know, y'all talk like locker talk and stuff. Look, when I was on the mountain and was married, you know, during football season, I'd walk down the hill because I had a friend of mine who had a converted garage. He converted it into a bar / workshop. So, you know, there's like a full fucking bar in a garage where they'd work on Harleys and all that stuff. And you know what? We would talk about women, but not that much. There's a lot more things to talk about. A lot of those guys were married. If you are around a woman all the time, sometimes the last thing you want to talk about is a woman. You get out of the house to, you know, talk about something other than house stuff, family stuff. That's why the boys get together. Getting together to complain about women is fucking Jay.
I don't know.
If you are married to a woman, sometimes you want to get away from talking about women or listening to a woman. Dude, I don't
That's
get.
true, but that don't mean that you
I
can't.
don't know. No, it's not only true, it's my experience. Now, maybe not. Maybe I'm singular in that, but dude, you don't go watch a fucking Redskins game to talk about women. That's why I find these manosphere types who will talk and break down all these like dumbass arguments about women. I find them odd. Motherfucker, a group of men getting together talking about women is womanish. You know, women gossip about women. Women will say, you know, oh, she's fat or oh, she talks too much. The manosphere is full of failure. Men talking about women all the time. And yeah, your defense is they talk about economics sometimes, but it always comes back to women. Why, motherfucker, half of you haven't maintained a marriage. The other half can't get a woman. So when maybe that's why y'all talk about women, you wish you had one?
I would argue that this show isn't much different than some manosphere channels. Now, that doesn't rule out that there are channels that talk about women all day. I don't think anybody's watching that at a consistent level. But
so I talk about women too much?
No, but that doesn't mean you don't talk about women. You talk about a woman.
Women
You
are
can talk about a certain
50%.
woman.
You know what?
That's fine.
Half the time
It's
I
fine.
talk
It's
about
all
women.
good.
Half the time I talk about women, it's women that I'm like, well, damn. You know what? What a great woman.
Yeah, you could also talk about if you don't have women in your area, you can move to where women are. There's nothing wrong with that.
Why would I do that?
It's a who cares, but then you get
No,
cast
seriously.
with
What? So you're saying move to a place where there are a bunch of women?
yeah, if you're having girl problems.
That's
But
the
I don't think that's
I
that's not
moved.
an every
I
channel
moved
thing, man.
because I'm a simp.
Yeah, that is
I
simpish.
need women.
What I'm saying is you can always change your environment if you don't like the women around you. It doesn't have to be motivated by women.
No, I think, but
It's a secondary topic, really.
if you are mad at the idea of a woman who doesn't like, I heard a woman on, I can't even remember whether it was Freezy's or Drip Show. I literally heard a woman say that she is subservient to all men. She said she's subservient to her adult sons. And the first thing I'm thinking is, and I didn't even bother asking because I was too stunned that she might have been Muslim. That's the only scenario, where going out, if your son's an adult, they're kind of your escort. I was fucking stunned. She's subservient to all men. This is something Tough Guy has alluded to. All women should be subservient to men. Black women should be subservient to a man, even if they're not married or related. And Tough Guy's like the worst example. He's the worst person to have that kind of attitude. It's like, motherfucker, you literally are the worst person to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, SKC has popped up and he has a question. Would you have a problem if the guys were talking positive? Yes, I would have a problem. Why are you talking about women all day? Married men sometimes get away to not talk about women, to talk about men stuff. No.
You act like you never went to work and seen a guy with a centerfold on his work on his wall or whatever, or anything like that. A married man. It happens.
Well, let me make a very it's going to be kind of a bifurcated argument. I have literally never been to a job where men were doing centerfolds. Literally. Now,
I don't know. Hold on.
Well, hold on, because there's a caveat. When my first deployment, we were in the Persian Gulf, and my predecessor, the guy I relieved, because he was rotating back home, he said, "Hey, Stanley, look in the bottom drawer." There was a fucking foot-high stack of Playboys. Now, this was back before there were women on ships and stuff, and it was my first deployment. And I've always been like, I'm not going to get all hot and bothered, over pictures, or I don't like strip clubs because you can't touch. What the fuck? Why would I get all hormonal, over some woman that I cannot have a relationship with? That's how I think. However, as a 22, 23-year-old in the Persian Gulf, worried about whether I'm going to survive the night sometimes, those Playboys came in rather handy. And you know what? It was the
Why
only.
didn't you tell Tyrone Slider?
Yeah, I probably went through most of that stack.
Why didn't you tell Tyrone Slider? He thought that you had a rose.
A what? What? I don't even know what a rose is.
Yeah, Tyrone Slider was asking you that.
You know what,
No.
dude? I'm 60. A rose is a flower to me. A rose by any other name, I have no idea of the significance. All I'm saying is I am human, but I'm also a human with discipline. So no, other than that, because the Navy is work, it was my job. So there was a whole stack of Playboys on that lonely ass Persian Gulf deployment. However, other than that, no, I've never seen Playboys at work. I mean, guys, you should be there to work, not look at Playboys. I'm not saying it wasn't done. I am saying that no, it's not something. Probably people knew. Well, we better not show Stanley because he will make a moral judgment. Deacon, I'm just getting here, but this is right. FD and company are upset that a bunch of guys have long-form negative discussion about women often. No, that's not the discussion, SKC. My question, and I think, I'm gonna
No,
I am
not
gonna
your.
watch.
Hold on, family. Not your question. It was my question. It was what is the negative effect on society as far as red pill?
I think it's basically teaching little boys to be anti-woman and to, like, if the woman isn't Barbie doll quality, she is not worth having. I think it's anti-woman. And in the black manosphere, it's anti-black woman. I literally heard Hood Conservative do a whole sermon on a panel. And he actually went up there fussing at Freezy because Freezy wasn't anti-woman enough. It's an argument that I make. My argument is actually worse than Freezy's. I think this whole criticism of black women being too masculine is basically black men of a certain type automatically think women should be subservient because they're a black man. Doesn't matter whether you're a drug dealer or a doctor. I'm a black man. You need to be subservient. And I'm like, you know what? If your woman is masculine, that when you met her, be more masculine. Women will adapt. Women will go, well, hell, he's the man. I feel protected. I don't have to be an asshole. My husband will do it for me. Most of the black manosphere are pussies. And they meet women that are more masculine than them, and they can't be more masculine than their woman. A woman will be a woman or feel comfortable enough to be more feminine if you're a man and show her you're a man. Hood Conservative is honestly a failure of a man. His whining on his show is unbearable sometimes.
There's a group of men online talking about the problem. but the statistics of
And there
society,
is no problem. They
show
are the
that there's
dude.
problems.
They are the problem. Is my point. Not the women. They are the problem.
And I
They're
don't
their
disagree.
own. They're their own worst enemy.
And then that's where truism's argument came in when, the problem is that you're picking.
Truism is fucking married. Why is he even in this fight?
I don't think you see the correlation, but none of this.
Okay, Truism reviewed this FD Signifier show. Why is a married man so enamored with black women? Be happy you got a woman at all, dumb son of a bitch. You are theatrical that she accepts you. And maybe it's a very personal thing. I'm a difficult person, and my wife was able to deal with me. Maybe I was just more grateful than most. You know what? It is rare that a woman can just like hear a rant and go, "Yes, dear," and walk off. Like, the upshot of her walking off is, I'm not taking this shit seriously. Talk to me when you make sense. You need a woman like that. I suspect Black Crow has a woman like that. Why is he caring about women at all? He found a diamond, be happy. I'm sure you have a criticism or critique. SKC, welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning. What's going on?
Oh, I'm on a rant.
Oh,
I think the black manosphere is full of failure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to hold that opinion.
Oh, I know I'm welcome. And I'm so welcome. I laugh when I say it's full of failure.
Yeah. I wouldn't I would not counter I wouldn't counter any of that. I think I find it odd that people have no real issue with I guess feminism, but then when it creates countermeasures, then that's going too far or something like that, or that's unmanly. I don't know, that just seems odd to me. It's like you drop a pebble in the
part of my
lake,
argument
it's gonna have
is
a ripple effect.
hyperbole. I can be hyperbolic. However, I might stand by my statement.
Yeah, I mean it was pretty obvious that the various renditions of feminism was going to have some counter effects.
Okay, this is my theory, and I have nothing to back it up. Feminism is literally patriarchal approval. It has the patriarchy's approval. That's why it's here. Okay, white women aren't going to do this sort of shit without some sort of white male approval. It is literally, feminism is literally kind of a white supremacist thing. And black women bought into it, just like black men have bought into the manosphere.
So then you would hold that a lot of the black feminists, they basically support white supremacy? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, listen. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, help me understand. What did they buy into then?
Feminism would not exist without some level of approval from white patriarchy. Have you followed me so far?
Yeah.
I think that Black women, like an Alice Walker, while she's a fine writer, bell hooks, etc., or et al., bought into something that was particularly bad for Black people. I think things like feminism and all this stuff, there maybe create a Black version of it if you must, but buying into it wholesale to the degree that an Alice Walker or bell hooks might or did is problematic. I think the equivalent of feminism in the Black community is the manosphere and Black men buying into it, creating a Black manosphere. People like Tommy Sotomayor, problematic. Okay. There is a feminism equivalent, and it's called the manosphere.
Okay. So,
and Black people buying into white stupidity is not good for Black people. If we must have a community, if we must think of ourselves as a community versus communities, more local level, you've heard my argument on that. I think the manosphere, I think the Black manosphere is an imitation of the manosphere in general, just like feminism, Black women buying into feminism, Black men buy into the manosphere. It's all patriarchal. And I have some problems with that framing, but it's useful for this argument. I think the Black manosphere is the equivalent of Black women. The pink pill, Crystalline, whatever her name is, she has an equivalent in someone like an Anton Daniels or John Galt. John Galt's not so much manosphere. I will give him that credit. Crystalline has a male counterpart, and it might be Tommy Sotomayor. And I don't know that much about Tommy Sotomayor, but I'm kind of familiar. And it's a very rough equivalency, so forgive me if I'm off base. But my general premise is that the Black manosphere and Black woman's feminism, it's the equivalent.
Okay. So the guy on the screen, you stated that the women of that, the Black women who went into the feminist, that bought into all of the feminist movement and all of that, they by proxy fell into things that would be bad for Black people. The guy on the screen has built his entire worldview around those women and their writings.
I tend to disagree. I've been watching FD Signifier for quite some time. He kind of got into the manosphere relatively recently. His show is not built around critique of the manosphere.
No, I didn't say that. I said FD Signifier's worldview.
Okay, I think it is one of the things in his worldview. It's not his whole worldview, is my point. He does not exist to criticize the manosphere or counteract it.
No, that's not what I didn't say.
Okay, dude, I heard what you said. I don't seek to quote you. I seek to critique what you said. His career, his worldview is not Black manosphere centric. That's my point.
Right, but that's not what I said.
I don't care what you said. I don't seek to quote you. I seek to critique what you said.
Right, but you're going to critique what I said.
His show does not exist. His show does not exist because of the manosphere.
I didn't say that.
Okay, dude. SKC,
nor did I even mention anything.
SKC, don't do that hood-servative level stupidity. I didn't say you said it. It is a critique. I am not seeking to quote you verbatim. I'm seeking to critique. The impression I get is that you think FD Signifier's show exists because of the manosphere to critique the manosphere. I'm saying
No, I
he's
don't
been
believe that at
around for
all.
a while. I didn't say you said anything. I'm
Yeah, I don't
critiquing
believe.
what you said.
I don't. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe
Okay.
that he's
Well,
around just to critique the black manosphere.
then we disagree.
Right. I think that his worldview is shaped by black feminists, and I'm basing that not upon just his shows, but also his writings, which I have read.
I've not read his writing, but from his shows, we disagree.
Yeah, and I also base that upon when I spoke to him one-on-one about it.
Still, I disagree.
All right. So when I spoke to FD Signifier and I asked him, "Hey, you are from your worldview is based upon a lot of the black feminists in academia, Bell Hooks, Kimberly Crenshaw, Alice Walker."
He's a
Toni
sociologist. He's read them. Yes.
Correct. And when I asked him, what do those writings offer black men, he had no answer. Later,
That's because there is no answer. They don't offer black men anything. That's
Correct.
obvious. Thank you for stating the obvious, Dr. SKC. That is my point. I think, and I thought I alluded, maybe I didn't say it, maybe I should have just said it. I don't think white mediocrity like feminism offers black women anything useful over a long term. I do not think the manosphere, or the black version called the black manosphere, offers black people anything of substance.
Yeah.
And this is an E. Franklin Fraser thing, maybe, in that light. Sometimes black culture can be in a pun intended pale imitation, and sometimes the worst imitation of white culture. Now, when I say white culture and black culture, I'm using the terms to make a distinction. It's all American culture, but I need to make this distinction. We sometimes, as a black community, take the worst instincts of the white community and make them out to be glorious, more glorious than they should be. I would encourage black people to think for ourselves. It doesn't mean we have to be separatist, but it does mean we need to think for ourselves. Everything white ain't right.
Yeah. The only thing that I was just sharing was that the FD Signifier, his core world views center around black feminist thought. He calls himself a black feminist.
Well, good for him. I would still disagree.
So it's interesting that you accept that black feminism didn't do a lot of positive things for black people, but FD Signifier's core values center around that line of thinking.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it so important to, like, are you saying that I agree with FD Signifier to that extent?
No, I wasn't saying that.
Okay, I'm curious. I disagree. I do not think that feminism is like, it's a part of his worldview, but I've heard him talk on other subjects. So it's not all about feminism. It's not all about the manosphere. Sometimes people get on a jag, for want of a better word. Hey, this might be a phase of his show where he concentrates on the manosphere. I think he will move on at some point.
Right. The thing that's weird about this is every time I mention his core views about feminism, that has no connection with the manosphere or anything like that I'm talking about. What I'm saying is
okay, I've heard the word feminism because of feminism on these manosphere shows forever. They blame a lot of shit. As a matter of fact, Alice Walker came up in this on this show that Hood Servative was a guest on. Alice Walker, who is a feminist, not a black feminist, I think. And it's been a while since I've even thought about it, but she is a feminist, as in a like Gloria Steinem feminist. That came up. Feminism is something that comes up on these black manosphere channels all the time because of feminism. So you're not going to be able to get away with that. The black manosphere is so anti-feminist that they will accuse men of being feminist. If you say anything positive about a woman, they're going to call you a feminist or a cuck or something of that.
I get where this is going. You believe that I'm here.
No, it's not going anywhere. No. Don't think this is a direction. My only point is that if you think the black manosphere never talks about feminism, you haven't listened to it enough.
No, I didn't say that, or that's not my assertion. Actually, I haven't made any assertions about the manosphere whatsoever.
You have made tons of assertions. I actually listened to what you say. Stop pretending you didn't. You know, I think Hood Servative learned a lot of things from you. Your style of argument. I didn't say this, and then you will make people quote it back exactly. He's just not as good as you are at it. Your style of argumentation, Hood Servative did on Freezy's show, and he was a catastrophic failure.
Who is Freezy?
Who cares? My point is Hood Servative adopting your style of I didn't say that, mainly for distraction. So people, it's a gish gallop. I enjoy it, but I also see through it. It doesn't matter. I'm not seeking to quote you. I am seeking to critique.
Yeah, you can critique me about things I haven't said all day.
Oh, I know I can critique SKC. I don't need your permission.
No, I'm saying you can do that all day about things I haven't said.
I plan on doing it all day at this rate, unless you can move forward. Unless you can move forward, I have literally told you what I think. Don't know why we need to belabor it.
No, we're not. You asked me what I came up for, and I was talking about the guy on the screen.
Oh, did I ask you?
Yeah, you did.
Am I gonna regret asking you that question now?
I'm just following what the host told me to do. You said, "Hey, what was on your mind?" I said, "Hey,
look,
you said
I just don't. I don't agree. I don't agree with your assessment of FD. However, I'm not willing to say you're absolutely wrong. I'm not willing to go that far.
I understand that, but I know him more than you. I've read him more. I've talked.
Well, you know what? Then you know what? Then I will respectfully disagree. You know him better. I accede to your authoritative views, your authoritative opinion. You're not making an educated guess like I am.
Yeah,
you know more. I concede the argument. I just don't think you're right, even though you know more.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But he is a feminist. Those are his words, and the language, the rhetoric, the various thought processes that he come up with, and I'm not even talking about his critiques of the manosphere. I'm talking about all subjects. He uses the conceptual vocabulary of black feminist theory throughout the majority of his content. That's just a truth.
Okay. Well, I'm not as familiar with Black feminist theory as you are. So again, I'll concede to
I
your.
had to.
I will concede to your expertise in Black feminist writings. Tell us more.
No, when I was reading FD Signifier to understand him more and to understand his worldview more, that is what taught me more about this Black
Why was
feminist
it
theory.
necessary to understand his worldview? Did you read his sources, by the way? Did you read bell hooks?
Some of it, yeah.
So
Yeah,
you read him. You read him to become kind of like an authority on him, huh?
No, I read him to understand him better. A lot of times
So
people try to
do
do
you
the
feel you
be
understand
brave
him
thing
better
and
now?
kind of shoot from the hip.
Yeah.
And instead, even with someone that I I would say just outright that I would disagree with, I wanted to understand his worldview better, so I went and read him.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do
then
you
after I
feel?
read him, I had an
Do you
opportunity to
feel?
speak
Do
with
you
him.
feel you understand him better?
After reading him, yes.
Good for
I would
you.
think I would think any intellectual would do that.
Okay. Well, do you think FD signifies an intellectual?
No, I said I would believe that any intellectual
Do you think
would
you're an
read.
intellectual? You use the word. Who is the intellectual you're talking about? You or
I
him?
said any.
Do you consider yourself an intellectual?
I consider myself a person who uses intellectual values.
Okay.
One
Do you consider
particular in
FD
that
signifier an intellectual?
me? No, I don't.
Okay. But now you're an expert, so I guess your word that he's not an intellectual will carry weight.
No, you
And I
just
would
asked me
tend
my opinion.
to agree with your assessment.
You asked me my opinion, I gave it.
And I think your opinion is on target.
So, but I believe, and I thought this was a show where reading was not looked down upon.
Oh, I'm not looking down upon it. I'm surprised you read him. I'm surprised you read Feminist Theory. I'm actually impressed.
Yeah, I mean, if you have issues with something and you say, you know what, I want to understand how people came to the viewpoint in which they came, and instead of just blindly shooting at the hip, I went and said, let me investigate how these people came to their worldview.
Well, let me ask you a question. What was your motivation for wanting to know more?
Because I enjoy knowledge.
Just okay. So just knowledge on anything, but
yeah,
surely there are other feminists. You could have read bell hooks and not FD signifier.
Well, I love anthropology. How would I not read people that I like to study?
You know what? That's a very good answer. So, you know a lot about FD signifier. Should we listen to more of this video and maybe you can narrate in real time? Let me know when you want to stop it.
To spread their message. Like I always get the why don't you debate or talk about insert weirdo here comments. And one of the reasons is that even if I debated whatever weird guy or group you wanted me to debate, the actual end effect of that is giving them more attention and making their ideology more normalized, putting it in the public discourse when really it doesn't have to be there. I have 1 million subscribers now, the vast majority of which have no idea what a divester is. And I kind of want to keep it that way because whenever I talk about them, I'm basically just sharing my platform with them. Is that what you want? More divestors. And some of y'all are going to make up a reason to say yes. And that shows me what's really behind your frustration with that group. It's not about defeating that group or holding them accountable. It's about an intrinsic desire you have to do something specifically with a group that you don't.
Let me ask you a question. That's a curious word that he used. Why would people want to quote defeat divestors? What is there to defeat? Any idea? And it's a genuine question, SKC. I have no clue. What does defeat mean? Why is that true?
I mean, I have no idea what he's talking about when it comes to this defeat of divestors and all of that stuff. I mean, how can you defeat somebody for dating and being in relationships with whoever they want to be in relationships with?
I admit, I'm with you. I have no fucking clue what he's talking about. It's an odd framing.
The framing.
I mean, I wouldn't think that black women who decide to, like, hey, I'm going to marry outside the race. Who gives a fuck?
Well, FD would, because FD's worldview centers around black women.
So he would care that black women don't want to marry black men?
You're talking about a guy who made a long form video about the virtues of Beyonce.
I didn't see that one. But I don't really get the connection. Is Beyonce a feminist?
Yes, she is. And he makes that pretty well known and goes into all of the ways in which black people should not only learn from and have some sort of affinity for, but various views of how Beyonce represents the best of black people and how white people fear what she could become and all of this type of stuff. And I didn't listen to this video. What I did, I just grabbed the text from it and threw it into Chat GPT and got the notes for it because it was forwarded to me. But I just didn't have the time to be able to do it. But somebody wanted me to make some content as a response to it. And I was like, nah, this is really not my thing. But I sent him an email about it. But yeah, it's like, this is what I'm talking about so far as FD signifier. If you don't understand that his core world conceptual view centers around black feminist thought, then it would be confusing to you why he's making this statement right now about these Negroes want to defeat divestors and why that is even important to him. Look who he has in his background right now.
You know what? I guess I'm gonna have to watch that Beyonce thing. I think I was vaguely aware. It must be a couple years old, but here's the deal. And again, this is Hoodservative. Hoodservative was on this show for like 2 or 3 hours. Going back and forth. And you don't represent, you're not Hoodservative. I need to make you know that you are SKC. You're in a class by yourself. So just you and Dave. I'm not talking about you, so don't take it personally. I find him a particularly weak person. Is at least as far as argument, not him. I don't know about his life, but I know, kind of his arguments and his presence on his show, but on this show in particular, it was Saturday overnight into Sunday. Extremely bad arguments, extremely squirmy. It was a bad show. And when I say bad show, I mean, I think Hoodservative is a particularly weak polemicist for whatever his viewpoint is. It boils down to black women are bad, and women are bad in general, but black women in particular. It's disturbing, to be honest. It's why I don't listen to his show anymore. The other thing I don't like is, this overproduction, which is kind of a separate criticism. I don't need fucking cartoons. If you make a point, I don't need a cartoon to, drive the point home. I think sometimes his argument is like half cartoon. If you make a good point, you don't need the production, the overproduction to make your point stick. You make a point. Now, I might be kind of dry on this. Maybe it's more entertaining, but I'd rather the PBS droning than, the distraction of, some, I don't know. You know what I mean? The jump cut or the cut into something that'll make you laugh. That's for kindergarten. So the overall point, you're kind of swaying me with your argument, SKC. And maybe I'll do the Beyonce video tomorrow. But that could be problematic because if there's music or concert, I guess I'd have to preview it. But
if you really wanted to know who FD Signifier is, I think the best video that you could watch is a black woman out of the UK who went to Canada.
Oh yeah, you're talking. What's her name?
Kidology.
Now, yeah, I find her really. Does she do a video about him specifically? I know who you're talking about, Kidology.
Yeah,
I find her not that.
Yeah, they had a
compelling.
run-in. Yeah, they had a run-in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there was some things that that he did that goes against his whole, black feminists, black women, all that stuff. When he came across a black woman who disagreed with him and disagreed with him with evidence and references, he completely avoided her. And even when I spoke with him personally and asked him, hey, concerning this Kidology thing, he said, he cut me off and said, about Kidology, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm not having that conversation. Because
so they did a whole interview thing?
Yeah.
Because I see it here. I'm going to sound like a male chauvinist pig to use a feminist term. She is cute. I've seen her talk. Generally, she's not been my cup of tea, to be honest. But maybe we need to give her a second look. Because now I'm curious. And I'm gonna admit, surface level is where I am with FD. But now you got me curious. And let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's getting late. Maybe I'll watch this.
I think that you would actually enjoy, just for yourself, not with nobody else up here, you doing a kind of like a breakdown of how she confronts FD Signifier's ideas and their interaction. I think that you would enjoy it.
Oh, I probably would. Dude, if you look, I will mock you, but it's like, well, goddamn, you know what? Now that I've heard your argument, I'm like, well, fuck. I'm embarrassed. I don't know this shit. So guess I better learn something, huh? If you're gonna, and if I'm gonna, yeah, I've got egg on my face. That's crazy. But
I mean, like I said, you may end up with the same viewpoint. I don't know, but I think that this information would be well worth your review.
Okay, all right. Now I got homework there, Professor.
There's a his particular side of YouTube is colloquially known as bread tube.
Yeah, that leftist, right?
Right.
Because
And
I think he does classify himself a political progressive, right? Left progressive.
correct. Oh yeah, staunchly. And if I'm not mistaken, she kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way called his side of YouTube cornbread tube.
I've heard him use that term actually.
Uh-huh.
It's actually funny.
Mm-hmm.
Good for her. I'm always on the lookout for a smart woman because I am a feminist, just like FD.
Yeah. Now, of course, to me, Kidology, there's a bunch of her views that I staunchly disagree with. But I mean, overall, I think her presentation and the way that she researches things is elite.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. CG's got like 267,000 viewers. You know, I'm aware of her, but I probably haven't watched. I think I might have watched her when she was kind of starting out. So it looks like she's grown quite a bit.
Yeah, she has. She really has.
Good for her. This is 2 years ago. All right. Well, I will watch it. Thanks for giving me. You know what? This is why people like you are valuable. This is no like Solid Snake coming up and yelling. This is me coming up, SKC coming up and schooling me. This is what you don't know. Stanley. I'm
not stating that. I'm just stating it. Just
no. I'm stating it.
Yeah.
I'm assessing. I'm not saying you said it. I'm feeling schooled, and I totally respect that, dude. I'm not above reproach. I just think I am.
Yeah. There's this. I don't know if you've ever heard of the left streamer Destiny.
I have. And you know what? I don't particularly like his style. He's extremely like, if you watch him, he has a lot of facts at his command. He's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, the only reason I mention him is because you know, back in the day, this kind of left battle between FD and Kidology kind of sparked a little bit of a fire. And out of the blue, Destiny stated that he was like, he reviewed this and he stated that Kidology made the most sense. And he challenged FD to have like a one-on-one with her, and that he would moderate. FD turned it down. And then after FD turned it down, Abbott and Preach jumped in and they stated, FD, if you do the debate with Kidology, we will donate 10,000 to whatever you know, charity or whatever you want. You could even take the money, we don't care. That got upped to 50,000. He didn't even reply.
Well, here's number one, why would Abba and Preach? They're clowns. Why would they even care? And that almost sounds like a Coleman Hughes versus Ibrahim Kendi sort of challenge. Where Coleman Hughes was like, all kinds of aggressive and you need to come debate me. And Kendi was like, no thanks. Yeah. And FD's over 1 million now. So somehow or another he has survived.
Yeah, but the two that were talking with him were much larger.
Right.
It's not like they needed to do this for, some sort of clout chasing or something like that. They just wanted to see, as Destiny stated, he just wanted to see whether or not FD's ideas could hold weight.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he was speaking to some, right, crazy winger type people. No, you're talking to a black woman.
A black British woman.
Yeah.
A black British woman is not a black American woman. They're not equivalent.
Yeah. But, she just had some ideas that she wanted to verify whether or not it had any any intellectual vigor. And he stated all these things about being open to having discussions with like-minded people and so forth.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of things that they agree upon. But when the opportunity presented itself, he was like, no, I ain't doing that.
What do you think about that? I mean, I personally don't like debates. I think, this isn't high school. But, at some point I'm going to have to talk to somebody. What did you think about FD not doing it? Did you think it was cowardly?
Yes, especially since it wasn't I would say fashioned as a quote unquote debate. I just use that word just as as a descriptor, but due to their kind of the little fire that popped up within their relationship. But it was supposed to be a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't even want to have a discussion, and that looked like cowardice.
Interesting. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you came up. You've given me a couple things to think about.
So I find it very odd that Kidology stated some things. I'm not saying all, not all, but she stated some things that were akin with some ideas that were similar to the Black Manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
He did not want to have a discussion with her, but when it comes to the Black Manosphere, he will sit and have those discussions and go back and forth with videos and all this other stuff. But he will never do another video about Kidology.
She tamed him, huh?
I just think that due to his brand, it probably makes him look bad. So he probably just avoided it for that reason.
I don't know. I think a deep dive into why everybody hates modern women. Because like I said, I've seen short videos by her, but I really, she's rather dry. I think maybe the reason I did not like her is she is. I like a woman with a sense of humor, and she just doesn't look like she can take a joke.
Oh, no, she has very dry British humor. I mean, I like it, but then again, when it comes to comedy in general, I enjoy the dry, thoughtful.
Yeah, but you know what? I can do dry humor. It'll be like wait for it, because it's gonna come when you least expect it. But you know what? Again, it's been a while, so I'm going on memory, and things have changed. People grow, so I'll have to take your word for it and watch her. I'm very curious now.
But I'm in the same boat as you. Like, I haven't watched her in quite some time, but I just recall that little back and forth, and it all came about around the time when I was kind of reading and trying to kind of understand FD's worldview, because it kept coming up from time to time in my my algorithm, and I was like, man, let me read what this guy is talking about. And he has a lot of stuff that he's written on Reddit and other little places, and so I started to read it, and my assumptions were confirmed. So
yeah, I don't ever go to Reddit. Though I actually have something that pops up. I've got some sort of thing that comes nightly. Reddit's not my cup of tea either, but yeah, I'm glad you came up. I guess I need to do my homework like I tell everybody else to do. I happen to agree with his take on the manosphere, though. And, my take on the manosphere is actually independent of whatever he has to say. And it's a homegrown theory, sprung up between my ears. I just think this argument that black women are too masculine, I think there's no woman who's too masculine. If she is inclined to be heterosexual, you just have to be her man. Maybe you're not her cup of tea. Not everybody is supposed to be together, but I prefer a woman if I'm deployed, for instance, just to do a hypothetical. If I'm deployed, because I've seen it when I was in the Navy. You don't, you got a job to do, having to worry, at night while you're trying to fall asleep, whether the kids are okay. It's not going to make for, a good performance, on a deployment. And I just a quick story. My first ship was also a reserve ship. Like, once a month we would go out for a weekend. So, the once a month warriors could come on board and do their little, their bit for, as Navy reservists. And, we would go out on say a Friday and come back, on a Sunday afternoon. And there was a guy who worked for me, and his wife would be on the pier with the baby carriage and the two little kids. Sometimes she would be the only one on the pier.
Wow.
It's like this woman was unstable. And before our deployment, he actually wound up getting a hardship discharge. This woman showing up on a Sunday afternoon, like we had been gone for 6 months. It's like a weekend. She would just come apart. And I would like a woman who could last a weekend or 6 months. I want a little bit of like capability. I just think that if a woman is too masculine for your tastes, she's not your woman. Move on. Don't complain about it though. And I just find all kinds of just ridiculous observations, generalizations, and stereotypes in these manosphere spaces. And I don't know them all. I've listened to some Tommy Sotomayor, hood conservative, who might not be, I'm making a generalization myself, but that manosphere, men should be leaders, women should be submissive, shows up in pretty much all the black oriented YouTube shows. Everybody from Sean Bracey to Q Butter, and just these shows, left or right, it doesn't matter. It's a cultural thing. And when I was growing up, SKC, I literally never heard the argument that men are leaders, women are submissive. It just was. You didn't have to talk about it. I don't get why the young people, and I'll call them the young people because I'm a bit older than most of them. Why do we need to talk about it? Why can't it just be? And if you're not finding a woman that you like, move the fuck on. Don't stop complaining about it. I find the complaining unmanly. There is a woman, everybody has a mate, almost everybody, most people do. Why are we doing a whole show about how awful black women are? I just cannot figure it out. And they're larger, it's seeped into a bunch of shows. There's almost no show that's vaguely political or anything like that. That this trad wife, this manly man, this fucking fake bullshit. I just think, be a man. You don't have to talk about it. Just be a man, and you will get a woman, and she will either be your woman or not. Whining about it is just unmanly.
I think, maybe this could be helpful because in how I kind of found a lot of these spaces had nothing to do with, seeking to have some sort of complaint about women or any of that stuff. Because, I was married. So it was like,
Well, that's exactly my point. You kind of made my point.
But
you're married. Why do you care about what's going on in the dating world?
But
you might if you have kids, but
yeah, but at the time they were. I mean, even now they're too young for that. So that wasn't the issue. The way that I found my way into these spaces were by means of more of the nerd world, as it say. Gaming, movies, kind of like a hobby culture, all of those things. And what the original argument was for a lot of those venues had nothing to do with dating whatsoever. It was how vast groups of feminists were inserting themselves into gaming, entertainment, sports, all of that. And that's where the guys that I know were like, what the heck is this? I just went to the game. Why am I seeing stuff about feminism stuff? Why did the character for this game that I used to play get changed into this pink-haired ugly chick that is throughout the game talking about feministic topics? I just wanted to play my game. That's where there's a large segment of guys that came into that situation. Now, other people went and changed it into the dynamic of this dating stuff. But there was a large segment of guys that they weren't talking about any sort of dating or any of that stuff. They was like, where's all this crap being entered into my entertainment? Hence, if you look up Gamergate, you'll see what I'm talking about. That happened in 2016.
I'm vaguely familiar, yeah.
Yeah. That had nothing to do with dating at all.
Were you familiar with this thing, K. Michelle? I've heard vaguely about it, listening to shows.
Nah, I don't even know who that is.
Well, I don't particularly either, but there was something that sent ripples, and it was talked about. You know what? I'm hanging out with too many young people.
Maybe so.
I need to find a gray-haired tube.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know these type of things. If they ever they rarely ever come in through my algorithm, but if they ever do, these are things that I just click the little 3 buttons of, and hey, don't ever mention this crap
I'd say I'm
because
not in.
because I'm just, for me personally, and I'm not, this is just my own opinion, Stanley, this is not intellectual at all. It's not. I have no I have no desire to listen to some chick with her breast popped out in some sort of king's chair with a tattoo on her shoulder, trying to convince me of anything. I'm like, no, I don't want to hear it. It's like, who cares?
Well, being a single black male, I kind of do. I probably wouldn't, back in the day.
Yeah, I'm like, I
See,
don't
now
care.
I feel like hoi polloi talking to you. I feel common.
Yeah, I'm like, because I'm like, what possible thought process could come out of her mouth that one would have anything to do with any portion of my life? Two, outside of even the anthropological piece, I could pretty much already guess what she's going to say.
God
So
damn it. I feel about 2 inches tall now.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that you could guess what she's. Yeah, I know you could.
Well, no, I don't want to guess. I want to hear and I want to look. Now look
So
at Deacon
yeah,
Dave rubbing it in. Stanley only listens to women. Men are bad.
I don't know, man. It's like you were speaking earlier, and I would think that this would be similar to the strip club to you, in that
Oh,
it's like, hey,
yeah.
it's like,
You know what? That's a
nothing
good
of
point.
great value is going to come out of this lady's mouth. The real idea is this is like a strip club. She's there to titillate, and
Yeah.
and that's about it.
You know what, Dad? You're right. Yeah, okay. God damn it. I hate it when I feel so immature. I'm after the wrong things, Dad.
No, I'm not saying that. People can look at whatever they want to look at. I'm just stating, we're just, let's just all be honest about it. It's like, we're not going to look at such a woman to hear some sort of
Well, I
a
don't
great,
actually think she looks
fascinating
that good, to
viewpoints.
be honest.
Yeah,
I'm
you're gonna look at her in order to see what she's gonna yell and yap about, while showing her tatas on the screen and how people react to her, and that's it. It's a it's it's a circus.
Yeah, okay.
Now the circus is good to go to every now and again. It could be entertaining. I'm not stating that. I'm not knocking anybody for the type of entertainment they enjoy.
Now this is interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna watch this last video because this dude looks like a circus freak. But it's Prepare Now, Hard Times Are Coming, Florida Homestead Life. And
Your favorite guy, Ignat, is here.
Hey, what's up, Ignat? These guys flirting with each other. What? You know what? I don't know. SKC. I was on Truism's show over the weekend.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, and I made his highlight reel. Well, actually, it wasn't me who made it. It was Tyrone Sly. Oh my lord, it was a fucking mess. It was.
Oh man.
It was. You could hear the tinkle in his little tumbler. He just.
Oh man.
It was. Now it didn't get too far afield, but it was definitely not safe for work. but it was also funny. But this is why I never go back and listen to shows that I'm on. It wasn't that funny, but to some it was funny. Ignat reminds me of Tyrone sometimes. With that, you guys are flirting with each other. I don't
Oh,
get that kind of humor. Ignat, don't be like Tyrone Sly.
no, I just looked at it as there's a lot of you know what I found within a lot of these spaces, and I'm saying whenever you get into the manosphere as a whole, well, particularly the Black manosphere, I've never been in any other YouTube space that comments more about homosexuality than amongst Black people.
Well, you know what?
For some reason, that
I
seems to
think,
be
but
on the minds a
I
lot.
think Black people tend to be very averse to weakness. And maybe it's the history of having to survive. You know, um, you're the anthropologist. You may have a better understanding than I do, but that's almost on the order of like when I was a kid, you know, psychiatrist. That was like a dirty word. You don't. If you are so weak that you need to go into counseling, there's something defective with you. There are a lot of things that over time, um, I still believe, and I really can't think of an exception to when America catches a cold, Black people get the flu. Things just get more acute, for whatever reason, historical, poverty, you name it. But there's always growth. And I think the other thing is, the Black community tends to be more religious. Their biblical, implications to certain behaviors. So, that could be it too. It could just be that, for a long time, the church was the center of I call it now legacy Black culture.
I will. I will definitely need to peer inside of this as like a little partition of my anthropological studies. But yeah, it's I find it fascinating that you have all of these as it was stated, red-blooded American Black men who seem to type a lot about gay activities. I
Well, it's
wonder
almost
why
like
that.
a fear. I don't get it. And as someone like me, look, let's face it, I got kind of a soft voice, and you could almost call me effete sometimes. However, I am who I am. And kind of a rant I went on earlier. Don't let the soft voice fool you. I'll slit your throat. And a job has to be done. I think people are afraid to be themselves. And if you're a man, you're a man. If you are heterosexual, you're heterosexual. Sometimes, and it's a function of age and or confidence. I grew up in a household where you were taught to believe in yourself. Now you need to be better. What you are now is not the best you can do, but you're not chopped liver either. You grow up in a household that promotes excellence and culture, and you need to be the best version of you, you tend to have less doubts about who you are. Yeah, you know what? I know how to cook. I know how to make a pie from scratch. That's not feminine. It's something I know how to do. I can also, change the oil in my car. You need to be a Swiss Army knife in today's world, and baking a pie as a man doesn't mean you're a woman. It means you're a man who can bake a pie.
Why would that be an issue? I mean, there was.
Well, no, I'm just kind of,
Yeah.
just kind of ruminating here. There are
Yeah.
people who think baking is unmanly. Shit, I have to tell you a story one day about, my wife used to bake a lot, and when she died, I literally told my son, well, I guess there'll be no more homemade cookies because I'm not gonna do it. So my son, I don't remember whether it was like to his aunt or it was out in public. It was outside the house. And he was like, oh, the way he said it just fucking like it was almost made for TV. Yeah, I guess, that part of my life is over. No more cookies. But the way he said it, it just made me feel about an inch tall. Like, I'm like, Daddy won't let this little boy have cookies. I was like, you little son of a bitch. I didn't say that, but I was like, yeah, I felt like a neglectful parent. I can't remember the exact quote and I can't remember the context, but it was outside of the house and it was, to a sympathetic audience. And, people are looking at me like, you motherfucking bastard. You won't you're not going to bake this boy cookies? What kind of monster are you?
Hey, I totally understand, man. It's like, having this little sheriff of mine. I've had those moments of where mom isn't around, and she comes to me and she's, Daddy, which one? And she has these two dresses laid out, and I'm like, okay, like, and she really wants my opinion on this. So, hey, it is what it is, I think that people take things too far when they try to push all this, homosexuality stuff and try to prove that they are not and all of that. And then it invades into just normal practices in life.
Would you call that toxic masculinity? This like overwhelming urge to prove you're not anything other than a man?
Well, I don't think so, because I don't think that I don't think that proving that you're not gay has anything to do with masculinity. I think more so that I don't think so.
Interesting. Now explain that, because I would think they're almost joined at the hip.
Yeah, and I think that that's more so the case within Black America than anything else.
Interesting.
You could possibly say some segments of the Latin community, due to the cultural settings or the default setting around machismo.
I don't know that you're right, and I have an anecdote. When I first moved up to the mountain, and this is like 20 years ago, probably more than 20 years ago now, I had a running agreement with the store at the foot of the mountain. Every Friday, please buy me a case of Michelob Ultra. And how I got to drinking Michelob Ultra, it's kind of a I don't even want to go there, but there was a reason I started drinking it, because I don't know that I can. I had the job I had before I moved to the mountain involved a lot of traveling. I was in hotels and I was eating out a lot. And I had always been like my power weight where I feel really healthy is about 175.
Okay.
Well, all this traveling, I wasn't, doing any sort of activity. We were designing a warehouse management system. So it was a lot of sitting, hotel rooms, and, eating out. I blew up to like 196. And someone made a comment that, damn, you're gaining weight. Now, I didn't have a pot belly. I was in my 30s, I'm, 6 feet. So I was just thicker, but you know what? The belt was getting a little tight. And you know what? I'm like, fuck this. I am not buying a whole new wardrobe. It was basically me being cheap. I'm not gonna fucking buy new clothes. I'm just gonna have to go, I'm gonna have to do better. So I started like this one Chinese restaurant. I was eating steamed chicken and vegetables, like several times a week. And you know what? But I'm not giving up beer. I'm just going to start drinking Michelob Ultralight, like a low calorie beer. I'm not giving up the alcohol. I need to give up some calories. So, I started liking the taste and, started drinking it. And when I moved up to the mountain, hey, you know what? There are times when there's snow on the ground, you want to make one trip in and you want to make one trip out. I'm not going to the grocery store. There's snow on the ground or it's gonna snow. I need to do my grocery shopping and all that stuff on Friday. And I will not leave home. It's dangerous to travel unless I have to. So, on the way home from the grocery store, I pick up my case of Michelob Ultra. So one day, I'm down at a neighbor's house, and you know how it is. It's almost like King of the Hill. We're just out in the driveway, drinking beer and bullshit. So I walk down to my house because I run out of beer, grab the beer, come back. And I'm like, my neighbor's like, well, what you drinking? I'm like, oh, it's Michelob Ultra. He's like, oh, you drink girly beer? That is a very long story to make the point that no, it's not just the Latin community. Rednecks, up in the hills, it's beer. Apparently to him, it was girly beer. So it's not just the Latin community that is, that concerned with some random thing like beer, being assigned masculinity or femininity. I think America is kind of, I don't think it was always that way. I don't remember it being that big a deal when you were a kid. Now, boys played with G.I. Joes and girls played with Barbies. So it's always been there, but to me, of course I was a kid, but it's always been an undercurrent, like how manly you are. You're a cowboy. You like guns. This obsession with gender roles, I think it's part of American culture and probably Western culture in general.
I mean, I would say just off of my feelings on the matter, I think that it would fall into your statement about if America catches a cold and the Black America catches the flu or however it's stated. I think it's the same when it comes to the the proving of masculinity, particularly in reference to homosexuality. I think that I think that Black America pushes, particularly I would say particularly the youth, push the idea about proving that they are not gay way more than other segments throughout America, to the point to where I don't know if you've ever heard of this colloquial phrase when people say pause.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's so much so that even something that is stated that someone could believe that it has a connotation with any sort of homosexuality activity, one has to insert a phrase in order to reassure people constantly that they are not of the homosexual brand. When it gets to the point of where you can't have a conversation without using the term pause and so forth, I think that shows a bit more that you're more concerned with those things than the rest of America.
Well, I mean, that kind of goes back to my point that, Black culture, at least, maybe not so much now, but, say back in E. Franklin Frazier heyday, the Black middle class is an imitation of the white middle class. Same with that talented 10th. I think it tends to be less an imitation, at the popular or what would the term be? The working class level. But the Black middle class, E. Franklin Frazier, for instance, thought was particularly, I would say toxic but problematic in that, as an imitation of the white middle class, it fell short. It was a bunch of nouveau riche, and he didn't say that, but that's my interpretation. A bunch of people who are kind of pretenders in a way. He seemed to like that top tier. And oddly enough, I don't know about that much about E. Franklin Frazier himself. I guess one day, I'll get around to knowing more. But he had not a particularly good view of the middle class. And all that is to say that, Black culture tends to be a warped and a magnifier of some of white culture's worst tendencies. So, hence you get the flu. You tend to be a reflection of some of the worst traits. So, that's why. If there is a rap culture that is particularly toxic to women and hyper masculine, it's because it's a reflection of some of the worst tendencies in the larger white culture.
Yeah, I don't know. It's,
you worship cowboys, we worship thugs.
Wow. Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. I may be over my skis, but I think that the hypermasculinity is just an extreme version of what's going on in white culture. And I literally do think that Black culture is an imitation, and it has to be. I mean, it's how history works. It's not a bad thing. As an imitation, it's the results that are bad. You can't help but be a part of American culture if you live in America. as a group for 400 years.
For a second there, you sound almost Thomas Sowell like.
Thomas Sowell isn't the devil. Now, see, in this on the screen here is literally what annoys me. I didn't blame hip hop culture on the whites. Where did I place blame? I said it was a reflection. Reflections are a natural phenomenon. It's really annoying when people do this sort of thing. And maybe it's a joke. Maybe I'm taking it too seriously. But look, I'm not black. What is it? Black rednecks. I think there is something there. I do not, take it, as gospel. But I think there are so many causes trying to boil it down to a silver bullet to be fixed. If there was a silver bullet, we'd have figured it out by now and solved for that problem.
I don't know. Yeah.
Blaming hip hop culture. Do you know how easy blacks don't have ownership of the recording industry? If I wanted to take it in blaming hip hop culture on whites, I could easily make that argument, sir. So don't be butthurt about it. I wasn't making the argument, but I could and probably win the argument. What the fuck does white culture have to do with hip hop? Is this motherfucker serious? Make the connection? I have to connect it? Oh my Lord. Do blacks own the recording industry, moron? There is such a thing as what's his name? Eminem. So their connections there, blacks don't have the kind of money to start a recording industry from scratch. You need to do your homework, Mr. Wakandan. Let's see what Dave says. Part of it, you will get clipped and used out of context. You know what? I hope people do clip it. I could use a couple more.
I think he was talking about the when I was saying the pause thing. But my counter to that, Deacon Dave, would be before the pause thing, you had the black people doing the no homo thing, and that was before YouTube was really taking off that way, where people were clipping and all of that stuff. So I think within Black America, this particularly amongst the urbanized males, that and I would throw in the caveat that would likely have hip hop as their main genre of music selection. That showing that you're not connected to any sort of homosexuality, anything, even in language, that's a weird function, and I'm curious to understand it, but I don't know why people's minds maybe because of the eat, sleep, fight, bust thing, maybe because of hypersexuality, maybe that's the case. Yeah, that fits though. If you're more hypersexualized, then and your mind is preoccupied with that, then maybe it would invade your everyday language. Maybe I should write about that.
let's see, blame whites for everything. You know what? If I just want to be kind of persnickety, I hear the B Braves of the world tell us how it's a white country. Well, are you telling me it's a white country that whites don't control foundational white Wakandan? Are whites controlling outcomes or are they not? Blame whites for everything. Oh, it's a white country, but it's not our fault. What a fucking dude. Foundational white Wakandan, you literally need to think more before you write such tripe. If white people run the country, then they're responsible for what happens in the country, right? Yeah, CK, I made that point, but foundational white Wakandans think it's a black country. Foundational white Wakanda, I actually think it's Be Brave. I swear it's Be Brave under another account. So anyway, let's stop picking on Wakandans. Well, because I've been wanting to excuse me, I've been wanting to watch this guy. This is going to be fascinating, I think.
I'll listen to you and your critique of him, but I'm gonna get back to work. I gotta get some designs.
Okay.
Done.
Well, dude, I always appreciate it when you come up and correct me. You are a welcome to the show anytime you want.
Yeah. But Stanley, I wasn't trying to correct you. I was just trying to add to your knowledge.
Well,
that's
no,
all.
dude, you know what? It happens. I take a lot of risks logically sometimes. And sometimes you know, I need a level set. I know this. You know, taking logical leaps is risky.
But anyway, I'll listen in, and you have a good one, man.
You too. I appreciate it. Take it easy.
Welcome, everybody. Supreme Family Garden here. Happy Mother's Day to all the ladies. Happy Mother's Day to the men for raising their kids because they had a no.
Very funny, Ignorant.
That's the truth. Sometimes people have to be the man in the moment, baby. It's the truth. Anyway, folks, we got a good video for y'all today. This is how we're getting prepared for hard times, right? I wanted to do a koi pond, but I talked to one of my good hillbilly buddies, and he taught me about raising tilapia. Come on over here. Watch your step now, honey. I'm digging out some trenches, running some more lights and
this is Deacon Day's property.
Keep the thieves away from coming to try and steal my fish and all my fruit. Still a little mess, but I'm working on it. I'm getting there. I'm getting closer. A few bass down in here now. I just threw them in here because I ain't have nothing better to do. I'm country like that, some bluegill. But I'm gonna put the bass somewhere else because I'm probably gonna put about 20 or 30 tilapia because they hold the babies in their mouths. So the incubation process with them is a lot better. Okay. And they eat the green stuff out of the pond. And so I said, okay, we're gonna put some tilapia in here. That way if hard times come, not only will we have fruit, we over here at Supreme Family Garden, we're gonna have some fish too. Y'all can come over and have fish fry. Back
What?
here.
That's just a mud hole.
Want to bring in more trees in this area, but I said, well, I might as well. Watch your step there, honey. Now I don't know where you guys are located, those of you who are watching me, but it was so hot this past month that I had to mulch all my trees. Just a little tip. Lowe's has them right now, $5 for $10 a bag of mulch. Put some around your plants because you don't want them to go in the shock and struggle because then it's going to hurt you guys next year for your upcoming harvest. So again, I got some peaches out here. I think it's mainly apples and pears. There's a few. My son planted them in the wrong place. Methyl plums.
Pear.
Pear. And Dorset and Anna. No, it's Ermshire apple and Anna apple. Remember, if you buy an apple tree, you got to get two because they do need a cross pollinator. So far, they're looking good and healthy. You hadn't seen these yet.
No.
Right? What the price tag say, baby?
$49.98.
Folks, isn't that something when the price of a fruit tree costs just as much as jewelry? You know we're living in hard times. And this is my pear tree. See now, what this mulch, imagine how bad this would look because it's still a little bit wilted. But God finally gave us some rain these last 2 days, so we're thankful for that. And over there's a methyl. You want to go over there so you can see what I done planted.
Yep. This is looking healthy.
Very healthy. Mm-hmm. Look at that, $50. These trees used to be $19.99, $24.99. It's a shame, folks. Better spend your money now because next year the price is going to be an extra 15% up. My lovely wife went out and she bought us, I think, like 8 more chickens that we have to actually add to the flock. We'll show y'all that part tomorrow. I've been redoing it because I want to make it look like a chicken oasis. You know, so not only will we have chickens, I want it to be pretty. Big time. And the baby.
Mm-hmm.
And again, those of you mothers, I hope you are having a beautiful, beautiful, lovely Mother's Day. Oh, look at this one here, huh? See, I got my money's worth with this one. Look at this stone. Something fell on it. It's hurting the tree. Oh, folks, I'm going to show y'all.
Oh, that limb fell and broke your tree
It
too.
sure did, baby. Y'all get me some tape. Now, folks, if this happens, get you some black tape. Hold that baby up like that. Tape it up. Seal it, because that's about a year's worth of growth. I'm not going to lose nothing. Remind me, baby, when we turn that phone off, for me to take that up. So again, if that happens to you guys, just get some black tape, leave it around there a couple months, heal itself right up. Anyway, what I was telling y'all, my wife hadn't seen this yet now. Parents called me, they got a lake in the backyard. And I got something. The fellow was going up in the pool area. So I went and got him. Come on, honey. I got a baby alligator. And I gave him his name. His name is Wally. Wally's special to me. He is, baby. Don't talk about Wally. You know, matter of fact, I got Wally some food. Hold on, baby. Show him the peaches while I go get Wally.
Look at my peach. Oh my goodness, there's a lot on the ground. Look at that. But look how beautiful. We actually have enough. Oh man, look at that branch over there, almost touching the ground. Too many on there. And then he's gonna talk about thinning them out. Look at that. All the way to the top.
Yeah, we gotta thin them out. They're a lot bigger this year too, baby.
I just said it too. I said, yeah, he's gonna come and talk about thinning them out, and you come and he said the same thing. Yeah, it's a lot more this year.
Mm-hmm.
You been working out, babe?
No, baby, I've been slacking. Oh, it's Mother's Day. You trying to be fresh and frisky.
Anyway.
Want to rub skins tonight?
Oh, that one's looking good too. Hold on, I don't want to come too close.
Hey, boy.
Where is boy at? You better make sure he's still in there.
Yeah, he in there, baby.
Where?
We bulletproof this. Put my glasses on
Yeah.
so we can see. Hold on, baby. Now you got to look with the camera. Don't look with your eyes.
I'm
now.
looking with the camera, but I'm making sure nothing is gonna be at my feet.
Wait, Wallace, look.
Oh, wait. No.
I put him some fish.
Oh, I see little fish.
You see his tail? Hey, boy. Usually he come out when he hear me. Huh? Don't you talk.
Make sure he's not by my ankle.
See, Wallace right there.
Where? Oh.
See? Don't talk now, because you're going to scare.
Zoom in on Wallace.
Don't talk, because you're going to scare.
There's Wallace.
Hey, here go daddy. Here go daddy. Here go daddy.
Wallace trying to play dead.
No, Wallace ain't playing dead. He know you might want to eat him. Make
No.
you a purse or something.
You going in there with him?
I gotta feed him.
Oh,
Baby, he
Jesus.
comes
Yeah,
to
I'll be right here.
Seen him crawl.
Oh,
baby?
jeez. Yeah.
I got his.
Oh, he like his house.
Yeah, he like his house. He better like his house.
He heard you coming too. He's on there.
No, he's scared
right
of you.
there. That's okay, because I'm scared of him too.
No,
He's
you
right
wanna try
there.
to cook my baby. Make you a popsicle.
He don't have to worry about that.
If I got Wallace some good shrimp.
He's gonna eat it, babe?
Yeah, he gonna eat it, babe. What you think Wallace gonna do?
I don't know what Wallace gonna do.
Look what daddy got, boy. Look what daddy got some shrimp. Don't get too much. Whatever he
He
don't
can't throw
eat,
it in the water? Or he can't eat it in the
yeah,
water?
he'll eat it in the water.
Throw it in the water.
Watch Wallace. Watch him.
Wallace say, I'm gonna wait till it go to the
No,
bottom.
Wallace watching you. You scared my baby. Ain't he special, baby? Hey, boy.
He's tiny.
Hey, Wallace.
How big is he about?
About 2 feet.
Well, he got about what, 8 fish in there he could eat later?
Mm-hmm. There's a turtle in here somewhere too. But
The
Wallace
water
can't-
turtle?
Mm-hmm. Yep, see, he'll come up. See what we're gonna do, folks. I'm gonna put a light in there, so in the wintertime, it'll keep him cold, and all this gonna be.
Keep him warm, baby.
Yeah, that's you know what I'm trying. They know what I'm trying to say. So he'll be happy. You know what I mean, baby? And I got a big rock so he can sunbathe.
And you can watch him smile.
Yeah, baby. Then I'm gonna catch another baby girl.
You don't have
So
to,
keep this company.
you don't have to worry about me ever feeding Wally.
You do that to my thing.
No, I'm not going in there. If I could throw it in there, yes, but I'm not going in there. No, no,
Yeah,
no.
you have to talk to him. He like it when you talk to him. Baby.
Make sure that's closed.
Baby's
Baby.
closed, honey. Wallace can't open no gate and get out. Ain't the boy. Oh man, that's big time there, yo. Now look at the back the camera, baby. Now folks overlook the little mess here. Show y'all what the plans are for my boy. Before the people come in, take him to the large park. I want somebody nice to come get him. All right, now. See, I got a palm tree planted there. I got to move all that. I got a palm tree back there. I'm going to put one back there so they can grow up. So Wallace be in paradise. So then when I bring his lady friend in there, boy, they be living big time.
So how am I going to get to my oranges?
You go that way, baby. Because I got an extra arm section that as he grows, probably next year, I'm going to extend it out. See? About 10 feet, baby. And then make his pond bigger. So then they can rub, can't say skins, they can rub gator tails, whatever the alligators do.
What is that in the tree, babe? That's running.
Well, baby.
That vine.
Oh, that would be called grapes, honey. I got to cut
Oh, that's grapes?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Baby, ain't he special now? Ain't he, baby?
Mm-hmm. Let's see, a bunch of tomatoes under the orange
Hey, go
trees.
watch Wallace. Don't worry about no tomatoes.
I don't want to watch Wallace.
All right, folks, come on back. We're gonna show y'all how we doing the chicken run. And again, folks, see all these tomatoes? See, my ducks eat these. We didn't put one seed down. These are just regular thrown tomatoes that take off. So now when the chickens come through, they eat a few. The ducks love them. It's a win-win situation. And even when hard times come, honey.
There's tomatoes right there too.
Yes, baby. I gotta move that. Finally got a sense on this, like that way. That's why electric bill is high.
Yeah, it was on for the whole month.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, this tree looking good too.
Baby, this isn't a peach tree video. This other stuff. Oh, they want to eat, baby. Look. See, I put a palm tree back in for you, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So when we pull it out, I'm gonna put a couple of them out there.
Pull what out?
No, I'm gonna move this, and I'm gonna pull out these so you can get to the back.
Yeah, because I sure can't get to the back.
Now the new chickens, honey, you can put them.
And the little one over there.
Yeah.
Did you actually capture all of them now? They're
No,
all in?
It's two. It's
two still out?
Yeah, it's two of them out. Yeah, they back there in the back. I see them.
Oh, so you said put the.
Yeah, we put the babies in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just got to pick up some of this stuff and move. Like, look at this here, honey. Stay right there, man. You ain't got to follow.
Where are the ducks?
I just saw them somewhere, baby. Everything back here scared of you. They think you gonna cook it.
No, they don't. They know I feed them. Oh yeah, my chicken's ready for some food. What you doing, babe?
I want to move this.
Empty it first. You're gonna get wet.
Well, I didn't want. I was gonna get ready to where it go, but I figured I could.
It's not that time yet. Oh yeah, definitely gotta pull. Can't get the eggs, babe.
I know, honey. I told you I gotta get some help. I can't even move it, baby.
You might need to cancel that gym membership. You heard?
Yeah.
Careful. Look at those muscles.
See, now we can put it. Move this up here because this pretty. See, baby, we found a nice place to put. I don't know yet.
No, yeah. No, put it like over there at the entrance. That'd be nice if you put a palm tree over there. Because that one might be too close if you pull the chicken coops forward, no?
Because it's in the center. So it can grow over. So
Oh, I'm worried about the lizards jumping on me when I go back there.
Because they'll eat the lizards, baby. Don't worry about that. Thing here heavy.
Isn't that real stone?
Say what now?
Isn't it real stone?
Yeah, it's real stone, baby. I should have
Your
put this in there for
finger.
Wallace. Chicken's gonna need
No, he can't reach that, babe.
it's decoration, baby.
Oh, no, and then it fall on Wallace.
It won't fall.
When Wallace get big. Your bird's calling you. Oh, that squash is pumpkin's getting big.
All right, folks. We just want to show y'all what we got going. Baby, don't quit. Watch me instead of looking at them chickens.
I'm looking at you. Did you ever show what's back? What you did all the way back in the back? Did we ever show that?
I didn't spray, so it's gonna light you up.
Okay,
And,
yeah. We won't go back.
All right,
there.
guys. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you so much for watching. But again, hard times are coming. Prepare yourself. May God bless all of us, because we're gonna need it. Thank you for watching, and give us a thumbs up. Leave a comment. Tell me what you think about Wallace.
Share the video. Bye. What's that, watermelon? Ooh, they like that.
They scared of you.
No, they're not.
Feeding them some watermelon. They like this too. All right, baby, you got it off.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to think about this video other than they good luck to them. Deacon Dave. You know what? I'm way off for even watching this foolishness. It looked interesting. Who knows? Maybe they make better videos at some point, but just randomly, talking about your baby alligator just didn't do it for me. So I don't know. To be honest, I have gone much too long. Though I don't know. This looks interesting. You know what, Dave? Let's find Tiffany Silver, because I was kind of wanting to watch that too. This woman is just so attractive. Primitive camping and fishing on a tiny river in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, this girl, Speechless Maya, I think that's how you pronounce her name. She's pretty interesting. Every time I see her videos, I think of a song called, or an album called Weird Food and Devastation. Making homemade hog skins. Holy shit.
Any adventure, but we're back this week with some brand new adventure. It is currently 10 a.m. in the morning and I'm taking you guys spearfishing with me. Such a beautiful day today. Check this out.
Beautiful calm seas.
Yeah man, it's a beautiful day today. We just passed the Rio Grande
Rio Grande Bridge.
Yeah, the Rio Grande Bridge. I'm pretty excited. It's actually been a while since I've been in the water, since my my finger accident. So now your finger. It's been a while since my accident, since I've done any fishing at all, any water-based activities. So I'm pretty excited. I'm currently watching the road with Raj because I bear my driver up on the road right now. I was speaking to Raj earlier today about the fact that you guys don't know that I'm nearsighted. I always have on my glasses and I see a few comments where people are asking me if it's a fashion glasses. I don't know why it looks that way, but it's not. I'm actually a nearsighted person, nearsighted diver overall. And that means that I can't visibly see like clear and far. That's actually one of the reasons why I haven't been fishing that much. It has been a little bit tricky to see under the water as I should, because every time I show me one fish, I cannot see the fish. I'm telling you, I always miss the fish because I can't see it. So it wasn't until I went to the doctor, I went to do my yearly checkup at the eye doctor, and she told me that my vision is actually deteriorating because I've been trying to strain under the water. And because of that, I had to make it my mission to find a prescription mask. Luckily, one of Raj's friends recommended a company that does it. And thank God, because when I got the mask like a few months ago, I tell us I feel like I can see the whole world. I can't even see better than Raj.
Yeah, man, I can see in a 4K. I know everything Tiffany has.
Yeah, like literally, I can see things where Raj can't even see. Like, Raj, so wait, when that pass me? So it feels so good for actually I see better right now. Like, I'm so excited. That's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for today, especially.
Yeah, see what? No. Yeah, I see. I go too fast.
I am ready to find fish. Worst case scenario, I don't catch any fish. Raj is here to save the day.
We're gonna eat mangoes.
Oh yes, we bought some mangoes.
Yeah, but
What's your
3 bag.
3 bag of mango? No man.
So we have 3 bag of mango to eat.
Guys, let's carry him. What is again? In body board. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna say paddle board, but I might want to paddle board. In body board, we have our spear gun.
Basically, that's our electric boat.
Yeah. In body see?
We use it to get back.
Guys, it body not. Yeah, I'm gonna use a small gun. I'm in class today. I'm gonna be practicing. Rad said this is the best thing to start with. So this is what we're gonna use.
And Tiffany get a pass on shooting smaller fish because that's how everyone start out. Shooting smaller fish, learning how they move, you know, just basically learn fish behavior. So you can know when to actually approach them, how to dive on them, based on the different reactions that they're giving you. There's a lot to learn. So Tiffany, you get the small fish pass today, but not too small, okay?
Okay. So you hear that, so don't come for me. But we're gonna get ready. So I'll see you guys in the water. It made the first dive. But by the time I went down, the fishes went under the rocks. Here we have Raj making a dive because he saw some snappers out in the open. But by the time he dove down, they camouflaged and disappeared. Snapper species are known for their camouflage abilities. They can change color to blend in with their surroundings, making them difficult to spot.
You know, I have not been able to get over these extra long swim fins. I would think they would actually be like kind of a
This is where
detriment
I
more
shot
than
the
a
flounder. I wasn't sure if we were
an
going to catch
advantage.
fish today, so I got backup food just in case.
That's a southern flounder. Oh, actually, no, Gulf flounder. People don't know it, but flounder actually have sharp teeth, believe that or not. Oh my Lord, they're going to butcher it right there.
Here's where I finally shot a fish, but it came off the spear for some reason. I don't know why, but we had to move on. It is now day 2 of fishing, but a different spot this time. This is where Raj saw a barracuda camouflaged in the sand and immediately made the dive. Perfect shot. At least we secured some good food.
It's a barracuda. I've heard the only way to eat those is smoke them. Look at them teeth.
The water was a bit murky, so it was kind of difficult to see our surroundings. But out of nowhere, I spotted
Did
a
you
triggerfish
what'd you do with
swimming
it when you caught
after
it,
so
Rick? Did
long.
you eat it?
But I made the mistake
I've
of
never had
diving
it. How
too
does it
far,
taste?
and I missed the
And Dave,
shot.
I just want to live with her. You know, the diving part is optional. Yeah, I'll bet. You know, it's amazing how these little skinny fish like that, you know, they will barracuda are pretty like fast. Catch and release my ass. I don't, you know, fisherman's got to eat. Wow. Wow. How big was it, Rick?
This one. Scale it right there.
Feel like them upper Boston side more. Yeah.
All right, guys. So we just came back from diving. The water wasn't the best today, but we managed to catch a decent sized barra and a small jack inside there.
No, not jack, mackerel.
Oh, mackerel.
Yeah.
No, that's a jack.
No, it's a mackerel. That's a mackerel, Spanish mackerel. Funny, still learning.
Yes, I'm still learning, but I thought it was a jack.
Oh, it looks similar, but that's a Spanish
That's
mackerel.
why. Okay, so we caught a decent sized barra and a mackerel. Like I said, the water wasn't the best today, and it's gonna rain soon again.
Yeah, from come be a rain, not the guys. Be a rain cloud. The water get dirty as well.
Yeah, literally my first day back diving since I cut my finger and rain start fall, boy. But hopefully next time it will be better. We're gonna probably cut up the barra, cook it. I don't know what we're gonna cook. I don't know what I'm gonna cook, but yeah, just stay
You figure it out.
Yeah, man, I gotta figure it out. We get food, which is good.
How much you feel like?
You know, I'm not do this again with you.
How much?
£3?
No.
2.
£2. Tiffany, really, I gotta look on. Guys, tell me if Tiffany really serious.
£4.
No. Tiffany, I gotta look on the big bar and ask
It's a
about
decent
£2.
size bar, probably like £4.
Tiffany, this look like £2. I gotta look on the big bar and say £2. You can next guess.
Okay, £4.
No.
5?
No.
6?
That bar is over £6.
This is 6?
Over £6.
I didn't feel heavy.
£6.
Because I take out the guts and the gills.
Oh, okay. I guess. I don't know. But you have your weir?
Alright, so we have a scale in the we have a scale.
You have a scale?
Yeah, I have a scale. So I'm gonna go wait. Tiffany said £2.
I never said 2 pounds. Listen. I changed my mind. Okay,
You
I
said
said
2
4.
pound.
No,
You
4.
said 2 pound.
No, 4 because you tell me to do it again, and I said
later,
4.
guys.
Belly of the beast. All right, that is it, guys. Yes, let's go cooking. Okay, guys, this is the perfect thing after a dive. Woo! Rats to the rescue.
How was it?
It was epic, actually.
They jump with the sweet in your mouth.
Stop inform for me now.
What going on? You hold on?
Yeah, hold on. Woohoo! All right, so we made it. We made it on the other side with our bodyboard and Raj. Motor.
I need some pineapple.
Okay.
And some mango.
Okay, I'm gonna get to it. We're gonna eat some fruits. Because I'm starving. Let me show you guys what's in my bag. I have some mangoes. Got the mango yellow good, man. Yeah. Oh. Pineapple, of course. So we're gonna be eating some pineapple and some mango. It's cool and nice because we did have it in the cooler. So yeah, that's about to be a vibe. Oh.
One bag of mango.
I don't know nothing.
I'm going to skip
Two
ahead
people.
to her in the kitchen.
One of them are square.
This is
Yeah.
actually kind of an evolution of sorts for her.
We didn't end up cooking. As you can see, it started to rain. I'm talking about pouring rain non-stop. But by the time we finished pack up and head out, it was still raining and it got pretty late. So we never end up but cooking nothing. It's after 12 right now and I am starving. I just got back from the gym and I was thinking of cooking the fish, cook down the fish with some sweet potato and all of that. But yeah, let me show you guys the fish. We forgot to weigh the fish for you guys and show you the process of how Raj cut it up and fillet it and all of that. But he gave me 2 slices. This is 1 slice that's left. And then this is the other one. This is the other slice. I didn't want to do everything because it's just me. So yeah, but it is a pretty good amount of fish because it was a fat barrel. Like the barrel was a good size. All right, so follow me and let's season the fish. All right, so let's start seasoning. So we have some coconut oil, of course, to base it. Fish seasoning, all purpose. Some paprika, black pepper, just a pinch of salt. And we're just gonna mix it. Now, the reason why I'm doing it like this is because I'm gonna put it in the air fryer. We're gonna let this marinate for about 10 minutes. But in the meantime, we are going to get the seasonings together. Because like I said, I'm just gonna be cooking down the fish. So I'm not gonna really be doing nothing stressful. You know, I'm just gonna do an easy 1-2 thing kind of meal. Because I'm starving. I may eat breakfast more and lunch now. All right, so we are gonna need some scallion, thyme. Do we need tomato? I really like tomato in a certain fish, like certain type of cook down. We're not gonna do that. We need sweet potato. No, we need sweet pepper. Oh, and we have the sweet potato because, like I said, I'm gonna be doing that boiled food. What else? You got some pepper here. What have you? Okay, so we're gonna use some pepper. So it's scallion, thyme, sweet pepper, sweet potato, and we have the garlic and the onion outside already. But yeah, that's it. Okay, let's go. Ooh, actually, no, let me get a bigger one. Okay. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love? I don't want to waste no time, so give me all that you need, baby. So many search to
Don't be
find
doing that, Tiffany.
a love that's as good as mine. I don't want to waste no time, so give me all that you need, baby.
That's funny.
I swear, I don't know if I said the song go, but it just sound right.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, God.
That is funny. Yeah, this woman is quite
So I
the
can
woman.
show you love. I don't want to waste no time, so give me all that you need, baby.
What is
many
this?
search to find
Do we really need this,
a
Tiffany?
love that's as good as mine. I don't want to waste no time, so give me all that you need, baby. 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 Baby.
Okay, go ahead and twerk. You know you wanna.
I'm not gonna use much seasoning today because I'm here alone. Scallion, thyme, onion, garlic, sweet pepper,
I have some sweet potato here. I'm gonna peel this actually.
By the way, I think she actually has like her own line of cookware. She's quite the brand.
It's such a difference when you do it like this rather than putting the whole thyme in the pot, the sticks and all of that. I just like to do it that way. A game changer.
They're not sticks, they're twigs.
I'm not gonna use all of this, so we're gonna left some back for dinner. I don't even know me I'll cook later for dinner. Oh Lord. And last but not least, we have some pepper. Just I use one. I'm just using one. I'm not using two. I've learned my lesson. Because this pepper is particularly hot. I underestimate that pepper. I don't know who grew it.
Yeah, it's a Scotch
But
bonnet.
it's hot. Air fry. I would say 390. And then for probably 15 minutes, I'm gonna check it, flip it. But that's how I normally put it. The time, because I don't really want it overcooked. There we go. Some water. I'm gonna use some tomatoes, scallion. About tomato, onion, onion and scallion, some sweet pepper.
What's that over in the other pot?
You're gonna add some pumpkin soup mixed to this. Ooh, do you see that? Oh my goodness, that looks so good. Now, ooh, yeah, see that? See that?
I think it's natural gas, isn't it?
Perfect. Like that.
And see, this extra step, I just eat it
I am pretty much
right out of the fryer. It doesn't need to be
just waiting
soaked
for everything to cook
or
down.
braised.
And then yeah, food is ready pretty much.
Oh, slick, Rick. Really? Wow. That is quite a statement. Look at her cleaning my kitchen, Dave. She's doing it for me, Dave. She likes a tidy kitchen.
All right, there we go. Oh, it looks so good. It tastes good too. You taste it off camera. Quick and easy.
You don't have to eat the whole plate. Save some for our guest.
So good, and I chew a fresh fish, like the fish.
You know what? I don't
fresh.
know. I don't think it's yuca. No, I think it's a sweet
All right,
potato.
guys, we're gonna be closing out
Dave.
now. Thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna finish eating this right now, but don't forget to like,
I
comment,
like
share,
it
subscribe.
fried.
I love
I've
you
never had
guys,
it
and I'll see
any
you
other way,
next
like
time.
fried like French
Bye.
fries. All right. Well, that will be that. And oh no, we are at a little bit over 6 hours. It is time to wrap this up. Just as my earbuds are dying. So everybody, I will try to be on time in the morning. 5 o'clock. I am so sorry I overslept, but I got carried away on panels this weekend, and I never panel hop. It'll be a while before I do it again, but had time. I had fun doing it, so it was a lark. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. I have failed to say this several times, so hit the like on your way out. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I will try to get something out this week on my channel, but like I said, I'm going to be Tuesday and Wednesday and into Thursday. Well, actually not Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. I'm actually going to be out of town, though I will try and do a show overnight. So what else? Make sure you support the host. It's not the weekend yet, so save up, save some parade money. Hopefully, there's another Trump parade this weekend, because I actually liked the broadcast we did on Saturday, and Deacon Dave wants to shout out Solid Snake. He does all the shouting himself. You don't need to add to it, Dave. He shouts quite well on his own. And make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J. She works hard, saves me a lot of time, and keeps me out of trouble. And I never follow her good advice. I'm pissing everybody off. But so we go. So I will see everybody in the morning. Please make sure you have a good day. Please hit the like on your way out. I think John's doing a show at some point today, so stay tuned for that. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you all. If I can find the exit button here.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.